warfare is based on deception.
It's always on the verge. This pent-up rage that's building up. You know you can't fight the urge. We're burning higher, warming up. Let it all out. Keeping your vow. We want it now. Going out of control. With the voices in your head. Gonna scream and shout, we want them dead. Gonna turn your vision red. The battle never ends.
no. This can't be. You're dead.
I'm free. And you know what that means, bitch? No more Mr. Nice Guy. Did you miss me while I was gone? Did you really think you'd get away? The hallway's safe, and I won't break you. You can see I'm much improved. That ain't good news for you, you bitch. 'Cause I got a list, and you're on it. Whoa, does the math club comfort you? Should've joined the smoke club, you nerdy prude. Nerdy prudes must die. Nerdy prudes must die. Everybody cool, watch those nerds run for their lives. Jaegermen will rise. Blood will be my prize. Nerdy prudes, watch me shock and cock you blocked. The jock you demonized. You think I seek revenge? I could give two shits that you buried and left me. Defiled my body. You pushed me off the edge. I'm on a new crusade. The world is just too well behaved. It needs to be saved, and you're too weak to be enslaved. Nerdy brutes must die. Nerdy brutes must die. Everybody cool, watch those nerds meet their demise. Cleansing of your kind. Expose the bloody lie. Nerdy brutes, watch me spawn and prey upon you anti-socialites. I want you to repeat after me.
Okay.
Will you pray for me?
Will you pray for me
when I'm gone?
when I'm gone?
Or until another Richie comes along?
Can you repeat that one?
Will you pray for me when I'm gone? Or is this the eternal dark without a dawn? Who will pray for you when your body's gone? This is the consequence for what you've done. What did you say?
Please don't kill me. I'm not a nerdy prude. I'm not a loser.
Of course not, Richie. But you have lost everything.
No. No, please. Please. No. No, please. No.
And would you look at that, here we are on yet another day. I've actually got multiple things working for once today, which is a very nice change of pace. I have got a few wonderful little things working. So we are coming to you live from Picardo TV, from YouTube, and from Twitch at the same time. I am triple streaming. I'm triple streaming, baby. I am triple streaming like you wouldn't believe. Because I have found a way. Praise be to the glorious Godmother, yes. Exactly. Damn right. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome on in. It's good to have you here. I am back yet again. It's a lovely day here in Omaha, Nebraska. I am cute. You are too. And I'm ready to draw some things. Welcome, everyone. It's good to have y'all here. I am going to pull up my Picardo chat at the moment, too, to make sure I have that as a thing I can consistently check. Because I've got to do that from now on, too. I've got to check two chats at the same time. What a thing. What a thing. Looking good. Got both hands on the wheel. Yeah. The cops are coming. Let me say hi to everybody. Let me say hi to everybody here really quick. Let me say hello. It's good to have you all here. It's good to see you. I love seeing all of you. Let's say hi. Let's get a little hope core, shall we? Hello, Sweet Baron. Mwah. Hello, Startalax. Mwah. Hello, Aureliana. Mwah. Mayor McCheese, I saw you in there too. Mwah. It's good to see you. Joraki, hello. Mwah. Rika, mwah. Hello. Kyotiko, mwah. Be journalist. Mwah. And I got the message, and I am excited to get that set up, and I will get you that money as soon as I physically can. Also, M. Night, mwah, it's good to see you as well. Cuttlefish, mwah, it's good to see you. Hello. Hello, heretical heresy, mwah. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Hello. If I missed your name, I'm sorry. Please bug me about it. I will say your name. I will say hello. I'll say hello, and I'll give you a little smooch right on your nose. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Mwah. We are all punk rockers. Yes, we are. You're damn right we are. We are punk rockers in the fucking core.
You can't even laughing to myself. If you could, you would be someone else. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. See me down
Oh, yeah.
Baker Street.
Oh, yeah. I want you all to know something. Whether you feel doubt in your heart, if you feel afraid, if you feel like this life of ours is not worth living, I want to tell you 3 things. 1, there is always a better day ahead, no matter how much doubt you might have. 2, I guarantee you we are going to win in the end. Whatever kind of monsters the world throws at people, I guarantee we'll be able to overcome them. And lastly, I'm proud of you. You are special. I love you. And you deserve that. You deserve it. Hello, alligator boy. Mwah. Welcome on in. We're gonna be drawing stuff today.
Yes, I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
Oh, a punk rocker, yes I am. Bow, 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 bow. I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Yes, I was. Yes, exactly. You got a drawing tablet? Oh, tell me what kind of tablet you got. I need to know. I need to know.
Pretend you're
what's
in the
this?
frat filled with Greek gods!
Oh!
Get your fat ass out the goddamn kitchen!
No!
In the
Freezer!
Predator's trying to be in the top house!
No!
Reese is letting the dead loose. Zeus, get away from the new girl! As
Ah!
burnt a man alive! And then you say he kidnapped your daughter, Mrs. Demeter. Tight Ice's butt.
Ah!
Hermes just spiked the juice. Oh, threw Hermes out the window. As Aphrodite and Athena are brawling over a stupid golden apple. Is that a hero with a steel chair? I'm here with no interaction whatsoever. I'll be left completely alone and probably survive this antic. Guys, who's the bald guy covered in paint at the front?
Oh! Who's the bald guy covered in paint at the door? Close the door! I'm actually gonna do this to all of you right now. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Everybody in the safe chat. There you go. I got you. I got you. I got you in right now. There you are. I'll do a little video. I love Ava. I love Ava too. The best anime. Moocat decided to sleep across the middle of the bed. I need space kid. No, I'm sorry. You can't have that. It belongs to the cat now. Also, Gaomon? Gaomon, yes. But, like, Gaumon's the type of tablet? I don't understand. Explain. Is Gaomon a tablet brand I'm not familiar with? There's a chance I'm not familiar. Which is understandable. Yes. Can you send me a link? Also, I gotta pee really quick. I'll be right back. I'm back! And yes, in chat! The show... your window! It's the rise of the Phoenix! And it's on an attack! And it's pounding between us, the nature's is back! Oh! It's not gonna stop! I love them. God, I love the D. Also, that looks like an amazing tablet. That looks very, very nice. Hell yeah. I'm happy for you. I'm very happy for you. Mwah. Let me open up the drawing tablet, by the way. We've got some art to do. But what if it's true? If Tenacious D is dying, what will we do? Forget the they'll get them removed. They'll have to laser off the D tattoo. They'll have to laser off the D tattoo. Where'd you go? Where's the thing? Where's the page I'm on? Damn it.
Wait a minute, Katie.
Oh, there it is. Aha.
You know it's not too late.
Yes, it is too late. Just imagine it. We can beat the shit. Look at this. Huh? Huh? Shinji? Shingy?
最低だ。
Ain't I a stinker? Huh? Oh! It's beautiful! It's beautiful! Oh yeah. Sometimes you gotta let them cook. Sometimes you gotta let them cook. I don't care what anyone says, by the way. This is canon. This is canon. Hideki Anno, show me your arms outside of your sweater. I know that you're crazy buff and have the D tattoo. You cannot lie to me. Hideki Anno, you cannot lie to me. I've seen you. Hideki-san. Hideki-san, watashi wa kasifel desu. Watashi wa saiko gaijin desu. How do I say it again? How do I say it again? Fuck, hold on. Alright, here we go. I got it. Okay, no, it's writing it in katakana. It's writing it in katakana. I need it written in romanji. Romanji. Shit. No, I can't read that yet. Hold on. I'm working on it. I'm gonna say this thing to Hideki Anno. Rodimus Best Prime. Them's fighting words, but I do actually love him, but still. Tenacious D's rocking again. Damn right. Let me find a way to say it. Hold on. I need English to Japanese. I will say these words. I just need it written in Romanji. Hideki-san, iai dai fan desu. Anata wa, watashi no doru desu. Dasuku desu. Sutakina, sotachi o sugoshi kudasai. Hideki-san, iai dai fan desu. Anata wa shino aidore desu. Anata wa shino aidore desu. Daisuke desu. Sutakina suisachi oi sugoshi kudasai. Haha! Watch Google Translate. You just said 5 slurs. Just learn Japanese, dude. You just said 5 slurs. Alright, everybody, it's time. It's time. We also have to finish the Rapture Talk video. Did you see what Sakura did for the new Kirby Racing game? I did not see what Sakura did. What did Sweet Sakura do? Is this official? Sakurai, I say this in English now because I don't want to not. Can you be president of my country, please? Bring him. He's invited. Sakurai, run my country like Smash Brothers. Sure, fuck it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Back to the Rapture Talk video, though. We're going to finish this while I am drawing
Keep
stuff.
digging the hole. After that, he said,
It is time to draw. It is time to draw, everybody. I draw pictures, you see. It is one of those things that I do, and I'm going to work on my new my new comic page. At least a little bit. I also want to draw a big booty bitches. I'll draw one big booty bitches. DDD is a transformer, yes. You sent me a thing? Awaz, what did you send me? Awaz, what did you send me? Okay, this one goes out to everybody. This one goes out to all the hoes, all the bros, all the people who are into toes. I want you all to know that Awaz has sent this to you, and I want to say I send this to you as well. Congratulations! Omerito! 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 Congratulations! Yeah! Thank you for 36 months, my lord, Doc. My lord. Oh my god, has it been so long? It was No Nut November, or Non-Stop Nut November, depending on who you want to go with. Big booty, huh? Yeah, big booty. I will draw the big booty bitches first. Okay, fine. I'll draw big booty bitches first. I'll draw one big booty bitches. Okay? I will draw one big booty bitches. That is a sub baby. This sub baby's name will be bitches. This sub baby's name is bitches. This is a sub baby named bitches, and I stand by that. This sub baby's name will be bitches until the end of time. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc, for the sub baby bitches. I appreciate you very much so. Can the big booty bitch be you? Actually, I don't know who the big booty bitch is going to be. We're going to draw. We're going to find out.
is this?
Let's go.
And
Check this
scholars
out.
or
Here we go.
scholars all agree
No, shit, hold on.
that he would be gone for 2,000 years. If
2,000
you add
years.
2,000 to 32.
If you want to know what's going on right now, I refuse to explain what this video is about. You simply have to embrace it and enjoy it as is. We're just going to be going through, okay? We're going to... Also, I'm starting a focus session This is going to be a focus session for the next, I don't know, how many, I guess hours there. Here we go. We're focusing in. Focus session. Focus. What if it was a rat? Fuck, that's a good point. Alright, Big Booty Bitches is a rat. Big Booty Rat Bitch.
You land up at
Big Booty Rat Bitch coming in.
being the return of Christ. But then now you need to subtract
7 years.
7 years. Because there needs to be, before he returns as king, there needs to be the 7 years of tribulation where God now judges the world.
So this whole scholars agree there needs to be 2,000 years is made up. Like, yeah, I've heard that before. The Harold Camping guy said from the creation of the world to Christ's return would be like 7,000 years. And there's, like, I think within dispensationalist groups, the belief that there were 2,000 years from
And Doc, how you doing?
the flood to Jesus. So therefore, there needs to be 2,000 years between Jesus and his return. Which, no, there doesn't. Even if they're
Harold
right,
Camping is
that
crazy.
a 2,000 year...
True, the smallness of the rapture. What's crazy is we've never been more raptured. Like, that's something I don't think any of you are willing to admit. We've never been more raptured. Okay? We have never been more raptured. We are so raptured right now. Y'all, we have gotten so fucking raptured today. Today's the rapture, actually. Today's the rapture. I'm being raptured right now. You're feeling it. You're feeling what it's like to be raptured by watching this stream. That's how this is. That's what this feeling is. You're being raptured. Also, you finally watched Has Been Hotel? Good. You give me sneak attack hugs? I'd bite your face. Mwah. Have you seen the Internet Historian episode in Harold Camping? I have. I do not watch Internet Historian anymore, though, because of the plagiarism. I feel dirty if I watch him, so I can't do that anymore. I can't. I'm sorry. But I have seen it, and it's very funny.
Return of Christ would put his death right in the middle of the history from the flood to his return.
I feel that,
Who
yeah.
said that needs to be how it is?
I do-
Sure,
do I
that
still
might
have a
look
face?
good
Yes,
on
I gave
the
it
chart,
back.
But that's not in there anywhere. You made that up. But his argument is if Jesus was crucified in 32 AD, which is debated, some say 33, some say 30, then that would make his return in 2032. But we need the 7-year tribulation. So, oh, look at that, 2025. Which again, if you believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, then Jesus has to come 7 years early before he can have his real second coming, which is actually the third coming in 2032.
Jesus is going to come so much in 2032. It will be nonstop. Jesus is going to come so many times. He will be coming and coming and coming. Jesus said to him, I gotta come. And then he did. And then you came to Jesus. And then Jesus said, come. And then you will. Because the Bible says the word come so many times. You would not believe. You've got to come. And the Lord said, come. And I tell you, come. This year, 2025, you will come. Because Jesus is coming today.
This is all probably insanely boring to all of you, but it matters to me. He then says the line that everyone's made fun of him for, rightfully so.
I give you 1,000,000,000% that on the 23rd or 24th, the rapture of the church
The
will
rapture.
take place.
Which for one is like a toddler's way of explaining how sure they are. Oh, I'm 1,000% sure. But it's also very funny considering it is October right now.
In 2026.
In 2025.
2025. Yes, 2025.
So that was Joshua's first public appearance, and it started to get some wheels turning. Now, I know what you're thinking. All
Brave.
of that was really
Indeed.
dumb. And
Indeed.
you're right, it was. He pulled a bunch of stuff out of context and made up some other stuff to make it
Right on.
sound cool, right? He's not the first one to predict the rapture or to have some crazy new theory about the Bible. When I was 12 years old, I was at a McDonald's, and there was a mentally ill man in there who was convinced he was the reincarnation of Abraham. And he talked a lot about how his son was Moses and his son spoke to the burning bush and how he was now reincarnated on the earth because it was time for the second coming. And that guy's points were probably in the same realm of believability as Joshua's. And I think if it happened at any other point, Joshua just would have been looked over, right?
I'm doing some writing
he's
because
not
I have
even
art
the
block,
first
but not
person
writing
on
block. You know what? That's how you should do it. If you got block one way, force through. Don't let yourself have block. Don't let your dreams be dreams. By the way, the best way around art block is just to draw. I'm dead serious. Draw anything you want. I have art block today. That's why I'm drawing a fat-ass rat man. He counts as bitches, by the way. Bitches is neutral. Bitches is anyone I say it is, and this is bitches. This rat's name is Bitches McGee.
The Sent Twins
What you
YouTube
writing?
channel, who has said the rapture's coming. But I think it came out at just the right time, and he used just the right words to get some people's attention. Now, the rapture talk scene didn't explode in June, but Joshua started to catch some eyes, mostly from a group called the Watcher or Watchman community. It's a group of people I was not aware of before all of this happened, who spend their time trying to foresee when the date of the rapture will be. And things Joshua said about the Feast of Trumpets and the No Man Knows the Day or the Hour tying
Right, the
into the
story of
Feast of
Rimworld?
Trumpets and
Yeah.
77 years sounds good. And they started to use
There's a
his
sub-celebrity
explanation
here in
and tie it
Brazil
into
called
the...
Inri Cristo, who says he's the second coming of Christ. That's not true, because I'm the second coming of Christ. I didn't fix it. Motherfucker!
Video share for 5,000
Do you know how many
channel
times
points.
I've tried to fix that? The video share? Hold on.
Come. I do
Come.
anything for Jesus. I found over 1,700 times in the
I got
Word
you.
of God where this word
I got you.
is used.
I got
Come.
you.
That's not
I got
come,
you.
and the
I
rest
got
of it
you.
comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word come. And it was one
Come.
of the Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come,
Come,
and dine.
come,
Jesus said,
come, 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 come,
And it
come,
goes on
come,
and on
come,
and on. I
come,
know this is
come,
dumb.
come,
But there are people
come,
that still
come,
haven't got it. So bear
come,
with me. When
come,
I say
come.
it means
Come,
come.
come,
You're
come.
When I turn to
Come,
my son
come,
and I say
come.
I want them to come. That word
He
come
wants
is
you to
universal
come,
in its
come,
application.
come, come,
Jesus
come,
said to his
come,
disciples,
come,
there's
come.
no room for discussion,
You got to
friend.
come.
Guess what? Come.
Jesus
Come.
wants you
It
to
commands
come.
obedience.
God
Come,
said,
come.
come.
When you have the Holy
On the
Ghost
seventh
coming
day,
you.
God
Come,
came.
come. He was
He's
crucified
coming, the
for
river
you.
of the
He died
Nile.
for you.
He
did
come so
everything
you
for
wouldn't
you.
die. Come. Thank you. Thank you. Come.
Their theories of the new moon and of
Futurama is the funniest adaptation of the Rapture. Oh, yes. Yes. That's actually how the Rapture really works. That's how God takes you up to heaven. Diamond filament, little fish hooks. Improv come zone. I can every day, baby.
solar cycles. And enough people started
All right.
to parrot his talking points that September 23rd became the next date everyone was looking towards. But I don't think it really blew up until after his next podcast appearance. It seems that the Sin Twins YouTube channel started to gain attention after Joshua's first appearance. So 1 month later, on July 22nd of 2025, they had him back on. I don't know if they asked him to come on or if he asked to come back on, but either way, he's here. Now, like I said, there's a lot of people on this YouTube channel who have some pretty wacky ideas who come on and just sort of tell their
All right.
story, right? But considering they have Joshua back on multiple times,
still new to the drawing tablet. I recommend using Line of Action, Everyday Alligator Boy. If you really want to get better at digital drawing, I'd recommend using the website Line of Action. The secret to getting good at drawing is to draw every day, is to practice, practice, practice. The 3 P's, practice, patience, persistence. That is what will improve your technical abilities when it comes to drawing. Practice every day. Be patient with your progress. Be persistent in your goals. Practice, patience, persistence every single day, no matter what. You will get better, I promise you.
I feel like they have to be at least a little bit culpable in
Why
the
do they use
fallout that
barbs,
came
fish
after.
hooks? They had to.
It's one thing to hand a crazy guy a mic once. It's another to keep giving it to him.
Yes, we are back with an episode that is, as they say, backed by popular demand.
Yeah, can I go straight to it?
Yes, but first I'm curious, right?
Yes.
How has it been for you?
Because you are trending, sir. Sheesh. The internet is like shaken.
To be honest with you, I have no feelings towards it.
Oh.
I know that sounds strange.
Yeah.
Now, as mentioned, after the first appearance, Joshua started to pick up some traction online. The Sin Twins asked him how he feels about it, and he placed a humility card saying he's just here on God's behalf. And that truly he hasn't let any of it get to his head. In just a minute, he's going to say that his name means Jesus, but he didn't let any of it get to his head.
My heart is still grieved
Incredible.
because my focus is the
When
Father's
you
focus.
look, when you are Bibling, oh fuck yeah, I love that song. Also great death battle. But when you say your name means Jesus, if your name is not Jesus, if your name is not Jesus, if your name is not Yeshua, if your name is not like some variation of that, I don't think your name actually means Jesus. Could just be me.
Okay.
I'm trying to say there
Or
are
Josh.
billions of people in the world. And I don't have any feelings. I'm not yet happy because the Father needs those prodigal sons.
I will say here that yes, the girls are platforming him, but they do push back a bit. One of the first things they say is this:
Jesus will only return when the message has gotten to all his people, like when people know about Jesus Christ and salvation, that not enough people know about Christ. So this is why rapture can't happen when the entire world still doesn't know about Jesus Christ. So what do you have to say about that?
it's very light, but there's at least some level of questioning.
Almost everyone quoted the scripture to say nobody knows the hour, the time that, you know, the day or the hour of his return. So let's get into it.
He also doesn't answer this question at all and just says this:
People are traumatized by the setting of dates. I'm saying, for the lack of a better word, they are traumatized because, let me use another word and say, people are worn out. Okay?
Okay.
This date is set, it comes.
People get very traumatized over the setting of dates. This date, though, look, people are tired of hearing people say the world's gonna end and then being wrong. This time, though, they haven't met me. Fucking, like, this has the same energy, right? Of every single NPC that you fight in a video game. Like, you will walk by someone, you will kill, like, 50 dudes, you know, you will absolutely obliterate, and then a dude will walk up and go, yeah, but you haven't fought me yet. Like, every enemy I fight in Dark Souls. It's like, yeah, maybe this time they'll stay down. Why would you think that? You haven't died because of me yet. That's not how it works. It's beautiful, though. I'm impressed. Brother Mayan said it would be 12, 12, 12. Well, that's not really how that went, actually. Fun fact about that. The idea that the world would end at that point, right, is actually a misunderstanding of how the Mayans, like, tell time and how it's split into different ages. It's just the ending of one age and the start of another age. That's all. But people were like, I'm white and I've never asked anybody about this. I don't have any art skills, so I don't have any art history understanding. I've never looked into anything. Oh my God. They just stopped that calendar.
And it goes. But I want to comfort people and I want to assure them that the date that I have come with is the final one.
They ask, hey, why do some of your predictions not line up with scripture? And he's like, my prediction is the only prediction. It's like, okay, cool. That didn't answer anything. I just asked.
When it comes to if the gospel has reached the world, if it has reached everybody, I guess only God can know that. Only God can know.
I hear you.
Then why the fuck are you?
How many billions of people have received the gospel? Only God can know that. So I'm comforting people with this word that the date that I have come up with, that others
I'll look
also
in just a
are
little bit, okay?
confirming, is irrefutable.
So it's the final date.
It is the final date. It cannot be disproven. It cannot be, because I hear other people are talking about postponement.
Okay.
This line about it cannot be.
Okay, I need everybody here to just take a breath really quick. All right, you have disproven that it was the rapture. Oh, okay, yeah. 1 second. Let me get you my link really quick. Leon. I got you. In order to pay me for a sketch, you go through my Ko-fi. You can go through my Ko-fi. I got you.
Be disproven is so annoying. It's like, sure, I guess, until after it happens, obviously. Also, keep in mind, he just said people are talking about postponement, right? So now he's saying that the date is fixed and it cannot be postponed because God has already said it. So he certainly would never postpone or change the date, right? Right? He
Except all the
then
times
says
he
that
did.
he is now going to use the scripture to bring out all of the prophetic reasons for this date, September 23rd, being the date of the rapture. Real convenient that he didn't do that the first time. And the reason that he didn't do it the first time is because obviously he didn't have this information the first time. After he made that first podcast appearance, other people did it for him, and now he has all this math that they made that he can present. Which it's not hard to do that. You can just pull anything out of context from the Bible and come up with a rapture date. Like, watch this. The rapture will take place April 3rd, 2050. How do I know that? Well, at the end of Daniel's prophecy, right before he is told to seal the books, he asks the man on the water how long these things will be. And the man says, time, times, and a half. Well, in the Bible, it says a day to God is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as to a day. And we know that Christ's reign will be a millennial reign, so that is certainly the time of Christ. So when the man floating on water, walking on water, a representation of Christ said time, he must be referring to 1,000 years. So if he said time, times, and a half, that must be 1,000, 2,000, and half 1,000, 500. 2,500 years. Well, 2,500 years from what? From Christ's death, of course. The last thing that had to happen before his return.
If he's right, and the rapture actually does happen at that point, I'm going to shave his mustache in hell for the rest of eternity. Or heaven, I guess. He'd go to heaven. I'd climb up there. I would go to heaven and shave his mustache every chance I got just to be petty about it.
Return. Well, during Christ's death, it says that the sun darkened. There was a darkness over the land and earthquakes fell over Jerusalem. Well, according to NASA, a solar eclipse happened in Jerusalem on April 3rd, 33 AD. So if April 3rd, 33 AD was Christ's death, then 2,500 years after that would be 2,533 AD, right? And it would, but remember, Daniel said that 483 years or 483 weeks have already passed. So that means we just have the tribulation left. So if you subtract 483 from 2,533, you get 2050. And as any good pre-trib rapture believer will tell you, the rapture will occur on April 3rd, 2050, or potentially April 6th, 2050, if the dates Daniel was given is from Jesus' resurrection 3 days after his death. One of those two dates will be the rapture, and 7 years later after the tribulation.
What am I saying? Look what I just drew. I'm not getting into heaven. I'm not getting into heaven. I ain't getting in. Not unless I make this ass fatter. I gotta make this ass work more. You want to be her? This is a boy. This character is a boy. His name is Bitches. A boy named Bitches. That's his story. A boy named Bitches. Here's my manga idea is simple. Fat ass rat femboy avenges his name by finding his father and killing him. It's a feature-length shonen adaptation of A Boy Named Sue, the song. Except he was a boy named Bitches. And the dummy thick clap of his ass cheeks alerts people to his presence. That's a slightly anatomically odd spot for a tail to be, isn't it? Cuddlefish, I want you to look at this picture. And I want you to tell me what part of it, anatomically speaking, is worse. The placement of the tail, or the anthropomorphized rat? Or could it be the size of the ass? Now, I'm just a humble artist. I just draw silly pictures. But I don't think where I have placed the tail, in this particular instance, is the worst thing. Actually, ear placement, I hate all of you. You are all mean to me. You are all so mean to me. I will draw a picture. I will draw a picture. And I will give you what you asked for free. For free! And then it's like, well, you know, the tail placement isn't anatomically correct on the anthropomorphic femboy mouse. This is my life. What are you gonna do? Threaten to draw you pregnant? I might draw all of you pregnant. Also, I was actually taking the stylized function here of the tail. I know that it would make more sense for the tail to come out of where the spine is. I'm just saying, I put a question mark on it. No, I know! I did this because I was copying a particular type of art style that I happen to enjoy, which is a bit of Akira Toriyama, because Akira Toriyama would often have tails that came out of the center of the back, thereby signifying that there is a difference in the anatomy there. I ask you this. Instead of looking at the anatomy and asking why, how, instead of saying how it couldn't happen, look at the anatomy and ask how it could be. Ask how it could be. That's all I'm asking for. Instead of just poking the hole, look through the hole and go, huh, what happened here? I'm a quality smut grifter. How am I a grifter? Oh, smutographer. Got you. Sorry, smutographer. Also, okay, fine. I will get into the anatomical structure of this femboy mouse. Here we go.
It is over. Christ will finally return to earth and establish the millennial reign. Every single thing I said was completely made up, and it had way more backing than anything Joshua said. Like, sure, all the pieces were real. NASA said that there was a solar eclipse on that date. The 1,000 years from Christ are the times, and blah, blah, blah. The times and a half could mean 3.5 days, could mean 2,500 years. And if you just take all those pieces and shove them together, you'll get something that sounds good. It's not impressive, just manipulative. Also, another thing to point out about Joshua is he is far more spiritually literal than most people who follow after rapture dates or believe in the rapture in the first place. That is true. He talks about seeing angels, hunting demons, and having one-on-one conversations with God in a literal sense, and witnessing heaven. And by the time these podcasts are over, it sounds like he's got a direct line with the guy who he can summon like a genie whenever he has a question. He is far beyond what nearly every Christian would consider acceptable, that for some reason a lot of people still fell for this guy. Another important thing to point out is the existence of prophets in the modern age to begin with. Anytime a prophet appeared in the Bible, there was precedence for it. The prophets would perform miracles, or they would have information that they themselves could not have known. Their prophecies would come true. They were the mouthpiece for God. There was a purpose as to what they were saying. There was never a guy that just came forward and was actually a prophet of God.
Yes, cuttlefish is a cuttlefish. Not a squid. Cuttlefish. I must go to work now. Sad. I had a big booty rap femboy get me pregged. I'm sorry, babes. I'm sorry. It happens. Quick update. I'll give me the update.
And did nothing to prove it, or at the very least wasn't foretold. Like, for example, in Daniel, we're told that there will be more prophecy of the end times closer to the end times. So that's laying the groundwork for John. Jesus was prophesied throughout the entirety of the Old Testament in combination with all the miracles that guy performed. Because if God has a prophecy he wants you to hear, he is not going to raise confusion about where it came from. There could be people that don't believe in God that reject it, but he's not going to let the legitimacy of his message be called into question. The Bible says God is not the author of confusion. All of this is really confusing. Also, not to mention that in the book of Hebrews, it opens by saying, God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things. So that's explicitly saying, as is proven by the rest of the New Testament, that we don't need prophets anymore. We already got the prophecy of Christ. The covenant's been fulfilled. And this guy is now coming forward, negating so much of Scripture, saying God was contradicting himself in some points, talking about not knowing the day or the hour. And is saying that God has broken all the rules. The New Testament has been changed. He changed his mind about not wanting us to know the dates because he says so. Before he even pulls out any specifics, before he uses any math to justify this date of his, he has already desecrated God, the Bible, the church, to make himself special. I have no idea how anyone who calls himself a Christian couldn't recognize this guy as a sham out of the gate. But sure, let's hear what he's got to say. Also,
you see? Also, that's actually how I justify it in my head usually, if I have a tail that is not placed on the appropriate part of the spine. Let me go ahead and do this really quick. Hold on. Let me get a picture for reference. Hello, how you doing, Eric? Goddamn, why don't I have bones like that? Who knows? Who knows? Let me get a spinal column set up really quick. I need this for a reference. Actually, this will be perfect. This will be perfect. Now, what I'm about to draw makes no physiological sense whatsoever. It makes no evolutionary sense whatsoever. It is only being done because I have been in the past forced to sit and for some reason, and I will never understand this, actually justify the tail placement of a character because I drew a character that was vaguely, and this is not this current moment, I'm talking in the past, like when I was like 16, I was forced to explain how a tail worked to somebody because I drew a tail coming out of somebody's like middle back, like right around here. And they said, no, that doesn't make any sense. Explain it. It has to make sense. And I said, well, fine. So I did. Here we go, okay?
Maybe hearing all this
poisoning?
and think
sorry,
that I'm being
babes.
a little harsh on this guy. Maybe he was actually misled. Maybe he wasn't fully aware of what he's saying. Maybe he wasn't mentally competent or something. And I thought maybe he had good intentions for a while. But like I said, it gets worse.
You don't want people to be left confused and anxious and nervous and scared. Like, people are happy to see Jesus when he comes, but they're like, no, but now, how are we supposed to go about our day-to-day life if you telling us rapture is happening in September? You know, because now people don't know, do we stop living? Do we, how do we continue? Like,
I get the anxiety
yeah,
that people have and the fear that people have. But you have to understand, when you warn your children not to
Wish you could fight
engage
sickness? I know,
in
babes.
activities or not to be in places that will harm them, you have to understand that that comes from love. So God is warning not out of wanting to terrify people, but God loves them and he sees what is coming.
So the twins ask a good point by saying, you know, people are anxious, people are worried. What do you say to that? And remember Joshua's response here. He's very understanding of people's anxiety. He's very understanding that people are upset, but saying, look, God just wants to give you the information. What you do with it is up to you. And after he goes on for a while about love, the twins raise another good point.
to fix our lives just because there's a date for rapture. Shouldn't people anyway
They
be
should.
living a life
Yes.
worthy to judgment can happen tonight. People should be fine. Christians should, if because even if rapture doesn't happen, what if you die before rapture? You still gonna face.
So basically, I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. God does indeed author confusion. That is true. That is true, objectively. Also, basically, what my idea here is for where a tail would split off, right? If a tail were to, in fact, split away from the spine into its own section, is that you'd have, effectively, right around here next to these bottom 4 vertebrae, these ones would be slightly altered in that instead of having the same structural connecting points right here, this would be split down the center. It would have a point in which the membranous cartilage that protects the nerve endings and everything sort of extends, and it would connect to a point right in here where you'd have a modified extra vertebrae with these little these flanges that you see here are meant to connect tendons and muscle tissue. That's why these would be here. So you basically have connecting points between these two, like this. So it could sway back and forth and be used for balance, as well as these two right here. So this particular point would be the heaviest connecting point for the tail, right? You'd have muscle tissue layered over it, most likely something kind of like, if I had to, I don't know, just guess. Well, we have the latissimus dorsi right here, and so this would probably be layered under it. The spinal column would come down here, and you'd have an interlacing of muscle tissue, most likely going down and over, I would guess. I have to look at how, like, muscle stuff is done in a tail to really, like, bail that down, because I normally don't concern myself too much with that. But you'd basically have this all connected here into this big mass of muscle, which would most likely mean, if you had to actually go super serious at it, you'd need to reinforce this area. So you'd probably have a wider set hip bone, or a wider set hips through here, actually. Come to think of it, because you'd need that for the stability of this. So you'd have wider hips if you had a tail coming out right there. And then the lower tailbone would just sort of come down in, how it normally does. What's your biggest misplaced tail or lower back wings that work? I don't care, personally. I have none of these gripes when it comes to the actual, like, legitimacy of a character. Whenever I see a character drawn, I care more about the aesthetic principles that make that like with the glossing of sense, rather than a character's ability to functionally work in the real world, especially in fantasy. There are exceptions where I do care very deeply. Like, okay, a good example of a thing where I care the opposite, right? I'm gonna draw something really quick. So this right here. If you had to guess what kind of character this is, based off of what I am drawing, what would you guess? Like, what would this person be? I'll make it even clearer. Hold on. I'll make it even clearer. Like, what is that? I'm seeing vampire. My point is vampire, right? You'd picture like a vampire. Anatomically speaking, no, it's not. This is my favorite example of why understanding anatomy and understanding biology doesn't always lead into the things that you might want in a design. Now, this design for a vampire is very sexy, right? It's very immediately understandable. You have the really large canines, right? And you'd think, because you have a human mouth, I'm assuming, if you're listening to this, that your canines would be where you draw blood from somebody. That's not how blood-drinking creatures actually work. In fact, if you wanted to see an actually accurate vampire mouth, you'd have something more like this. This is because every blood-drinking creature, every blood-drinking mammal, which is what humans and therefore vampires would be in this case, has forward-facing incisors that are meant to split the skin of something and then lick the blood up afterwards. Sucking blood, different thing. That's not anatomically correct. No creature actually sucks blood. It is much easier to let blood flow from an incision and then drink out of it than it is to latch onto somebody with your mouth and then use the suction that you have inside of your mouth by, like, sucking it, okay? That's not how that would work. Now, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, okay? Design-wise. Not saying it's a bad thing. I love the Nosferatu fangs. I love Nosferatu. Very cool. The thing is, though, if I'm making a sexy vampire, I'm most likely going with this because it feels a little bit more directly human and a little bit more dangerous. Your canines are not meant for drinking blood or for really anything other than tearing through meat. They're a predatory tooth that is designed to rip something apart. Your incisors are meant to bite through something like scissors, you know, right in the front. But, like, design-wise, it would make more sense for a vampire to look like this. But does that matter? Like, legitimately, does that matter? Does it aesthetically show the principles that you want in a design? Sometimes it does matter if you are trying to go for a realistic interpretation of something. If I'm going for an interpretation of vampires that are realistic, like say it is some sort of viral contagion that manipulates somebody's body and causes subtle gene expressions that turn somebody into a vampire, one, the change would happen over years, not hours. It would take literal years for somebody to grow out teeth like this. 2, they'd grow out teeth like this. 3, they'd become, like, they'd have albinism. They would end up having their entire fucking, ingestion system change. They'd have to piss constantly, by the way. That's another thing. They would have to drink, for every liter of blood that a vampire drinks, they would have to piss out a liter of urine, which would be incredibly high in ammonia content and smell awful, which is interesting. But, like, there are realms of design that matter here. When I draw, where are you? When I draw big booty rat femboy, I put the tail here because I didn't want it to interfere with the big booty or with the pants. I didn't want to bother with that, so I placed it higher up than it would anatomically matter, right? Now, granted, I could put it lower. I could put it where it should be. But do I need to? Like, legitimately, like, for intention, does one need to? How does one avoid this? How do you deal with this? Well, the easiest way to deal with it, obviously, is to develop a very specific artistic canon, a style that expresses something, right? Now, by that I mean, if you really want the easiest and most direct way to never have this problem be, like, shown in your art, because, you know, when you see something and it's wrong anatomically, you get annoyed by it, right? You can have that little twinge. If you want that to go away, less realistic representation overall in your work will create more forgiveness for how things look. The more stylized you are, the less anatomy you need to directly adhere to. The more realistic you are, the more your anatomy needs to be spot on. No teeth vampire with a crazy mosquito mouth? Yeah, that would make sense. You wish that were so, Trevor? I'm sorry. What about Blade 2's? Blade 2's vampires are perfect and I love them. Those are the Reavers. I adore them. Same thing with the Strigoi in the Strain. Strain, pretty good TV show. I liked it. What if vampire fangs are hollow like needles? That'd be interesting and could theoretically work. But ultimately, what I have to put out there is, if you really want to draw something, really want to make something, and you care about anatomy, you have to have that in the forefront of your design first, not shoved into it later, because you need to get into the planning stage here. This was a simple doodle I wanted to get through as it is. And as Cuttlefish pointed out, yeah, the tail is in the wrong spot. The ears are in the wrong spot too, technically. In fact, anatomically speaking, this is a pretty shit drawing. A lot of the anatomy doesn't really make sense here. However, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's a little doodle. It's a little guy. I mean, Cuttlefish pointed it out just because he's a little stinker. Cuttlefish is just being silly, you know, donut-shaped brain, being a cuttlefish and everything. But that's the point. I think the canines are exaggerated partially because their teeth are supposed to deliver anticoagulant venom, giving more room to venom glands. That is one interpretation of vampires, although that is necessarily true for you. That's fine. That's a good way to do it. If hair-red worms had a skeleton, same as humans, how would they look? I don't know. Also, I love Vizpop's designs. I love the Hellhounds in Hell of a Boss and in Hazbin Hotel. I like them a lot. Human vampires with hollow viper fangs, like that, fangs to deliver venom. I love that. I love that. It's an excellent design. For me, for vampires, if I had to pull up a character that I have that is actually like a vampire in canon, let me do something really quick. I need to. Where are you? Where are you? No. I need to find a version of you that isn't nude because I'm live on Twitch. Which version of you isn't nude because I'm live on Twitch? I don't want to get banned. I don't want to get banned. I don't want to get banned from Twitch. Here we go. Alright, so, this is Roska. This is a battle form Roska took. Now, Roska is an Adrocoil, which is a type of vampire in Legacy. Vampires come from Morsis. They are a type of demon. Roska is special in that the core of their being, as the core with all Adrocoils, has been manipulated. Roska's body is made predominantly of converted, malleable blood cells, and a sort of stem cell-like thing that is attached to them that allows them to be turned into, with the application of Arcanium, muscle tissue, bone, skin, hair, a variety of things. This is a battle form Roska takes. Roska weighs roughly about 1,000 pounds, even when sized like a normal person. Roska has no set gender, or necessarily appearance outside of what they impose upon themselves, because they can shapeshift. However, when it comes to drinking blood, Rosca can do so by simple skin contact. I mean, as long as the skin is busted open. Like, skin to blood, Rosca can just absorb blood. Rosca can also drink through the mouth, or through the fingertips. It depends on what organ Rosca makes at that moment in order to drink blood from a victim. Now, Rosca's special because of the whole blood body thing. A regular Adrocoil can drink through either their teeth, their fingers, a modified tongue, or through suckers in their hands. It varies based off of what area of Morsis that they are more commonly associated with, but that's how that is. Hello, Runia! So they can convert mass into shapeshifting? Yes. Rather bring me the flamer, the heavy flamer? That would work. Rosca is actually pretty weak against fire. May I post a link? Spider Monkey ref? I do love spider monkeys. Like vampires and JoJo, that is actually why they can drink through fingers. I saw Snail Cass. Oh, yes, that is Snassifel. I love her. Yeah, I love that monkey. Look at that monkey go. Look at that monkey go. Look at that little guy. Look at that little guy. Look at him go. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, look at him go. By the way, enjoy your Battle Royale, nerds. Fight for my amusement. I believe in you. Mwah. Tail above the behind. Oh, well, that's the other thing is that, okay, common misconception there, and this is actually very interesting. That tail is not above the behind. Okay, so, interesting thing about the anatomy of anything with a tail. Okay, so, that tail's not above the behind. That behind is just positioned differently in with the tail. So the spine of the monkey here is going like this. So, I'm going to use bright red here. The spine of the monkey is going like this. Okay? It's on this line. Right here in the hips, you're seeing hip bones here. And that just attaches, it's right in there. But the tailbone physically keeps going. You can actually see right around here the edge of the hip bones. That's where the hip of the monkey is. And you can see their rib cage in here too. But yeah, look, when it comes to a tailed creature, they don't have like the gluteus maximus humans do. Their butt is more in here. It's smaller. Monkey butt, very small. You see what I mean? Like it's actually like doing the right thing. It just looks like it's above the tail because they got a bunch of muscle tissue back here. Like all this under here, a lot of it's fur, but a lot of this is just muscle tissue. That's just muscle in there. That's a scary little monkey guy. Stephen King hollow ones? I don't remember that. An interesting vampire type I have seen is stealing life through breath. I love that personally. I love that type. But yeah, Ordaska. Not always looking like this, by the way. Our butts allow us more upright walking energy and balance, but it comes at the cost of our spines degrading. True. Also, let me pull up a picture of Roscoe where they don't have their tits or dick out. I can do that really quick to make sure I can show it on Twitch so you can see what they look like in their normal human form.
Judgment before that, so
human-shaped form.
Why are people waiting for a date for them to change their lives?
She's saying that Joshua says the reason God has given him this message is so that people can know time is near. But she's saying, isn't the whole point of the reason we don't know the time he's supposed to?
Actually, I'm just going to draw Rosca. Punk Poet, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I'm just going to draw Rosca. That would make such a good kiss. Damn right. Damn right. I'm just going to draw Rosca.
Is so that we live as if he could return at any time. The Bible says, for such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. And as she correctly points out, people can also die at any moment. You could be in a car wreck or have a heart attack, and either way, you go to the judgment seat. So shouldn't this whole prediction of his not really change anything?
So, yes, people should be living every day for God. Those people are right. Yeah. But unfortunately, some are not willing.
And to this, Joshua says, wow, that's a good point. But people don't do that. So God had to rewrite everything from his book to give him a vision.
This is what God said to me one day. A voice, in a voice, he spoke to me. I was not sleeping. He said, tell my church, I love them. Sure. And he said, tell the world, I love them. This is what he said after. concerning the world. Tell them I love them, and I do not want them to be surprised
You're
by what
here!
is coming to the world. It doesn't say anything further. It just says,
I love them.
tell my church I love them.
Everything he's saying is, once again, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but it's all already in the Bible. God apparently changed his mind about there being no other message until Judgment Day, just to tell Joshua things that he already told the prophet.
Good to see you again, too. Mwah. Doesn't it say none shall know the day or the hour of the second coming? Yes. Literally, date setting is a sin. Date setting is a sin, you see.
Completely out of pocket says this.
Let me continue.
Yes, sir.
My name is Joshua. I've pondered about this a long time. The other name for Joshua is Jesus. The Greek name for Joshua is Jesus.
Yeshua.
Jesus' name was not Jesus. It was Yeshua. Yeshua was the name. Man, I thought God was chill and shit. Nah, sorry. Nah, God ain't chill. God is fucking weird, baby. Insane man.
My father and mother never gave me this name. But God came to my father in a dream and said, you name him my name.
Oh.
In other words, you tell him he is Joshua, which means in the Greek, as I say, Jesus. And what does the name itself, Jesus, mean? It means God saves.
Okay. So in his first appearance, he said he's no one special, nothing special. And now he's saying that
he's
Jesus told his parents to give him the name Jesus. I talked about this before, I think, in my biblical lore iceberg, that the name Jesus is an English derivative of Yeshua, which is the old Hebrew word for Joshua. So it's likely that Jesus' name at the time of his life was closer to Joshua or Yeshua. He has now elaborated on the story from earlier that an angel or God told his father to name him Joshua, and is saying that is because he holds the name of the Son of God, which the Son of God directed his parents specifically to give him. Like I said earlier, I have absolutely no idea how you don't see this guy as a fraud. Like if you're
when Jesus stole your parents, honestly, when Jesus takes your parents, Jesus just stole them. Jesus' real name wasn't Jesus, his name was Yeshua. Yeah. Christians worship Josh. It's the gospel of Josh. Old Testament God had negative chill, objectively true.
not religious or a Christian, then this is all dumb in the first place, and everything he's saying is made up. And if you are a Christian, then you should be familiar with the things he's talking about and realize they're all taken out of context. And things like that, saying he has the name of Jesus, should be a giant red flag that says this guy is a cult leader or is a prospective cult leader. But for some reason, people liked what he was selling.
Why am I talking about my name? Let the people at home understand what I am doing here now, what I am saying. I was born for it.
The twins then have one of the most direct pushbacks against him that they have through any of their interviews. When they quote Thessalonians here.
Yes. Paul again says in 2 Thessalonians 2:1-3. He urges believers not to be deceived into thinking that the day of the Lord has already arrived. So isn't that him warning us not to set a date on the day, or that we'll never know the day of his arrival? What was he alluding to here?
I think that verse spells itself out.
I think that verse spells itself out. What do you mean?
Jesus had already come.
So they're directly saying, hey, doesn't the Bible warn against this specific thing? People saying they know the day or the hour, people who are, you know, doing the things you're doing right now. And he's like, no, that's about other people who were doing what I'm doing back then, but I'm doing it now. So it's different.
Yeah.
God, why am I fucking up on boobs right now?
That in 2018.
Yeah.
I'm fucking up on boobs, so I'm just going to draw mask Raska.
Jesus revealed to me, I'm going to reveal it here in the scriptures. But let me say this again.
Yeah.
In Hebrews chapter 10, verse 25, Paul there says, do not neglect gathering together, all the more as you see the day approaching.
He keeps pulling verses out of context. Paul was talking about don't neglect assembling together or going to church, so much the more as you see the day approaching. He was saying this to Christians back just after the time of Jesus. Obviously, these people were not about to go through the tribulation or the rapture, if you believe in a pre-trib rapture or whatever. He was saying Christ will return one day, so live as you see the day getting closer, as you see the signs of it happening. He was saying Christ will return one day, so live as if that could be any day. He was not saying you will literally see the day before it happens.
In 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 1 to 11,
Yeah.
we see the Elijah rapture. It's the prophets come to Elisha and say, do you know that your master Elijah will be taken from you today? So Elisha says, I know.
He then compares Elijah being taken up to heaven in the Old Testament with this coming rapture and says, well, Elisha, Elijah's apprentice, knew that Elijah was going to be brought up to heaven.
That's
so
not
we'll
the same
know when
thing!
we're about to be brought up into heaven. Which, no, once again, you just made that up. Elijah being brought up to heaven pre-Christ is completely different from any rapture concept.
Wait, you were born for it, but it didn't happen until your parents were taken? What the fuck is this guy on about? Basically, he's like, hey, man, the rapture's gonna happen. But that was like 6 days ago. But it was like last week. Like 2 weeks ago, I think? When did this come out? 13 days ago. 13 days ago. So it was a while before that. So it was like last month he said the rapture was supposed to happen. Too bad, though, not happening. Rapture ain't happening. No rapturing.
Just keeps digging the hole. After that, he says this.
And scholars
We ain't
of
rapturing,
biblical
baby.
scholars that others also are confirming.
I skipped back.
Joshua on. I think they were probably legitimately interested in the guy.
The one that is in charge. People are going back.
Where are we?
Joshua on. I think they were probably legitimately interested in. Brands himself, so he's trying to
We'll just start from here.
a
It's all
cold
good.
rapture just happened out of nowhere. I feel like there
cold
wouldn't be a lot of
rapture.
shifting that narrative. After this, he tells a really emotional story where he describes one of these visions he had where he went up to heaven and says he met his daughter whom he and his wife had miscarried. This is obviously an emotional pull and the exact thing that the audience at home wants to hear. When God comes back, I get to see all my relatives. I get to see everyone I've lost. It's convenient he brings that up at the end of his prophecy and talking about how special he is. The twins then ask him to address some of the criticism, people saying he's a false prophet and a fake, and he lets the mask slip a little bit.
Between me and them, I say this with love.
Yeah.
I can never fight any person because God loves all of you. That day, you are going to witness what is a true prophet and what is a false one. I'm not a prophet. I said it.
He corrected that real quick. Hey, so people that don't believe you, what do you have to say to them? On that day, you will know a real prophet from a fake one. But I'm not a prophet. You'll know what a real one is, but that won't be me. Oh, sorry,
Incredible.
I'm getting another call.
That day will show. I've been given, I've been entrusted.
He is calling himself a prophet outright. Other than saying the words, I'm not a prophet, he said, on that day, you will know a fake prophet and a real one. And on that day, you'll see who I am. But I'm not a prophet. The reason he's avoiding the word prophet is because if he used the word prophet, it would be too obvious. The Bible says multiple times to beware false prophets, and most would agree that since John, there has not been a legitimate prophet. So if he uses that word, he brands himself. So he's trying to stick away from it, but he really wants to call himself a prophet.
Because now I can tell you many things, but that day will prove me.
So yeah, this is Rasta. This is how they normally look. They don't normally need to wear clothes. They're just kind of like this. Well, they're red. They're a red being, because their body is made usually out of blood. When they do adopt skin, it is very, very unnaturally, like, lacking in pigmentation. And the skin is usually pretty thin. Durable, but thin. You can, like, see muscle tissue underneath it. You can see veins and everything. The skin is usually just there as a layer of protection. Cybernetic? Oh, cyber prosthetic? Oh, bit of both. It moves automatically to try to help balance. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Please share that tale. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
that
Skin is
I
optional, yes.
saw God with my own eyes.
Notice he's not saying this date will prove God or this date will prove the Bible or salvation. He's saying this date will prove me. Every chance he gets, he's hyping up himself. This is also all so crazy because you can obviously see where this is going. I mean, it's October. This level of confidence and posturing is absurd since we all know where this is going. I'm sure Joshua knew where it was going, but there were a lot of people who thought he was right or thought for some reason that he had actually spoken to God. This guy had any...
Honestly, like, well, you know, TNT, good. That was kind of the goal in character design, is just make someone hot enough to not be bothered by having all of your blood drained out of your body. They've also been through the cycle of Morsis a couple of times. So they are much older than this particular lifespan they've lived. The lifespan they are in Legacy, they are roughly between 500 and 700 years old, which is very old for a demon. Very much like grandparent levels of old for a demon in any individual life that they live. Very disillusioned person. But they are technically much older than, you know, the age there. Because when you die as a demon, your essence is taken back into the ocean of hellfire and you are reincarnated as an imp to climb this ladder again, to re-exist endlessly. It's a cycle that always perpetuates, and a little bit of your essence is always there. Sexy Zamasu, exactly. I'll draw a femme version too. The guy leaves the studio and leaves with the men in white coats. Wait, what? Oh, leaves the studio, leaves with the men in white coats. I got you. So you don't go to second hell? No. Oh, there's the tail. There's a cybernetic tail from Japan, which is very cool. I like that thing. That's rad as hell. Give humans their tails back. Don't be afraid. So Morsis isn't hell like the normal kind of hell. It's not a place of punishment. It is a place of trials. It is struggle, perseverance against that struggle. It is chaos, but chaos is a ladder. It is a place where you seek to gain power, to live the longest life you can, to continue. And then when you die, you go again, and again, and again. There is no end. There is nowhere else. You are simply always exploring the realms that are there, this ever-changing, reshaping place. Okay, that's true, heretic, but still. Still exists inside the bodies. Get the pliers, start pulling out human tails. I've seen GT.
Any of the makings of a prophet that is so special, God broke everything he said about the end times just to tell him so he could tell us. But to just make something up and have this level of confidence, I think that's why the deception worked on so many people. Because so many people looked at him and said, well, clearly no one this cocky would be making it up, right? From here, he talks a bit about the end times, saying that after the rapture, the world will be desolate. So if you don't believe in God, then now's the time. Joshua would make one more appearance on the Sin Twins podcast, which
one must imagine Sisyphus happy. There are places in Morsis where you will be tortured, where you will be hurt, where you will be attacked. There are places where you can thrive, where you can live in abject decadence. It's just what you make a lot of it. And if you are a mortal soul that goes there, you'd either be used as fuel, which you don't want to be. I mean, if you try to go to Morsis ahead of, like, death, you're just fuel. You're part of the ocean of hellfire. You will endlessly be recycled in that ocean until you come out as an imp. Which takes an incalculably long time. You're only semi-conscious for that, by the way. It's more like a fever dream when you're part of the ocean, which you got yourself into if you're there. And if you go there through some other means, like after your death, you just come out of the ocean. You leave the ocean of hellfire, born again. And then it starts and continues forever. Once you're in Morsis, though, you can never leave. Once you're part of that cycle, you are always part of that cycle. The great wheel, the endless wheel of all things, all being, will never accept where you go from that point. You are part of that place. But Morsis is, though, infinite in its its expanse. Some infinities are just larger than other infinities.
Which, by the way, the reason I'm sticking to this podcast is because other than this, I can't really find him doing public appearances anywhere. I mean, other than his YouTube shorts. This seemed to be the only place he was talking, but it was enough to light a fire under a bunch of people.
Memes with Rapture, gas prices drop to 99 cents a gallon, food prices plummet, national borders dissolve as conflict collapses. Yes. You can say anytime you like, but you can never leave. Yes. Also, Morsis is a transcendental place. It is it is non-bound by its own physical limitations, and it is shaped by the local mortal creatures that are around it. So, the Morsis that you experience and that you explore in Legacy is not the same as the Morsis you'd experience in another plane of reality or in another planet, even in the galaxy. Morsis changes. It is a side of causality. It is part of the not dualism of the cosmos, but part of a balancing, consistent structure of the cosmos.
Some stir around him after his first appearance, but after the second one, this started to blow up. As mentioned earlier, especially on TikTok. See, at this point, so many videos had gone viral on like YouTube Shorts and TikTok that it had broken away from just the watchers community and had made it to evangelicals at large. And again, not to say all evangelicals are wrong or anything, but we all know who the ones were that picked this up. And they just took the ball and ran with it. There were so many people who said that they could confirm the things Joshua was saying.
So what happens if you end up in Morsis alive, but through no fault of your own? Well, run. Now. And fast. Leave. Get the fuck out of there. What the fuck are you doing? Why the fuck are you there? Why, in all of anything, would you ever go there? Jesus, by everything, no. Get out. Now. You don't want to be there. I'm going to introduce you to a creature that wanders around Morsis. It depends on which prison you're in. Obviously. If you're in the first prison, you're fine as long as you find Satan. If you find Satan, he will probably get you out pretty well. If not, run. Let's say you're in, I don't know, okay, let's say you're in Amon's prison. Amon's prison is a place of wrath, a place of hunting. It is home to predator and prey. You are one or the other. It is an endless expanse of ocean and jungle and desert plain mingled together with unearthly plant life and animal life, always seeking a way to devour or avoid being devoured. So if you're there, you could run into a cuss. So this is the larval form of a cuss. It's like a fleshy lamprey. If this thing attaches itself to you, it will dig its teeth in, and it will start trying to suck out all of your blood through its body. It will twist itself inward, and then it'll twist itself back and forth, creating suction through its body, and it will sweat out the spent blood after it's drained of its nutrients. When it consumes enough things, it adopts its larger form. It basically grows out its arms, it grows out its hunting tendrils, and it can look for prey actively. It can mimic voices, any voice it hears in any language. It has the cognition to understand those voices. Also, those little black dots you see are eyes. It can see around itself from the forward front in a full 180 degree. It is very physically strong. It usually kills its prey by beating it or strangling it to death. And it uses those meat hooks that are attached to the end of its tail to shoot outward, hook into someone, and then drag the body into their, hell sleeping bag form, and then crush the body up with its muscles and teeth, draining out all of the blood that it can through its body. Once enough of that has been done, if it lives a long enough time, it will grow and become a greater cuss. This is a greater cuss. It's large. It can fly. It is much smarter than any human has ever been, and it has very simple goals. Find life and eat it. It wishes to gain sustenance. It wishes to live lavishly. It is wrathful. It seeks vengeance to those that hurt it. And it is very big. You could see a picture of a greater cuss in Amplexus, the human world, tricking a congregation of people into thinking that it is a god. It is incredibly seductive and manipulative in how it speaks and what it does. It has low-grade psychic abilities. It understands what you are afraid of and what you desire most. It can conjure the voice of anyone you have ever loved. It can speak in the voice of your long-dead friends, parents, or trusted allies. It can speak in the voices of your ancestors. It can do a lot of things when it comes to manipulating you, and its goal is to devour you or to get you to kill people for it because it finds it entertaining. When it finds a way to corrupt somebody into being a loyal servant, someone who will slit another's throat and then willingly throw the bloody corpse to its real form, it considers itself content in its victory. You can kill it, though. You be okay? Devour! Yes. You can kill it. Just, you know, do that before. Also, for size reference, this is these little people are running around. There is a standard cuss, a baby one. There is an adult cuss, and that is a greater cuss. They are very big. Got it, so live forever. That's its goal. How does one become immortal? You don't. Unless you are one of 9 people. There are 9 perpetuals. 9 immortal beings that do not cease. They are not divine so much as their essence is self-evident. A self-actualizing continuation. If they were destroyed entirely, they would simply reincarnate where they are. Again and again. Eternally. And that is that. There are only 9 of them. There will only ever be 9 of them. And the only way for one of them to be destroyed is for one of the other 9 to kill them, or for one of the other 9 to find a way that I will not reveal here to grant them death. Also, it's not like a zombie thing. It's more like perfect regeneration. They always come back. Always. So life and unlife is all horrifying? Not always. Sometimes it is. Life on Earth is sometimes horrifying. Here, I could show you some creatures that might make you happy. Hold on. Not this. I mean, Rosca makes me happy, but... Here, hold on. This is a bear. There's nothing magical about this creature. This is just what bears are like in Legacy. This is just what they've turned into. Roscoe or Roscoe? Raska. R-A-S-K-A. Raska. This is a tiger. They are just like that. This is a lion. And this is a dog. Standard Amplexian dog. They got little horns. They got 6 legs. They behave like dogs do. And these are just animals. Like, you can communicate with them. They function like animals. But they're just animals. Respect them. Don't ruin them. Don't attack them. You'll probably be fine. Let me see here. Oh, here's a kobold. Do they have souls? Yes. In Legacy, all living creatures, all beings, all things have a soul. Plants, animals, everything has a soul because it has an essence, a spark of primordial life in it. The will to continue. The essence of being in and of itself is a soul in this series. One way is to go through what Arthas went through. Yeah, that's how you become a demon. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm immortal but no regenerating. I just slowly gather more injuries. That is pretty powerful. Even my sniper rifle named Mr. Snipes likes you a lot. I mean, like, if it's sapient, if it's thinking, if it's living, if it's a breathing creature, sure. This is a kobold. It is a hearth spirit. It lives inside of fireplaces. Every night, or fireplace equivalents like broilers or whatever. Their appearance is usually adapted to whatever they are, like, living inside of. The hearth of the home is where they live. They can disguise themselves as bricks. If they dislike you, they will jump down from the top of whatever it is that you are doing, or whatever it is you're near, and they'll hit you in the head as a brick. That's it. They'll hit you as a brick. They're about a foot tall. Your everything hurts? Oh, babes, go get some rest, okay? Go get some rest. Sleep and rest well. So, like Scorn? No. If it's a living creature. Can they be pet? Yeah, if you treat your home really nicely, a kobold is chill with you. What does a cow look like in Amplexus? I haven't drawn the cow yet. But yeah, this is okay, so kobolds are a type of fae. They're a type of fairy. All fairies are aligned with Voluptus, which is the heaven equivalent. Voluptus and Morsis are mirrors of one another. And they are both infinite in their own respect. They both have their own laws and functions. But where Morsis is governed by chaos, by change, by a constant change, yeah, is a good way to put it. Voluptus is ruled by order, by alignment, by law. All fae follow laws. They follow rules that are individual to the life that they've lived. So if you just follow the rules of a kobold, they'll be perfectly friendly with you. They'll be a chill little dude that lives inside of your house. They help sweep up sometimes. They'll help make sure that your food doesn't burn. They'll help cook some food for you in the morning. You can live very comfortably with a lot of fae. They're not bad people, they're just little guys. Granted, if you do wrong by a kobold, they might light you on fire in your sleep, killing you and your entire family. Then again, they'll only probably do that if you, like, I don't know, kill another kobold in front of them. Or if you murder somebody and then bury them under your floorboards. They pay taxes? Hell no. You think a fairy can pay taxes? They don't make any money. What do dragons look like? I cannot get into that at this moment. That is something I should not talk about for Legacy at the moment. Otherwise I would. Oh, here's an ogre. That's an ogre. That's what ogres look like. They live in swamps, they smell like onions, they have the rough intelligence of a 9-year-old. They prefer to be left alone, they do not enjoy well-cooked food, they enjoy raw food, and they will be perfectly friendly neighbors as long as you do not enter into their swamp and try to steal their things. They're about between 12 and 17 feet tall as adults, and they mate for life. Do not get in the way of an ogre doing what it wants. If it's on land, it is not your land. It is the ogre's land, unless you are willing to fight it. Do not fight an ogre. It will probably kill you. Granted, you can just be nice to them. Again, they've got the emotional and mental intelligence of like a 9-year-old. Just be nice to them. Oh, and by the way, if you're in Morsis and you're in the first prison and you got lucky, you could always just go to Satan, Lord of the first prison. These are imps. Imps are how every single demon in all of Morsis starts their existence. As a little screaming monster, monkey, ape, lizard thing. Their personalities vary very heavily, and so do their general demeanor. But imps in Legacy are a transitional period unless you choose specifically to serve Satan. Satan is the king of imps. The imp. The one imp to rule them all. If you are in Morsis and you're, in the first prison, contact this guy. He can get you out. Satan is the first of 9 that you'll meet. Does the ogre have the broken regeneration of ogres in D&D? If you chop off an ogre's arm, it'll grow back, but if you cut its leg, it'll probably take a little bit to heal like normal. They're kind of like moose. An ogre's like a giant moose with wormy arms. Oh, but Satan here is one of the princes of the prisons. They each rule over their own dominion in Morsis. There are 9 of them. He is governing over the sin of pride. He is one of 2 who govern over that sin. Satan likes his HDH, 6 meters tall. He's a large man. He's a large man. He's not taking HGH. He's just built like that. So his pride is more about vanity, decorum, decency. Now, you may wonder, how is that a sin? How does that land you in hell? Sin and virtue don't work that way in Morsis. They are simply actions that have a charge towards one direction or the other. They are not moral judgments. You can be wrathful against injustice. That's indignance. And that is a sin. But indignance is pretty fair, right? Like, you can be indignant against the injustices of the world. Yeah. You could also be an asshole for being indignant if you're getting caught doing something bad, right? Now, piety could be good, being holy, being kind, but could also be used for great evil. That is a virtue and would pull you towards voluptuous, but that doesn't mean that you're going to heaven. It means you're going to the ordered sphere, not the disordered one. And when it comes to Satan, he embodies vanity. He preens, he cleans, he keeps a very tidy area. He is very much about etiquette. He's the kind of guy who would enroll you in cotillion in your 30s because you don't know how to curtsy. He'd pay for all of it, and he would cheer you on the entire way. He's also the kind of guy who, if you had your elbows on the table, he would slap them with a ruler and say, please do not do that. These are nice linens. Atheist ex-evangelicals said that sin is something against God. Well, don't worry about them. Satan also has a thing that marks his power as his vanity. Across his entire body is written a script anyone can understand were they to will themselves to. Once you begin reading the script, you cannot stop. Once you stop reading the script, once it's done, once you've read the whole thing, Satan dies. You kill him. You take his place. Now the thing is, once you begin reading it, again, you cannot stop. Once you begin reading it, that is a formal challenge. And now, Satan has to kill you, whether he wants to or not. Now, if you escape his prison, the effects can stop. But if you ever start reading again, you will pick up exactly where you left off. This is part of the weight of being a prince. You have these kinds of rules, these kinds of things that are built up. They are changing rules, they are changing laws, they are self-imposed often, but bringing that order to that chaos, melding it to your own, is one of the ways you gain power. Now, the good thing for Satan is that if you read those words and you killed him and replaced him, you would eventually just become him, because he is perpetually linked to those words. If you killed him in another way, you could just, kill him and end that cycle, but, if you kill him through the words, he's just going to inhabit your body. If sin was made by God, as it's against the rules, isn't it by its nature divine? Sin in the... Darksiders brought up a good point I had never thought of. Oh yeah, sin is divine. According to that logic, yes. The other one who rules over pride is Baal. He's the 9th prince. The first and the last rule over the same pride. Or the same sin. And in between you have the others. Stabby sick. Yes, that is his trident. All across Satan's prison, you will find plants that grow with 3 roots pointing straight down. They're naturally occurring pitchforks. And they grow little fruits. Yeah, they grow little fruits on them. They're tasty too, the fruits. They're nice. They're kind of like the best way I could describe the fruit is if you crossed a pear and an apple. Like a Fuji apple and a pear. Like if you got the flavor of a Fuji apple and the texture of a pear. That's like a trident fruit. They're tasty. A prapple, yeah. That means I'm allergic. It's not earthly, so you wouldn't actually need to worry about that, but you would die if you ate it because you're not a demon. Without evil, there can be no good. So it must be. It must be good to be evil sometimes. Yes. Yes. But yeah, no, you die if you ate the food here, because you're immortal. You. That's not for you. It's not mortal food. It's for them. Oh, also, Lucifer's. It's not Lucifer. Sorry. Satan's trident here is special. It is the first out of all of those plants. And the impossible little triangle thing you see in the center there physically hurts to look at when you're in its presence. So when he summons it up, he's actively causing you pain. sin may be defiance of divine law, but by its virtue, by its existence, it has to be part of the divine, because the divine encompasses everything. Apple pears actually exist. I do know that. Technically, okay, if we're gonna be super honest here about biblical interpretations, okay, when it comes to the Bible, when it comes to God and the devil and all that stuff, none of it is outside of the realm of the divine. Sin is divine punishment, but it is divine. Sin is imposed on those who defy God's laws, divine laws, and that punishment in and of itself is divine punishment. That's why sin has weight. It's not the absence of divinity, it is the wrath that divinity brings. Because, like, otherwise, if it wasn't, that it would just be a good thing for the sinners. Because, like, if sin is not divine, if sin and its accumulation and its existence is a thing that is, like, not punishment from a divine being, then it's just brownie points for if you go to hell.
Saying based on their own revelation.
That being said, it's incredibly arguable. You can go any way with this over and over and over and over and over again. We will not end the argument here. I promise you. Sin and sans comes from the same root. It means without. I mean, I understand that. I'm just saying I'm saying, like, in the context of how sin is levied in the Bible, the argument made that it is the divine imposition of punishment means that it is divine. And even then, sin, as it structures in the Bible, as with all things, would still imply that it is within the realm of the divine. And even if you go by the definition of Sheol, in the shadow of God, of the absence of God, and sin is the absence of the divine, I would argue that philosophically, one thing that is defined by the absence of another is intrinsically linked to that thing. So its absence is in and of itself a quality of that. If I order a cup with no coffee, how do you know that it has coffee in it or doesn't? It is the lack of the presence of coffee. A quality of the coffee. Though it is in its negative, it is still a quality applied to coffee. The absence of a thing is still an aspect of that thing. My favorite reference of that would be like, you know, is if I were to die today, is the missing, is the sorrow that you feel, is my lack of presence not part of me? My absence is a reminder of my existence. My lack of being is in and of itself a staple that reminds you that I am being. I am because I am not. I'm late to the meeting, therefore I am. So would you treat it like a currency measuring deficit? Yeah, currency can measure deficit. I like that your sins are scored, I like that sins are your scorecard in hell. It'd be pretty cool. Also, why are you angry, Melody?
They received and their own visions. There were people who kept talking about their rapture confirmations, how they saw numbers on license plates, or they heard numbers whispered to them in their dreams, or most alarmingly, their children would say things that would make them think God was speaking through their kids.
Okay. God still speaks to me through cars and car plates.
I've been pretty much telling people I was expecting the rapture to happen by late summer or early fall.
Okay, guys. I think I have more Feast of Trumpets rapture confirmation.
Anything to reinforce this idea that God's about to come back, and he's sending me special signs no one else gets to see. Sure, he said no man knows the day or the hour, but I like it better when I think he's telling me, because I'm different. There's a complete rejection of the Christian faith in favor for what you want to happen, what you want to see. You're not reading the Bible for what it tells you, you're reading pieces of it to get what you want. Now, as soon as this started to gain traction, a lot of people were making...
Varsity Captain took me off magic and supports after telling me to learn them. I'm physically going to lose my shit. I am so sorry. Then that is highly philosophical. I'm basically quoting Sartre at you. Also, sin being divine punishment and being divine, as you say, also doesn't mean it's a good thing to do, as it is still punishment. Yeah. I mean, like, crime is part of law. If you commit a crime, you are still participating in law. You're just on the side of it that people don't like. No, the wider bright side. Namor is no longer my most played hero. Good. You're coming to light.
In like satire
You're
videos.
healing.
It's hard to tell how many of these were authentic.
James
like
Howlett,
there was one
baby.
girl who said everything she had was in a trash bag and she was living out of her car. That turned out to be
Nah, I'm gonna draw femme Rosca. Because Rosca does both all the time. Rosca is beyond gender entirely. It's a concept that does not really matter to them. Pretty art, thank you.
a joke. There was another girl that said God doesn't know we change calendars. That girl was also kidding. People talk about quitting their jobs or leaving letters at work explaining that they're going to be gone on September 23rd. Plenty of people made videos talking about their own visions or feelings they got leading up to September 23rd. And as people got interested in September 23rd, they kind of fell into a spider's web because this whole Watchers community had already made all of these other reasons that the rapture will be on September 23rd in addition to Joshua's vision. So someone who may hear a few clips of Joshua talking and think, I wonder if the rapture will be on September 23rd, finds all of these videos talking about star charts and dates and prophecy. And again, if you don't know any better, then it sounds like these people know what they're talking about. Now, for critical thinkers, I would argue that that would be the point where you investigate for yourself, but there were also a lot of people that didn't want to do that. I'm not going to go into specific names for a lot of these accounts on TikTok, but in researching some of them, I found that some people had recently lost their spouse or lost loved ones, or other people were mentally unwell and were prone to manic episodes. These people, for one reason or the other, want this to be real. They want to believe that they're about to go to heaven and all their problems will be gone. They'll get to see their families again.
How you be?
It's a very dangerous mindset to be in, and an especially dangerous one when you have someone like Joshua leading the charge. But as the date got closer, people got more excited. There were live streams from these channels nearly every day talking about how the rapture's coming up, talking about what they're doing to prepare for it. There were people posting that they were selling all of their belongings in exchange for Bibles to leave behind so that people could have their own Bible after the rapture so they could know what happened. There were people making tutorial videos on how to leave a video behind for your friends and loved ones so they could know what happened to you, where you explain Jesus and the rapture to them. These people would also explain that the Antichrist is going to shut down the internet and any communication of Jesus, so you better have it on a flash drive. There were even people making tutorials, and again, I think at least some of these were legitimate, about what to do as you are floating up into the sky. Which, for one, there's already so many assumptions going on here between a pre-trib rapture and you're not going to drop dead, you're going to be physically carried up into heaven, and it's not going to be all at once, it's going to be real slow. But if that's how you think it happens, do you think you got to be standing outside? Do you think that when the rapture comes, God's just going to very slowly pull everyone into the ceiling? If I'm indoors, am I going to get crushed into the ceiling?
My favorite version of this is the laser beam from space. The Antichrist shutting down the internet, what a bastard. Very dick behavior, also against his better interest. Me suddenly sleeping and waking up is very disorienting. I am sorry, babes. I'm sorry. Also, you've been playing James fucking Howlett? Hell yeah.
Like a Coke can, or am I just gonna pile drive through the drywall? There's all of these weird Disney moments attached to it. I mentioned it earlier, but it's one of the things that annoys me so much about this, like, oh, the rapture's any day now thought process. Which, yeah, we should have that thought process when it comes to how we live and how we treat others. We never know what day will be our last. But normally that's not the tone I see attached to it. Normally the tone is of spite, of, oh, I'll show you, oh, you'll see I was right all along. It's as if people are fantasizing and not thinking to themselves, wow, when I stand before God, I'll sure wish that I could have saved one more. It's a snarkiness of, oh, when my neighbor sees me floating into the clouds, he'll know that I was right all along. You know, sucks for him, he has to go to hell or whatever, but I was right. That's the important part. It gives way to the snobbiest parts of people's so-called Christianity. But people were gearing up and the date was getting closer. In the meantime, the Sin Twins had some more guests on, most of which talked about the rapture. A lot of them just reaffirmed Joshua's point. There's this one girl who was a prophetess who claimed that she had multiple visions with Jesus as well. And she got into these really complicated things about like calendars and dials, and like Jesus showed her an astrology chart, which is a whole can of worms in itself. They did have one guy on who refuted Joshua's points, but he was also talking about how he has visions and cast out spirits. So it's like, I agree with you now, but I don't know if that's the best person to refute. Then finally, 2 weeks before September 23rd, they had Joshua back on, because of course they did. And it's this third podcast appearance of his that is a lot more telling. An appearance that took place on September 9th, 2025, which this podcast couldn't start out better for me.
Let me start by saying, so someone has made a song about this message.
Oh.
Yes, and the can I say the name of the channel?
Yeah.
So the name of the song is "Let It Be," September 23. That's the name of the song, and the channel where you can find it is Jesus Christ loves among people. But there where it says among, you replace the A with H.
Okay, so he's describing an AI song somebody made about September 23. Which is another thing, by the way. All the people that are doing this love their AI music. Between him using the AI visuals and stuff, and there's been so many like live stream channels that will have songs about the rapture that are all AI made for their intros and outros. Which for a group of people are pretty dead set on the Antichrist and spirits within things and powers being used to take over the world. I feel like that's a little hypocritical. I don't know if I can.
Wait, is this me? This character? No, this is Raska. Aliens had tractor beams. Perfect moment for an epic prank. It'd be hilarious, and I'd love it.
Play this because they might be able to copyright claim me if I do, which I guess the Sin Twins could also copyright claim me, but if that happens, it's just over. But you guys have to hear some of this.
Will you open the door on September 24? Please, Jesus, open the door. Yeah. Midnight cry, the bride gonna arrives. Only the ready ones enter inside. The lights cut out, sky split in two. Trumpet blast echoes, what you gonna do? Saints rise up, gravity denied. Clothed in white robes, taken to the sky. Foolish lamps empty, doors closed tight. Left in the shadows while we bathe in the light.
What?
Voices crying out. Messiah is near.
Is that an AI Tom McDonald? like, who's the greatest artist of our generation? I know. Which Joshua is starting out his final public appearance before the world ends. With a shout out to that is all I could ever want it to be.
Jesus Christ loves each among people. Okay, so the name of the song is "Let It Be September 23." And I tell you, people, I've never seen something like this.
So yeah, same person, by the way, here. This is the same exact person. They just can do that. Raska! Yeah. But yeah, that's this character is a vampire. As you know, in my comic, they'll show up in due time. What I find interesting is that, yes, a lot of these concerns people have about the physical process of being bodily assured into heaven are absurd. But for the rest of we infidels, it's no more absurd than all the rest of Christian dogma. You know, honestly, I gotta say, I think there are levels here. I think there are levels here. And just walk with me on this one, okay? I'll be one of your pairs of footprints in the sand for this one, all right? I would say that worrying about how you are going to get teleported up to heaven is more absurd than worrying about how you're gonna than thinking that Jesus came back to life. Because at least in like one version of the story, right? With Jesus, that's like a deity, right? He's a divine being, right? He's like an avatar of God. So I can see the logic to it. He made bread and fish. Okay, I get it. I get the logic. That's one dude doing magical stuff, which I understand in that abstract only because, it's one guy with magical powers doing magical things. He's a wizard, or a warlock, rather, because if he has a pact with a higher being. But I get it. The rapture thing is sillier to me because it presupposes that God can do miracles, right? It presupposes that there is a divine plan for everything. It says that God knows everything, the apocalypse is going to happen, all the things that even Christians that are like true believers say is metaphor is real, all right? It takes all those things. So that means that like during Revelation, a dragon's going to come out of the ground. It's going to rain blood. There's mythical monsters and mayhem everywhere. And like, instead of thinking, oh, the divine being that can do whatever it wants is going to summon me up to heaven, the minutia of how you are going to get there being called into question seems so insanely stupid to me. Like, way stupider, right? Because it's like, you already accept that there is a divine being. Now you accept that this divine being has total authority over the universe. You accept that this divine being can do whatever it wants, whenever it wants. And then, it's like, well, am I going to get crushed like a soda can on the ceiling when I shoot up into the sky? Why wouldn't you just go there? It's God. It can do whatever it wants. Why do you need any prepared? Anything? You just, whoop, you're there, you're in heaven. Because, like, it's a total lack of, like, actual belief there, you know? Religion, the OG, more socially acceptable, autistic, special interest. You're correct. You're correct. And that's the thing, is that, like, I agree that it's all silly, right? It's all silly, because I'm not a religious person. I don't believe any of this stuff actually is true. But within the logic of the story, to question those minute acts is insane. No, Cuttlefish, I know. But they're, like, look, I'm with you there, right? I'm with you there. But to further then question, because, like, that's, like, the first hurdle, right? That's the first hurdle into, okay, this is, like, a weird thing to be in, right? But to then go a step further and go, well, okay, let's, you know, like, God's gonna call us all up to heaven, right? But, like, is it like a pneumatic tube? Is it a laser in the sky? Am I teleported there? Like, why are you wondering what cantrip God's gonna pull out of the wizard hat to teleport you up to heaven? That's insane! Having such a narrow scope of mind of those who cannot think past the boundaries of their own realities? Yes, we have to have more! Hi, Akami! Mwah! Can we get a shot of our Akami, please? Like, are you protected while floating up there, or do you do a dice roll, or whether you get abducted by a dragon or flying demon? That's the thing, it's like, the reason why I think that this is patently absurd, right? That's Darkseid's boom tube, that would be sick as fuck. Like, okay. So here's the thing, right? Like, the reason I say that people who are doing the rapture shit are even crazier, are, like, objectively wackadoo batshit nuts, right? Is because even when following within the logic of the religion, not only are you expressly told not to care about it, not only are you expressly told it's already handled, not are you already expressly told anyone who says anything about it is full of shit, you're shown multiple instances of, like, instantaneous lack of problems. That's like, why are you shoving problems in? Like, Look at the Bhagavad Gita, right? Bhagavad Gita. I can never say it right. The Vedas, the Holy Vedas, the Hindu scripture. Within that logic, it's pretty consistent in the story. And when you have people coming up with things involving that, if it's insane, it goes against the internal logic of it. It's like, oh, perfect example. If I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons, right? Bhagavad Gita. Thank you very much. If I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons, and one of the people at the table, no, I'm at the table, I'm playing a wizard, and I say that I am going to be able to do a triple flip somersault over the dude in front of me without making an acrobatics check, and then stealth kill him for full stealth damage in the middle of a confrontation, all within my turn, and then I get to cast a full spell. That is objectively more insane than me saying I'm just going to cast Fireball, right? Like, that's what I mean by it being more absurd. Because it's ignoring all of the already set logic that is accepted to get into the door in favor of just made-up bullshit. Ah! Goa! Goa! Insane! I am very hungry. Hey, does anybody out there want to get me a burrito again? You can. If you get me a burrito for only $25, which is roughly what it costs for the DoorDash order, I will draw you a character. I'll do a little sketch like what you see on screen. 25 bucks, I get a burrito, you get a drawing.
Support the person who made this song. Please go to his channel and view this song.
Why?
It's very powerful.
Really? Okay.
And the reason why I'm promoting this song is not because I don't have any shares, I'm not going to receive any money. But the reason why I'm supporting this song is because of the message. But beyond the message, it's the anointing that I felt coming from the song. So please, people.
He felt an anointing coming from an AI song? What are we talking about? This entire third appearance, he is just eating up the attention he's gotten. I mean, at this point, he has swarms of people online, not saying they believe in God or the rapture, but they believe in Joshua. You can tell it's getting to his head a bit.
The rapture in 14 days from now is going.
I have to say, at least that, I love the way he says rapture. The rapture. The rapture. It's it feels good in the tongue. The rapture.
To take place. Before you speak, before you respond,
am I part of you?
try to.
Does that mean you're not, like, only my boss, but also my parent? File all questions in the form of an answer.
Silence even your thoughts. Can you hear? Can you feel the storm? There's a storm brewing right now. It's brewing and it's dark. And I'll tell you this. No human being on this earth.
Also, I think he's seen a lot of the negative comments and people who are rightfully calling him out for what he's doing because his tone has completely shifted. All that love and understanding from earlier and that stuff he said about, oh, well, I can't hate anyone because I'm just saying all this on God's behalf. That's out the window. Now he's saying stuff like this.
On that day of the 23rd, who is God going to back up? Whose words are going to fall to the ground? Mine or yours?
There's no more of that, oh, I'm just giving the message.
God damn, dude. God damn. He's taking shots.
So as many people can go to heaven as possible. I just want to help others. Now it's the snark you hear out of a lot of Rapture or Watchmen communities. I'm going to be right. You're going to be so sorry. You're going to be so mad that you didn't believe me. He's also not talking about venerating God's word or him just being a mouthpiece for what God wants him to say. Now he's just talking about everything I say, talking about his own stake in the matter.
This date is irrefutable.
It's final.
It is final. It is.
What day of the week is it? I haven't even checked.
I think it's Tuesday.
You think it's Tuesday? You don't know? You don't know. You've had all these visions. You've had all this time. You ain't checked it on a calendar. Everything he says from this point on has been scientifically designed to make me angry.
This date cannot be disproven. In fact, no one has disproven this date. People have said a lot of things on the internet, but no one has disproven this date. No one.
What do you mean disproven the date? You said you had a vision from God. I can bring up all the evidence I want that that's dumb, but it won't be disproven till September 25th, which once again, it's October. The snarkiness is driving me crazy.
And thank you for the dono. I appreciate this donation. I will order myself a burrito, and it will be here, unlike the Rapture, which will not be here. I will order a burrito. Delicious. Thank you. Thank you. What would you like for the sketch? Thank you. I love burrito. I'm going to eat the fuck out of that burrito. Abelardos, 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 Abelardos. I love that delicious burrito. They make a really good Chipotle burrito there, and I get it with the chile relleno inside, and it is... Oh, yeah. If you've never had a chile relleno shoved inside of a Chipotle burrito, you have not lived. You have not lived. You have not been to this planet of the earth. You have yet to experience what it is to have peak. You are still living in the Stone Age. You still think the rapture is happening. You don't want that. You gotta think beyond that. You gotta think bigger than that. You gotta be smarter. You gotta do more. Just to add it to a down payment I made a few months ago on another artwork. Well, you know what? That's understandable. Tell me what you want for that art, and I will do it.
Words that are coming
you are ready, I will
out
do it.
of my mouth
Thank you, Cuddlefish.
are coming
Mwah!
straight from the mouth of the Almighty God.
And of course, that's the ultimate cop-out, right? Well, if you disagree with anything I say, you're disagreeing with God, and you wouldn't want to do that, now would you? It's like the more support he sees for himself online, the less he has to hide his intentions, the more he can prop himself up.
You're 100% confident.
100% does not do it for me. I'm
Million.
a billion% sure.
This whole billion% sure thing, like, okay.
He appeared in front of me, and he told me, from the time
Thank you,
Israel
Cuddlefish.
became a nation
How
in
much
1948,
did I send you before? Enough to get it. Honestly, at this point, full color commission. Full color commission. The end. Full color commission. Whatever you want. Full color piece. Full color piece. Give me the details. I'm doing it. Full color piece. I more than owe you that. Disagree with me, you disagree with God? I mean, I can say that because it's true, but he can't say that because it's not true for him. Chireleanos. Delicious. Delicious.
there will be 77 years on the 23rd and the 24th of the Feast of Trumpets of 2025. I will
It wasn't
come
there for that yet?
to
Well, you know
take
what? We're just going
my
to call it
church.
at that.
Then there will be a 7-year tribulation on earth for those left behind. And then it said, on the Day of Atonement of the 15th of September, 2032, I will return to earth as king.
He keeps talking about these different visions he has. They get progressively more complex, where it goes from Jesus saying September 23 to him saying 77 years from 1948 and the Feast of Trumpets, and it will be on a day or an hour you don't know, but during the feast. He even gets into specifics and says, well, you don't actually speak when you're talking to Jesus, you know, you just think something in your mind and he answers it because he knows our thoughts. So he's thought out like all the gamifications of these visions he has. He then says he heard the trumpet that will be sounded during the rapture and says this.
In other people's testimonies, or I hear how other people say the trumpet will sound.
Yeah.
I hear that, and I'm not disputing. But the way the trumpet
That's like
sounded
$100
to
US,
me
or about halfway. Well, I'm still counting it. I will make the whole thing for you. Mwah.
was like the horn or the honk, I don't know, they call it honking, of a cruise ship. Have you ever heard when a cruise ship is
A cruise ship. The trumpet of Gabriel that calls the church home before the end of the world sounds like a cruise ship. Not a bugle, not a war horn, a cruise ship. You ever been on a Carnival cruise line? Well, that was God. Congratulations.
on the 23rd of this month, 14 days from now, that trumpet sound will sound. And every true Christian will be taken up in the rapture. And every little child, teenagers will be left behind if they do not have Christ. Every little child will also be taken up.
I'm sorry. Teenagers will be left behind. There's be a red cloud that laughs. I know! Wait, Jesus is a thought vampire? Evil containment? Jesus is a vampire. He made people drink his blood to accept his covenant. What part of this does not make sense to everybody? And seriousness is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Yeah, no, this is insane. This is also what I mean on this, right? Is like, why it balks at the internal logic. He's mocking the grifting prophet for comparing Gabriel's last trumpet to a ship's horn. I mean, yeah. Because, yeah, it wouldn't. Because it would, those, in the logic of the book, it says it's like a bugle. It's like a bugle. You know, that's like, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with you know, this, because I have to be clear. I'm not anti-religion on things, you know. I'm not. I don't really care if somebody has a religion. Somebody has a religion. I have never had any experience in my life that convinces me the supernatural exists. I don't believe that it does. Right? But I understand the logic. But the very concept of some angel tooting his horn to announce the end of the world to everyone is just daft. Well, but no, I get that. I get that. But I feel that there's, like, you understand what I mean. I understand what you mean. You understand what I mean. I don't feel like either of us are arguing anything here, because I agree with you entirely. But I do not think that equating them to equally being as absurd does the service that it should towards ensuring that grifters do not get to take advantage of people for their beliefs. If that's I guess that's what it comes down to. Because if they're both equally as absurd, then why not have the grifter be followed? Right? If they're both absurd, then why couldn't he be right? Right? Because that's like the logic for it. If they're both absurd, then I guess, you know, every religion on earth, no matter how much faith you take in it, you should stop believing it right now. Because, you know, it's a giant grift. You don't get anything out of it. And, like, I don't feel like that's, like, a good thing for people. If people want to believe in their religion, they believe in their religion, you know? People get a lot of strength out of that. It doesn't help, I think, to go, well, these are both patently absurd, right? Like, in the same way. Because one is taking advantage of people as much as possible on their faith. The other is just having their faith. And I don't think that there is an equivalence there. No, I understand this. Like, I get it. I do. I do not think that it is at this point in history, right? The healthiest way for these things to be compared, because I don't think that it helps anyone in those regards, because like, there are levels to it, right? Like, Scientology is very clearly a gigantic scam built explicitly to take advantage of as many people as possible to build up as much money as possible. Whereas Shintoism, Buddhism, Christianity, these established religions, whether or not they started like that, right? That's not what they are now. Not in their entirety. And these religions hold varied levels of significance to people based off of how they interact with them. And if they're all just Scientology, and again, I am not a religious person. I don't follow a religion, the end. I don't. I'm not a religious person. If they are all like this, if we equate all of these levels of absurdity to each other, then there's no reason why the Christians shouldn't believe in this guy. Sell your car. Give away your house. Abandon your kids. Do it. You know? That's the logic. Oh, you're a Christian? Well, the guy on TV said that God told him that that the rapture is happening tomorrow and you should sell all of your belongings. Do it. Right? But I'm talking about my internal reaction to one of the when one of the godly tells me I have to take them seriously. No, that's fair. That's fair. Like, that is fair. Sorry, because we were just it's in the space of this. It feels a little weird sometimes, though I do get it. Like, I get it. Ray Comfort's a fucking asshole. If somebody, when a religious person, and this has happened, tells me that I'm going to hell because I have sucked a lot of cock or I've eaten a lot of box. No, I'm not. What the fuck is wrong with you? When a person tells me I must convert to Christianity or I will be damned for eternity, no, I'm not. When they tell me I must take them seriously, no, I don't. I don't have to. At all. It's... I just think that there are levels, I guess, when it comes to these things. And as a Christian, I would tell them to sod off, no one knows the time. Yeah. To the thing. Or like, okay, good example. When a godly person says that they, like, okay, this video is a perfect example of this, actually, and I think that's why I I've got like that, like, whoa, hold on now kind of motion on it, right? Is Wendigoon here is a dyed-in-the-wool Christian. This motherfucker is a believer, right? He thinks he's gonna go to heaven when he dies, all that stuff, all that jazz. Good for him, great, awesome. When he says, hey, this dude selling the rapture is full of shit, that's not what the Bible says, that's not how it works, I take him more seriously on it because he knows the words better and knows the mythology better. And I'd feel the same way if somebody was talking about, like, Star Wars. Right? Like, does that make sense? I don't know. I'm going to press play on the thing.
In the rapture.
So it seems he agrees with Paul's order of events that there's a resurrection of the dead and then we're transformed in the air. But once again, I guess this won't be enough proof for some people.
From the clouds, we will then go up to meet him in the air. I said it last time. People confuse this. Jesus will not be waiting in the clouds. I know because in an open vision.
For the record, I want to put this out there. I don't think that any of the points that I have made about what I was saying, I don't think Cuttlefish is like being like, yeah, if you're, a Christian, you should just believe in the rapture. Cuttlefish is right. The shit's absurd. Objectively. Objectively. You are correct. It's all crazy. I do think, though, that a Christian has the ability to go, come on, Gabriel's trumpet's not going to sound like a car horn, right? Yeah, the Pope may be a good and humble man. Indeed, I suspect he is. The last one certainly was. Yet his organization has condemned probably hundreds of thousands of people to death and misery in Africa because of their dogma on the use of condoms. You're objectively correct. You're objectively correct. I have way more respect for Native Americans practicing their religion. I suppose, based on Bronze Age superstitions, yeah. I'm the person. I am the person who only cares if you are safe. Are you healthy? Other than those, it is none of my business. Yeah, it is a fair thing to call out the absurdity of the evils done in the name of religion. I also think that it is fair to side with people who are of a particular faith when they say this person is doing something evil with the religion. Because I think that's more of what's happening here. Like, when it's like, Gabriel's horn will sound like a yacht. That's insane. And you may say, and, why is that insane? Why is it more insane than a guy playing a horn? Because Gabriel's supposed to play a trumpet, and trumpets don't sound like that. Literally, that's all. Gabriel's playing a trumpet, trumpets don't sound like that. This guy sounds like an idiot. Right? And, like, again, people are going to believe what they're going to believe on that. I just think that it's fair. It's fair. Also, I find organized religion as a whole to be a nightmarish dumpster fire in which a bunch of people condemn others to death, destruction, or hell based exactly, yes, off of Bronze Age superstitions. I am not a superstitious person. Granted, I am smart enough to know not to fuck with certain things because I like to hedge my bets, but I'm not a superstitious person. I don't think has the right of it, and it'd be more likely to be so far. Yeah. Let me move this down a little bit like that. Move that over. As noted, she is ineffable. Yes, ineffable. Ineffable. I love that word. I, too, am ineffable. And inscrutable. And inconscionable. Because I like those words. I just hope that what I'm saying makes some amount of sense and that you guys like the drawing that I'm working on. Gabriel could build the last trump on a tenor sax if he desired. Honestly, that makes more sense. Within the logic of the story, that makes more sense than it sounded like a boat horn. I know he could do it on anything, but we're talking about a guy here. He's a character in the book. There's consistency. There's consistency of character. This is what I mean. This is why I have issues with this. I have issues because it's like, yeah, it wouldn't sound like a boat horn. It makes sense if it was a saxophone because, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds nice. But the guy is an angel. It could sound like no earthly horn at all. But if it was going to sound like a horn, I doubt it's going to sound like a fucking boat. There's an internal logic. You're not considering the internal logic. Luke would never say that.
The atmosphere with him in space just close to Earth.
He then describes all this elaborate detail, like he had a vision of the rapture. In a split second, everyone went up to the sky and Jesus was waiting in space to take everyone to heaven. Again, these are all things that he's just conveniently left out until now, until he's thought about them and they sound good to say online. What's crazy about all this too is like you're hearing all this and you're like, duh, the dude has no idea what he's talking about. He's a complete phony, right?
You love what I've
But
Thank you
before
very much.
September 23rd, you would say stuff like that online and people would be like, brother, I guess we'll know. September 25th, I guess we'll be talking about it on the ground or we'll be with each other in the sky. It's like, what? That's not how information works. We don't just hear someone make something up and say it, and if it turns out to be wrong, oh well, oops. It's like the Salem witch trials never ended. People are religiously stupid forever.
A hyper grace that's going on now in the world amongst the Christian denomination. Ever since people have known grace, now some people are using the grace of God as a license to sin.
He also has changed his whole tune he had earlier about, oh, Christians, just love each other. Continue living life because you're safe. Now he has a message for the church saying they need to repent too. He also talks about some of the hate he's received online and says this.
I've been called a false prophet, Satan, demon possessed.
Sure.
Or have a demon. A soothsayer, you know, I'm working with the spirit of divination. I'm a liar.
Which I definitely called him about half of those. So there's a good chance he's talking about me. At least that's what I'm going to tell myself. But he says none of this affects him because he's just here to do the work of God. He doesn't let it get to him. He even says this.
I laugh at...
Another thing is this, and this is just because it's very frustrating to me in certain degrees, right? I like theology. I think it's very, very neat. Okay? When it comes to people being religiously stupid, I fucking hate when people try to lecture about whether or not something within a set of stories is or isn't canon when it comes to like the chosen right of the Bible, right? Or not the Bible, sorry, chosen right of whatever biblical religious text it is. And by that I mean, if I hear somebody bitch and moan and cry and whine about whether or not Jesus beat moneylenders while discussing on just the aspects of it as a story, or when I hear somebody, you know, scream at the top of their lungs about whether or not Persephone went with Hades willingly, right? And how I can never even consider that. These discussions are important in any form of theology. You're supposed to talk about these things. That's part of developing a sense of, like, biblical literacy, of religious literacy. And not enough people do that. The baby Jesus won't hear your no homo sinners? Yes, true. He heard all homo, and he told you to be as gay as possible. And lo, God said unto them, go, be gay. It's funny. I like it. Go, be gay. Ha ha. Christians just love each other unless it's that girl on girl or boy on boy action, because that shit's an abomination.
No, I mean literally
Depends on which
laugh.
Christian you talk to.
It's almost as if the Holy Spirit fills me that time. And I laugh at such insults and, you know, persecution.
It is funny how close this is to like a YouTuber getting called out for grooming a minor. Like, I'm sure you've seen your fair share of like you.
that killed me. That killed me. That killed me. That was it. That killed me. That was the thing that killed me. I'm back. I'm back. Holy shit, that was good.
YouTube cancellations, right? The number of times they will have some crash out phase where they're like, look, I'm just not letting the haters get to me. You know, it's these sheeple, people with their sheep mentality trying to stop a lion, an alpha like myself. I don't let that get to me. I laugh at it, actually, because I am better than them, but replace those words with like Holy Spirit and like message from God with, you know, sub counts and children. Also, keep all this, oh, I laugh at criticism thing in mind for later. There's also this really funny part when the twins ask him, why him?
Oh, question, by the way. How does my mic sound? Does it sound crunchy? I might get a new mic. I'm thinking of getting a new mic. Because I listened to part of stream yesterday while I was getting some stuff ready, and it sounded very crunchy and peaky, and it sounded bad. And I wanna fix that if I can. Didn't notice any of that? Okay, good. Good.
Right? Why he's the one who received this vision of the end times. He says this.
I was just checking.
Good question. So I'll also say, just to finish up what I was saying earlier. So I'll say this. God will choose who he will choose. He will do what he will do because he is God. You know? I definitely don't despise the fivefold ministry. I recognize the role that they play, you know, in the kingdom of God. But one thing that I've seen, one thing that I can tell you, God resists and he gives grace to the humble. So when God is doing something, there will always be a test of humbleness. You know, will you be proud? Are you proud? Or are you humble? So God using a nobody like me, yeah, is exactly that.
Oh, yes. Humility. That's right. That's what I think when I look at you. I couldn't put my finger on it, you know, in the way of all the, you're named after Jesus. And this is also your testament. And on the day of the rapture, you will be proven right. It was hard to see through all of that. But yes, you have humility. That's why God chose you instead of, you know, elected reverends or pastors or anyone with a platform that it wouldn't take 7 years for the word to get out. That's why I chose you, because you're so humble, Jesus, Joshua. He's also on such a high horse, he starts calling out other religious leaders.
You know, if they are opposing this message, you know, none of what they say will happen that day. You know, I heard one say, there'll be no rapture on the 24th. We shall see.
You're right. We shall.
And we
also,
did.
the cockiness is off the charts. You know, for a man of humility who also talks to God in his name, Jesus. I feel so stupid talking about this guy. Like I said, he's like any other random person who wanders into a McDonald's and says that they're the second coming of Christ. Like, it's the same level of legitimacy, but this one worked for some reason, so I guess I'm here. Also, the cracks are starting to show. There may be some people watching this who think I'm kind of dogpiling on a guy who may not be all that mentally competent. But like I said, cracks are starting to show, and he's going to show more and more that he knows exactly what he is doing. He also says this.
On the 23rd, I'll be doing a live.
Oh, wow.
Okay? I want to show you what I'm talking about. I know.
He tried to live stream the goddamn rapture. The man tried to live stream the fucking rapture. At the bare minimum, I respect the confidence. Misplaced and narcissistic as it is. A narcissist is someone who's foolishly infatuated with himself. For me, it's not infatuation. It's the real thing. Incredible. I'll be right back, by the way. I gotta go grab that burrito. Mwah!
know what I'm talking about. I'll be doing a live for the whole day. So I will not be doing a live on the 24th because I won't be here on the 24th.
For one, this is really what makes this whole thing. He's going to live stream on the 23rd and says himself, I will not be streaming on the 24th because I will not be here on the 24th. But he also says that he's going to live stream so we see what he's talking about, as if you would need the live stream if he was correct. Like, think about it. I mean, how many Christians are in the world? Over 30% of the world population is like 2.5 billion, right? 2.5 billion people are going to disappear on the 23rd, but he needs a live stream to be running when it happens to him so he can use it as proof for those that follow. As if there's going to be someone that sees 2.5 billion people disappear, and then they tune into his live stream to see an empty chair and go, oh, I see now. And the live stream is going to make this even more evident, but it's like Joshua doesn't even believe his own lie that he's so adamant that he believes. I mean, obviously he doesn't believe it because he made all of this up, but he's not even pretending to believe it. Like, can we be serious? If you think the world is going to start its end in what, 2 weeks from when he recorded this, you're telling me you wouldn't be calling news stations or driving to cities or shouting from the rooftops if you truly believe the world was about to end. All you're going to do is do a live stream on the day of to prove something that will be overtly proven. It's like such a half thought out way of believing in the apocalypse.
So that means you're going to be raptured during the live. No sense.
So if it happens, I want to drink coffee. If it happens, I want to drink coffee, and while I'm drinking the coffee, I'm raptured. I don't know.
They must be left with the coffee cup on the live.
But my prayer is that I drink the coffee.
Yeah.
And I come back to the live.
Yeah.
And the rapture happens while I'm on the live. That is what I'm actually hoping for. So if it's possible, I'll drink the coffee in the live, you know?
What is with him and like everyone else in this whole rapture talk craze or whatever being so unserious about it? They claim and they do stuff to show that they believe, but it's like a Marvel movie in their head of how it's going to go down. Like, oh, I'll snarkily drink my coffee and then, oh, there's the coffee and I'm gone. Or I'm going to be floating up in the sky. I'm going to be looking down and waving at everyone. It's like they truly believe, I mean, not again, Joshua, because he's like manipulating everyone, but the people that follow him have this same mindset of believing the world is coming to its end, and they attribute absolutely no weight to it. It's like, haha, wouldn't that be cute if, you know, everything was destroyed in hellfire? But I don't have to be there for that. That's your problem.
Jacob said, because some people have said that no one can see God and live. But Jacob said in the book of Genesis that after wrestling with Jesus, he said, I have seen the face of God.
There is a lot of debate as to if Jacob actually wrestled with God or if it was just an angel of God. And even if it was actually God he was wrestling with, that doesn't necessarily mean he was visualizing God's true form. Several times in the Old Testament, an angel or a messenger from God is referred to as God or acting on behalf of God. So I could bring up verses that talk about how no one's seen God directly, but I haven't talked to God like Joshua has, or sorry, Jesus has, so I'll let him speak.
If
last month was the rapture. Sorry.
Hello? I hit the wrong button.
His own lie that he's so adamant that he's forever.
A hyper grace that's going on now.
I'm back.
Every little child will also be taken up in the rapture.
So it seems he agrees with Paul's order of events that there's a resurrection.
What did I miss? Good question, Christians. If the Bible was written by people inspired by God, why have they no new books? That's, you know, there are new books. Baha'i, Islam, the Book of Mormon, my doomed Yowie fanfiction. Isn't Islam about the same age as Christianity? Islam is a few hundred years later. It goes Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Then if you count it, you also add Baha'i on there. If you want to get spicy. If you want to get extra spicy.
Of the dead, and then we're transformed in the air. But once again, I guess this won't be.
I'm eating this burrito right now. It's so fucking good. Cuttlefish, thank you. I will draw you whatever you want. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Mecca has to do with Islam, and Zoroastrianism predates Judaism. The Gnostics, an offset of Christianity, based off of Christian philosophy and understanding. But Zoroastrianism is... Zoroaster is well before Judaism. That's like before the foundational, like, tribes of Judea. Little man listening to you while I work and finishing my shift at Taco Bell. Give me some last minute luck, beautiful goblin. Also, what are we talking about? The Rapture. Also, I give you all the luck and I give you a big old smooch. Mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And I'm eating this burrito. We're taking a break from drawing for a second because I'm going to eat this burrito.
Enough proof for some people.
From the clouds, we will then go up to meet him in the air.
The Raptor, yes.
I said it last time. People confuse this. Jesus will not be waiting in the clouds. I know because in an open vision, the atmosphere with him, in space just close to...
Instead of, you know, elected, reverend, partly proven. It's like such a half thought out way of believing in the apocalypse.
So that means you're going to be raptured during the life. No sense.
So if it happens... If it happens...
Both of those are older than the Abrahamic religions? Yeah. She posted today? Fuck yeah.
Depends, I want to drink coffee. If it happens, I want to drink coffee, and while I'm drinking the coffee, I'm raptured. I don't know.
They must be left with the coffee cup.
But
I'm down with that, Brody.
My prayer is that I drink the coffee.
Yeah.
And I come back to the life.
Yeah.
And the rapture happens while I'm on the life.
Also, yeah, Brody, this is about rapture talk.
That is what I'm...
The common development path of revealed religions. One of more people have a mystical experience in which they feel the essence of the spiritual. They'll write it down. An ecclesiastical structure of dogma, practice, and priesthood will arise from the writings, and the general effect of dissuading anyone in the faith from having another mystic experience. Yeah.
Actually hoping for. So if it's possible, I'll drink the coffee in the life. You know?
What is with him and like everyone else in this whole rapture talk craze or whatever being so unserious about it? They claim and they do stuff to show that they believe, but it's like a Marvel movie in their head of how it's going to go down. Like, oh, I'll snarkily drink my coffee and then, oh, there's the coffee and I'm gone. Or I'm going to be floating up in the sky. I'm going to be looking down and waving at everyone. It's like they truly believe. I mean, not again, Joshua, because he's like manipulating everyone.
If I was gonna get raptured, I want it to be mid-wank. I want to make a statement. If I am going to be raptured, I want to be in the middle of masturbation. And I want to fly up into the sky at the moment of climax. And that's how I enter into heaven, with full post-nut clarity and vibes. Mid-bone? Fuck yeah. Gawk first into heaven. Islam was originally written as Judaism 2.0 when the Jews didn't accept that Muhammad started writing the war scriptures. No. Well, no. It's more... Okay, hold on. It's more that it was written as the final word on the whole thing. Islam took Judaism and Christianity as canon and went, yes, but Muhammad was enlightened by God, mystic experience, and has the final set of rules that are to not be changed according to God. That's it. Final rules. This is it. We're done. We're moving on, because all the other stuff got written down afterwards. So, this is it, and we're moving on. But then people got very angry because of things that Islam banned that they were actively doing, and then war started. Yeah. I have a feeling Zoroastrianism and early Judaism are roughly coeval, but I need to check the archaeology. Zoroastrianism is a little bit older, to my knowledge, but it does coincide with the early foundational aspects of Judaism, which is the worshipping of the war and storm god Yahweh, which was one of the gods of the tribes of Israel, or tribes of Judea. See my comments on the development of path of revealed religion? No, exactly. It's just that it's like, it's less that it was not written as Judaism 2.0, is what I'm saying. That is not true. It was written as a final pinpoint on religious revelation. And a lot of people didn't like that. It was not about Jewish people accepting it or not accepting it. The world had issues because it was a new religion saying you can and can't do things. And that's when the war scriptures came about, because people were being murdered, and instead of like the last two times that this kind of thing happened, Muhammad, hallowed be his name, was like, what if we carried swords and told them to go fuck themselves? Which is an oversimplification. I'm making a joke. But yeah, the war scriptures, the idea that Islam can fight back, was a revolutionary thing at the time, because it was not common for a religion in the Abrahamic faith to be like, no, fuck you. If you try to kill me, I'll kill you back. Don't do that. Bad person. You know? And the earth goddess Asherah, yes. Islam does acknowledge the existence of Christianity and Judaism as part of its canon. Yeah, exactly. Like, according to Islam, all of the Torah is canon. That happened. All of Christianity is canon. That happened. And Islam is just what happened after. And if you take Baha'i into account, Baha'i is what happened after Islam. Give it a couple hundred years, it'll catch on. But yeah, that's how that goes. You gotta get the right balance. It's like Warhammer, new editions and shit. New shit sells books. Yeah.
But the people that follow him have the same mindset of believing the world is coming to its end, and they attribute absolutely no weight to it. It's like, haha, wouldn't that be cute if, you know, everything was destroyed in hellfire? But I don't have to be there for that. That's your problem.
Jacob said, because some people have said that...
Bro, hey, what's up? How you doing?
No one can see God and live. But Jacob said in the book of Genesis that after wrestling with Jesus...
Yeah, surprisingly coeval? Do tell. Give me that info, baby.
He said, I have seen the face of God.
There is a lot of debate as to if Jacob actually wrestled with God, or
How
if
you
it
doing,
was just
bro?
an angel of God. And even if it was actually God he was wrestling with, that doesn't necessarily mean he was visualizing God's true form. Several times in the Old Testament, an angel or a messenger from God is referred to as God or acting on behalf of God. So I could bring up verses that talk about how no one's seen God directly, but I haven't talked to God like Joshua has, or sorry, Jesus has,
Hell
so I'll
yeah.
let him speak.
I would love to hear what Wendigoon has to say about the book of Ezekiel. Its origins are believed to be as early as 2nd millennium BC. God damn. That fire in Iran has been burning for a long fucking time. According to Zoroastrianism, it's been burning for 5,000 years, which is very cool. Thank you for sitting on my shoulder. Hell yeah. That's why I got these fancy new fluff, so you can be extra comfy. Mwah. I have issues with Ezekiel. So, do you want to know what happens in the Bible, the Christian Bible, when you see God? The pillar of salt thing comes to mind. You fucking die. Okay? That's what's supposed to happen. In the book of Ezekiel, this random fucking guy gets to not only see God, but God personally shows up on his throne to him and is like, "Sup, man? Spread my word." And Ezekiel's like, "Okay." It is insane. Which is second millennium? Interesting. No, that's actually really fucking cool. Origin of Judaism appear to go back to 11th or 12th century BCE, which is second millennium. That makes sense. I have an issue with a lot of the priests that picked up the Bible and started writing their shit and forcing it on others. Yep. Also, the pillar of salt is not punishment for defying God or an angel's orders, necessarily. It is that punishment, but it's because God, when he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, was supposed to show part of his true self, his true power, and that's what turned her to a pillar of salt. Could have been a pillar of cayenne if God had taste, but we all know that God is a middle-aged white woman. No one's happy about it. No one's happy about it. Middle-aged white woman from the suburbs, only salt, only spice she could think of at all. Very lame. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She doesn't even listen to Enya. She's boring as hell. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Okay, but the point is, the book of Ezekiel. Okay. You've heard, you've heard, the description of thrones, biblically accurate angels, right? One of the reasons you have that is because of Ezekiel. Because this acid trip shit shows up. Hold on.
He sees a storm cloud approaching, and then inside the cloud are 4 strange creatures that have wings outstretched and touching each other. And these creatures each had 4 faces. And then he saw 4 wheels.
You're oversimplifying it to make it not sound as insane. Okay, first off, not only did he see 4 creatures, they are not creatures, they are cherubim, you fucking hacks. That is a biblically accurate cherub. They are one of the thrones of angels. Get your lore right, motherfucker. Also, they were going about to and fro in time with one another, to one place then another as lightning, and the wings of their the tips of their wings were always touching, even when they moved. That is part of the book of Ezekiel. What you are also about to describe for the wheels are wheels within wheels, each coated within eyes, and each of them holding a flame, all of them going about much the same way as the cherubs. Those are thrones, another type of angel, not just some weird little fucking creature, okay? Get your lore right if you're gonna start talking about this shit. This is one of the only cool parts of the entire fucking book, because this is a prog rock album cover, and I will not let it be besmirched by some lazy 2-bit YouTube channel. Fuck you.
Wheels, one by each creature. And then he saw that the...
No. They were not wheels by each creature. They were wheels within wheels, covered in eyes, each rotating and going about in the same way that the cherubs were, all of them surrounded by light and lightning and fire. The wheelbros are Ophanim. Yes, Ophanim, otherwise known as thrones.
The wings of the creatures were supporting this dazzling platform, and then on that platform...
No, the wings of those creatures were going about beneath the platform. The platform was made of glass and floating above them as the creatures moved. And on top of that was the throne of, apparently, God. And sitting in the throne was just God to this random guy.
Is a throne, and then sitting on that throne is this human-like creature, glowing and shrouded in fire. And then all of a sudden Ezekiel realizes what he's seeing. He calls it the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord.
No. Don't fucking minimize it. The rotors of the ancient astronauts' helicopters. Oh, of course, cuttlefish, that is true. Chariots of the gods. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that hurts. It's so good. It's so good. But it's not the appearance of the likeness of the glory of God. He said he was seeing God. It is part of the lore. Don't you fucking misinterpret this. This is one of the only parts of the Bible I like, because it's batshit insane, okay? God showed up on his kick-ass chair, his cosmic lazy boy, and then, and I'm not making this part up, you can see it in the drawings of this, a hand reaches out of the clouds around the throne, and in the hand is clasped a scroll, and Ezekiel takes the scroll and eats it, and it tastes like honeycomb. And then he has the knowledge God wanted him to have. Again, a hand comes out of the clouds, gives him some paper wrapped up with a bow, and the guy's response is, nom 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 nom. He eats it, and he's like, damn, that tasted like honeycomb. I know what that is now. He eats the message. There are many different versions of the Bible. The YouTuber might just be pulling from a different version than you. Impossible. I'm correct. They're wrong. Also, actually, I do know that you are entirely correct. I'm going off of the version that is in the King James Bible and in a variety of other versions that I have read that use the same or similar things. But I also will say that this person is heavily minimizing the description of the throne of God as it was shown to Ezekiel, because they are distancing the presence and appearance of God from Ezekiel, because it is biblical law that you cannot see God in person. But Ezekiel's like, fuck that, dude's on fire, he's in a chair, was rad as hell, he gave me a cool honey scroll.
It's God.
Oh, why is there a birthday cake sitting next to Ezekiel? It was his birthday, when he was released from prison after, and I'm not making this up, decades of eating bread he made with his own feces. I got a big head. It means I'm smart. His body was like topaz, his face like lightning, his eyes like flaming torches, his arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze, and his voice was like the sound of a multitude. This is when describing the Archangel Gabriel, which is rad as fuck. Rad description. Sometimes the Bible gets metal. I've been saying this for years, and I have an egg on my head. It means I'm very smart. That's why I had this egg on my head. It means I'm very smart. The Bible is just Lovecraftian horror with wings and eyes instead of tentacles and gills. I'm dead serious. That is all it is.
Riding his royal
What did you think Ezekiel bread was? It's poo-poo bread.
throne.
It's poo-poo bread. It's caca bread. It's bread made with a caca. It's caca bread. Poo-poo bread.
Romantic Cuddle Fish played video share for 5,000 channel points.
I know what you're playing. I know what it is. I know what it is. Hell yeah. We have to watch this soon.
Arthur, King of the
Britons. Stop bowing. I hate the bowing.
Grovel. One thing I can't stand is people groveling. Sorry. And don't apologize. Every time I try to talk to someone, it's sorry this and forgive me that, and I'm not worthy. What are you doing now? I'm averting my eyes, O Lord. Well, don't. It's like those miserable psalms. They're so depressing. Now knock it off. Yes, Lord. Right. Arthur, King of the Britons, your knights of the Round Table shall have a task to make them an example in these dark times. Good idea, O Lord. Of course it's a good idea. Behold, Arthur, this is the Holy Grail. Look well, Arthur, for it is your sacred task to seek this Grail. That is your purpose, Arthur. The quest for the Holy Grail.
I do love that right at the end there. Right at the end there. Right at the end there. God is goat-seeing everybody. Don't act like you don't see it. I know what this is. That's a goatsy. That's a goatsy right there. That is a goatsy if I've ever seen one. Don't Google it. That's a goatsy. You have a question? I have an answer. Abraham wrestled God himself. Then God had to cheat and grab Abraham's junk before the sun rose. Yep. Cass, please. I'm sorry, you can even see the hands putting it back. You can even see the hands letting it, the releasing, going back. We've seen biblically accurate angels, yeah. I mean, like, according to the Bible, I've seen enough buttholes to know what it is in the sky. That's what it is.
Chariot. Now, the word glory, in Hebrew it's kavod, it means heavy or significant.
Blah, 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 blah. He totally didn't see the album cover. No, he's just different. It's a whole different thing. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck that guy.
Back over to this guy. What do biblically accurate demons look like? I'm glad that you asked. Hey, you guys like Stolas from Hell of a Boss, right? You guys like Stolas? You guys like him? One second. I'm just gonna do something with you, okay? Here, hold on.
Special little star.
Hold on. No.
It always seems more.
I want you to know that while he's singing this is the accurate depiction of Stolas that you would be seeing. Stolas is in the Lesser Keys of Solomon. He's a member of the Ars Goetia. This is what he looks like.
In the dark, it always feels so stark. How silence grows under the
tall owl.
Constellations gone so soon. I used to think that I was bold. I used to think love would be fun. Now all my stories have been told, except for one. As the stars start to align, I hope you take it as a sign that you'll be okay. Everything will be okay. And if the seven rings collapse, although the day could be my last, you will be okay. When I'm gone, you'll be okay. And when creation goes to die, you can find me in the sky upon the last day, and you will be okay.
So yeah, anyway, that's him. Bird. Yeah, no, we know biblically accurate demons. I don't go to church, and I have said some jokes on religion. Look, I don't go to church. I've said a bunch of jokes about religion, and let me tell you this. Okay, how about this? Everybody. Let me know if you've heard this one before, okay? So, Jesus walks into an inn. He hands the innkeeper 3 nails, and you know what he says? Hey, can you put me up for the night? Didn't. Yeah. Now, you ask yourself, how do you know Jesus was a fisherman? Because he's always posed telling you that he caught a fish this big. Ha 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 ha. Didn't. Hey, you know what's really true about Jesus? We know the man loved to get nailed by some wood. Hey, didn't. Hey, you know what they say about Jesus and Judas? A kiss is betraying him. Oh, ran out of time. Hold on. Sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Did you know that if Jesus gave a hand job, it would go... Because of the hole in his hand, it would make little noises. The crucifix is the hole in the hand. The crucifix. Owlet. Moist owlet. That is an angry bird. Oh, God. Oh, God, it's Stolas! Alright, here we go. That's the sound of Jesus clapping. Of all the things you said to give me an ulcer. Hey, look, all I'm saying is that if you really wanted to recreate what it's like for Jesus, all you need to do is take 2 donuts and clap them together, and it's the sound that he gives when he's, clapping, when he's approving of you. That's what it's like if Jesus gives a round of applause. 2 plain wheat donuts, just slap them together. The whole will do the rest. You know that Jesus walks on water because he can't swim? Water goes straight through the hands and feet. Can't even doggy paddle. He doesn't carry a purse either. He just keeps things in that little flop under his chest. When I'm drinking with Jesus once, but I couldn't get beer, he said, don't worry, bro, I got you some water. Nice. He would use his hussy. Honestly, Jesus would give neuron-altering foot jobs because there are 2 holes he could use right there. Foot fetishists, where are you on getting a foot job by Jesus Christ of Nazareth? Where are you? I want you to know something. If I go to hell when I die, and I won't, because I'll never die, I want the world to know the following. I've never done anything wrong, I've always been correct. I'm at the top of my game, and no one can stop me. By Odin's beard. Yes.
If you say on the 25th I'll be here, life will be normal and nothing's going to happen. So I'm challenging you to come to this live. I'm challenging you to join this live streaming.
So you guys heard that. When I start getting banned from stream here in a minute, he asked for it.
I want to stand by my word and show you and for you to see God stand by his word.
He talks for a bit about how he wants to stream that day so the whole world can see. Again, not that God is right, because that will be self-evident by the rapture, but so that everyone can see he is right. Also, this is another crazy line.
So I want to finish up where people say I'm a false messiah. You know, they say, listen, I had a vision one day. In this vision, I saw, it's interesting what's happening in the news now.
Good rule of thumb.
This is many years ago.
If we go to heck, we're traveling, not driving, damn right. Good rule of thumb. If you talk to God, that's fine. If God talks to you, buy some silly pills and go to the hospital. If there's something wrong, you need help. The demon gods of Gyosha are in Fate, which is why I heard of them first, although they're just giant tentacles. Well, they're not gods, the demons of the Gyosha. They're cooler. A J-job, as they call it, down the corner. Yeah, exactly. All the ladies love Jesus because he was hung like this. I talk to you in visions? Yes, I do. Also, if you get that joke, all the ladies love Jesus because he was hung like this. And that's the joke, is that his arms are far apart. Like, get it? Is that would be like his dick size. Like his dick on like one end to the other is like, it's a very large penis is the idea. Like he's got a big dick. That's the joke. Also, I know Jesus is a bottom because he loves getting nailed. Whenever I'm worried, I know he's just hanging around. Hey! Ain't no party like a Jesus party, because a Jesus party stops abruptly and then starts 3 days later. Look, if the dude was alive and looking at me, he'd be laughing at all of this, okay? I got Jesus Christ over my shoulder being like, no, my child, make more jokes. He's like the Green Goblin mask. He's begging for it. For the son of a being that decried same-sex to be an abomination, he sure was nailed by some Romans. True. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, victim of the single greatest gangbang you have ever seen. Fucked by all of Rome. You're telling me that this semi-muscular twink wasn't getting pounded by the 12 men he hung out with all the time? Look, all I'm saying is they make Jesus look like a fucking snack every time they put him on a crucifix. Him and Judas were fucking. My version of Jesus is better. Look at that. Look at that. Look, slay queen. Yas, queen. Yas. Yas. Anyway.
I saw a spacecraft.
Okay. So
what's Dick Cheney's favorite sport? Boxing? He really had to throw his body into it? Hell yeah.
All the people saying I'm a false messiah, I had a vision of a spaceship. Again, all that stuff I said earlier about if God did send a prophet, God would also send ample evidence or foretelling of that prophet to make sure we know that they're legitimate, because there's a lot of false prophets that show up. Not that I think there has been a prophet, again, since John of Patmos. But if there was one, there would be a lot of leeway. There'd be a lot of like things pointing towards him, right? Well, if you don't believe this guy's a prophet, well, he had a vision of a spaceship. So, you know, what are you going to do about that? Hey, brother, I guess we'll find out on the 25th, right? Until then, we're going to tell everyone that this is legit, and we're going to stake all of Christian and the church's credibility on it. And if we're wrong, hey, that's tough pickles sometimes. This
Tough
also
pickles.
happens.
If people want to know, unless you give me permission, man, I can say his name.
Yeah,
But
because I think that's another conversation, right? About who it is.
But you don't have to put your channel in any trouble.
Yes.
Right? When that space.
Why did it cut? He said who it was during the cut. I need to know. He told them who he thought the Antichrist was, and whoever it was, he was like, no, you'll get your channel in trouble. I need to know. Someone out there was on the set of this podcast while it was being recorded. Tell me, please, who he thought the Antichrist.
I also desperately need to know who he thought the Antichrist was. That's incredible. Empress Wu, another design that pissed me off. Wait, what? Explain.
Christ was. There's so many possibilities in my head, and they're all funny.
So during the tribulation, when people die, where will they go?
Oh, yes. So those who are left behind, you mean?
Yes.
So when they see the rapture happen, but they will die probably. Whoever is killed for Christ on this earth during tribulation will go to heaven. You know. But the problem is they will have to live the 7 years with the Antichrist, which is going to be a very terrible time. Walk around thin, you know, and they are living in there's no shops, there's no malls, there's no houses, there's nothing. The cars, everything that you see, this thing is about to flip on its head.
The cars? What is the rapture going to do to the cars? What did they do?
Another thing that I must mention.
Why the fuck should I... Like, if the rapture happens... Never mind. No, never mind. I don't care if it rains or freezes as long as I got my plastic Jesus glued to the dashboard of my car. Hell yeah.
Is
oh, the Fate series made her a loli? Fate is garbage now. The end. That has a loli in it. Burn and die. I'm kidding. I know that there's good at parts of the Fate stories. I know I've been told multiple times that because I love Arthurian legend, I should get into Fate because King Arthur is in it, and she's a queen and a woman, and therefore trans, and I love her.
Mark of the beast.
Please do. Please.
Do not take the mark of the beast.
We talked about the mark of the beast earlier, how the number of it is 666. It relates to the beast, same one that puts the abomination of desolation in the temple. Stuff from Revelation he's not even brought up because it would probably be difficult to make fit into this time frame of 2 weeks from now. But don't worry, he's about to tell us about the mark of the beast.
I saw someone on YouTube who has a channel, reacting channel.
Oh, okay.
He says that he's sure that the rapture will not happen because first we must see the Antichrist. There must be.
They said the Antichrist must be revealed first before.
Yes, it says first there must
rapture.
be a falling away, and then the Antichrist must be revealed. That's not what that scripture or that chapter means.
Anytime he gets criticism for anything, he's like, oh, well, the Bible doesn't say that. It's like, yeah, it's right there. He's like, no, it doesn't. See, I talked to God, so he told me what it actually means.
I want to give people a new revelation about the falling away.
Okay.
The falling away could be a falling away from faith. By the way, I'm being accused that I'm being used by Satan for the great falling away. People, when they don't see the rapture that day.
For those of you who don't know what's happening in this page, by the way, so I have Kamu here taking out Arthas's gun, which he has not used in this issue yet. And Kamu has a plan to handle the issue of the goblins encroaching in on them. It involves this gun. Arthas is terrified of that plan because he thinks it is a very bad idea to involve this gun. Which I need to resize slightly. There we go. So you'll see how that goes soon.
They will fall from their faith. I tell you, I'm innocent of anyone's faith.
Oh, okay. He's innocent, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, you can accuse him of ruining people's faith and their faith in the church and God and Christianity and all that, but he's innocent because he said so. And also, his name is Jesus, and he talks to God.
I have no blood in my hands. I'm clean because the rapture will happen that day. But I want to say this. There is a falling away that I don't hear people talk about. It's when human beings no longer become, are no longer human beings.
Yeah.
It's when humans, change into being a different species, let me say, or hybrid.
What?
So let me explain. Don't take the mark of the beast, because the mark of the beast will not be only for...
We're going to be hybrid?
That sounds awesome.
What?
trust
sounds awesome!
buying or selling.
Yeah.
They say the mark you will use it to buy.
Oh yeah,
or
that
sell.
sounds awesome
He's talking
though.
about the stuff I mentioned earlier. People think the mark of the beast is going to be like a computer chip in your hand and your forehead.
That chip on your hand, that chip on your forehead or in your brain, I don't know where it will be. It will change your DNA.
Yes.
I want to be a cool fucking hybrid. That sounds awesome. Yo, let's go. Hybrid me up, baby. I tried watching Fate and Stop when the little girl got thrown into the magic worms. I don't know what that means. What the fuck? Yo, become a mutated half demon with half meter dong. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Let's become cool hybrid creatures. That sounds dope. So the mark of the beast is now our smartphones? I don't know. Don't go to the supermarket. Don't go to the supermarket. This is what I have to say about the mark of the beast. All right? Here.
Hey guys and gals, get hip with a new craze. Register today for your very own personal 666 barcode implant.
I will
No
not
more
look
need to
at
carry
it, by
cash
the
or
way.
Credit cards. The price of the goods you buy is now automatically subtracted from your bank account by the computer terminal at the checkout stand. It's fast. It's easy.
Go, Kathy, don't go. Don't go, Kathy, don't go. Don't go, please don't go. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today.
Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today.
Yeah!
'Cause there's a very strange man at the checkout stand. And there's a laser scanner where you put your hand.
Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Go, Kathy, don't go.
Without a computer ID, there's no way to pay. Don't go, please don't go. I know there's a sale and a special on rice, and you can buy beans at a giveaway price. But that's just their way to get you down there. What you don't know is that they're everywhere. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today.
Weird.
They had a special program on the TV last night, explaining calmly why these things must be done right. They say their new computer is the way to control, but what they didn't say is that it costs your soul.
Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go.
Without a computer ID, there's no way to pay. Don't go, please don't go. 'Cause there's a very strange man at the checkout stand, and there's a laser scanner where you put your hand. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Oh, Kathy, can't you see what they're trying to do? This isn't just a new craze. They want to make us their slaves. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Don't go, Kathy, don't go. Kathy, let's leave while there's still time to get away. Honey, don't worry, just take my hand. We can make it even if we have to live off the land. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Go to the supermarket today. Kathy, don't go to the supermarket.
I love that the apocalypse is contingent off of an incredibly boring and stupid thing like this. Incredible. It's the number of the beast. Well, technically it's not 666 anyway. The number of the beast is not 666. It is 616, according to the most direct interpretations of things. And it can be arguably related to Nero, but it's kind of up in the air. what the beast might be is conjectural. Yeah. It could be Nero. It could be any number of antichrists, because there's like, it's not a person, it's like a concept. It's a thing. Arthur, saying shit Arthur wouldn't say. Wait, what? Oh, I got you. Well, no, it's not the number of one man. Technically. So, okay, the number of the beast. Okay. First off, getting this out of the way, Revelations is insane. Like, it's objectively insane. There's a giant dragon that comes out of the ocean, nations go to war with each other, the sky rains blood, a bunch of seals are poured out of buckets into a thing. Started the whole side conversation here by mentioning fate. It's completely okay, I'm glad people are enjoying it. But the number of the beast in particular, woe to he who hath understanding, for it is a human number, and the number is 666. Technically, it's 616. And that can correlate to Nero. It can correlate to the, like, Emperor of Rome in general, sort of. It can also just be 666, if you interpret it that way. It's up in the air, because all of Revelation is highly symbolic. Also, Arlie, I am insanely cute, and so are you. Mwah. Mwah. One, thank you, Lord. Go to the supermarket today.
It would, you know, Jesus
Yes.
said, like it was in the days of Noah.
Yes, say it's giants.
What was in the days of Noah? The
Say
Bible
it.
says there were
Nephilim!
giants on earth.
Yes!
The angels came together with the women.
Such as the Nephilim, for example.
Unknown species.
Oh, the mark of the...
Such as the Nephilim, for example. Every single time. There is not a person who brings up the Nephilim who understands what the fuck Nephilim are supposed to actually be. And it's exhausting to me because it's very simple. Nephilim means giant in the context of importance. As in, they are big and important people. That is all. Not literally big, they're just important. Like heroes. That's all. People,
Oh, the mark of the beast will make you giants.
I don't know
Hell
what
yeah.
they will include in this chip.
Yes.
But when it comes into your skin or under your skin, into
Keep
your
going.
bloodstream, it will change your DNA and you will no longer be a human being.
Yes.
I've seen this with my
Oh.
my own eyes.
Yes.
God giving me a vision.
This is great.
In the tribulation, these powerful beings, you know, chasing
I
people
couldn't.
down
I
and
couldn't
eating them.
have a
Guys getting into mud fossil territory? Yes. From what I remember, it was just that shorthand to say figures like Hercules and whatnot, the days of larger-than-life figures. Yeah. Also, where was it? My recollection that the 7 bowls of wrath and 7 seals are separate but related things. Yeah. I was conflating them.
better,
you know,
refute against him.
These beings chasing.
You
people
just let
down,
this guy
eating
talk.
people.
He does it for you.
Piles of dead bodies, you know. In
We
the
got
streets.
giants.
Sorry, Cass. What do you mean?
Dark,
God had
it was
tism. It's true.
gloomy. It was terrible, you know, and
guys, I can't stress enough how absurd this is. Just listen.
So I saw it chase down a teenager, and when he grabbed him, he said, "Lunch." I'm telling you, this is what he said. He said, "Lunch."
What?
And then I woke up. I came out of this vision.
At some point, they've got to be at least a little bit responsible for listening to this dude. He
They're
says he
entirely
saw
responsible.
a giant hybrid person who had the mark of the beast in them that made them half Nephilim chase down a teenager and say lunch. Like a troll from a kid's movie before.
Oh my god, I love this. Genki, thank you for the follow. Incredible. Oh, the Imgur link didn't work. I'm sorry. It didn't work. I'll try again. Hold on. My hyperfixation is either Riddick or 40k. If Riddick was in 40k, he'd be living on a hive world, then he'd be pretty cool. Riddick takes place inside of Warhammer. Prove me wrong. You can't. New profile picture? Damn! Brew, cooking. Oh, you stole my jacket. God damn it.
the human Nephilim hybrid thing, which Nephilim in the first place are like angel-human hybrids. So I guess a human Nephilim hybrid would be like 75% human or something. 75% human. The really tall person said lunch and ate a kid. And that is part of his straight-faced vision of the end times. People gave their kids to CPS, probably for the better, if this is what, the turning point was. And people quit their jobs. That this was their guy. This was the dude who had it right. Everyone else before, wrong. This guy, he's the difference. He finally gets to the whole Antichrist in the temple thing.
And then the
Necromongers being a chaos cult makes sense. I'm telling you. Workout time, 25 squats coming in. I got you. You returned and went to go into... Yes, exactly, Bandit. I have to say to a degree, a penal wonder, saving a civilized world, and before that, surviving a death world. A penal worlder saving a civilized world, and before that, surviving a death world. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Riddick is just a really cool human in 40K. It still isn't working. The picture. Can you just send it to me on Discord? Dude was half asleep when Attack on Titan was on. True. All right, here comes the squats.
The
Here we go.
revealing of the Antichrist when he goes into the temple, declaring himself to be God because he has cheated everybody.
Near the end of this podcast, the twins ask him if other people who have said they've had a vision of September 23rd are getting the same messages from God that Joshua is.
5.
Now, if Joshua was legitimate, this should be a pretty good answer. Oh, God gave
7.
me a vision of September 23rd? Well, if other people are getting visions
9.
from God that say September 23rd, then
10.
maybe they're getting them from God as well.
11.
But look how hard
12.
it is for him to admit
13.
that he doesn't
14.
have to be the only one
15.
who gets a prophecy straight from God.
16.
Well, it depends if
17.
the message
18.
is saying what I'm saying.
19.
20. But if the message is saying something
21.
different, because some
22.
people will say, for example, they
23.
think that September something
24.
else is going to happen. Not that
25. There we go.
No, they're saying it's the rapture.
You're welcome.
Or they say it's the rapture.
Yeah.
So, of course, those, definitely.
Gaki, how you
as I
doing?
say,
How you
I was
doing?
in a podcast the other Friday.
What's going on, babes? Mwah.
And I said in the podcast that, God told me many years ago, if I come out with my message and I'm bold to tell people about this message,
Oh, come on, I'm not sweating yet.
there's other people that
I ain't
he
sweating
told
yet.
around the world of the same message.
Thank you, though, bro. I appreciate
The
it.
same date. So when I come out, they will come out as well.
Okay.
So
it comes as no surprise to you.
it is not a surprise
that
because
now
God
people
did
are
tell
more
me
comfortable.
that, some people are going to come out.
So he can't even admit that other people got the vision. He said, well, actually, I didn't mention this earlier, but God told me that after I have my first one, because I'm the first one. Let's all remember I'm the first one. After I have my first one, other people will also get the same message I'm saying. And if they're saying something different, that's not from God. But if they're saying the exact same thing I'm saying, then yeah, they can be legit as long.
Okay, so on the topic of giants, Cuddlefish sent over some of just absolute peak. We must not remind them that giants walk the earth. We must remind them that giants walk the earth. Superman, baby. Goddamn, Frank Miller cooked on this picture. Frank Miller straight up cooked on this picture. Goddamn. Goddamn, Miller. It was Miller time. He looked at the clock and was like, yep, it's Miller time, and he went to work. Fantastic.
Long as, we all know that I was here first. That picture of humility he talked about being earlier. Also, listen to the snarkiness regarding people who don't agree with him.
I know. No, straight up. That's like the good thing is that it was Miller time. The bad thing is that it was Miller time. He made Superman into a fucking toady for fucking Ronald Reagan? Dog, no. No. My goat would never. Ever. End of story. Superman is not like that, and it's insane that he tried to sell that. It is upsetting. Deeply upsetting that he tried to sell that. He'd tell Reagan to fuck off to his face? True, he would.
I see pastors, opposing me, saying that there will be no rapture that day. I tell you, there will be no church that day. I mean, from that day going forward.
That Sunday is not going to happen.
Clark is stronger than a god. He's just a guy from Kansas. Clark's just a very nice man, and he is also very much not a bootlicker. He's just a nice guy. It's a deconstruction of Superman as much as it's a deconstruction of Batman. Yeah, I know. Okay, so here's the thing. I do not think it is a good deconstruction of Superman. For as much as I think The Dark Knight Returns is a good comic book, and it is, I do think it does a major disservice to Superman by whittling him down into something that is so against even his basic character traits that it doesn't even come off as him losing his way. At least in my opinion. Now, granted, okay? I do know for a fact, he's doing that same kind of thing with Batman, but with Batman, there is, I think, a logic there that makes sense. For Superman, I don't think that the logic holds true with his character in that. It doesn't bug me as much as a lot of other things, because I do understand what they're doing there, but I don't think that his rendition of Superman fits a little bit better. However, Green Arrow is canonically perfect in Dark Knight. You are objectively correct. Ollie was perfect. Ollie was perfect. You are correct. You are correct, dear Cuttlefish. I'm biased? No, he's just a nice guy. Superman's just a nice guy. I'll put on the thing. Hold on. No, I'm doing it. I'm putting on a Superman speech. To teach everybody a lesson.
Shit! Alien! That is where you've always been wrong about me, Lex. I'm as human as anyone. I love, I get scared, I wake up every morning and despite not knowing what to do, I put one foot in front of the other and I try to make the best choices I can. I screw up all the time. But that is being human. And that's my greatest strength. And someday, I hope, for the sake of the world, you understand that it's yours too. Oh.
I will never get tired of it. I'll never get tired of it. It will never not be perfect. You heard what he said.
Jerks.
It'll never not be perfect. Peak. Absolute peak.
My point is I question everything and everyone. You trust everyone and think everyone you've ever met is like beautiful.
Maybe that's the real punk rock.
My point is I question.
Maybe that's the real punk rock. Ah! Superman!
You seemingly acting as a representative of the United States. I wasn't representing
anybody except for me.
Oh, hold on. Kindness has always been punk rock. Always.
Superman.
Miss Lane.
Damn it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this works. Yeah!
Yes, I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes, I am.
Do-do-do.
'Cause I'm a punk
rocker, yes, I am. Superman is not a god. I will die on this hill. Superman is not a god pretending to be a human. He's not an alien who only learned how to be good because he's human. He's just a guy. He's just a really nice guy. And for all of the amazing things Superman can do, for all of his powers, for all of his abilities, for anything he could ever offer the world, nothing will ever be more powerful than this.
Your doctor really did get held up, Regan. It's never as bad as it seems. You're much stronger than you think you are. Trust me.
That is Superman. That's Superman right there. I'm putting on the other thing. Putting on the last thing. Last thing. Last thing. Last thing. Last Superman thing, and then my best trick Clark took me years and fortune to synthesize. Good thing I have both. Hell yeah. Here it is. Hold on. This is important. This is important. I have to make sure this is synced up the right way.
Someone else. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
You are special.
Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
I love you.
'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. See me die on Bleecker Street. I'm bored with being God. See me sneering in my car.
I love you.
I'm driving to my star.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm listening to the music with no fear.
That's Superman, baby. That is Superman.
'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
So yeah, that is Superman. That's why I say he's not a god. That's why I say he's just a really nice guy. How's Biz? Biz be good. I be drawing. Oh, I love Batman too, baby. Spider-Man's still the best superhero of all time, but I love Batman too. Okay, Superman is the best superhero of all time. Spider-Man and Batman would agree with me on that. Superman would say the best superhero of all time is Batman, and Batman would probably grumble if you asked him, whisper Superman, and then walk away. He's the man of tomorrow. Yeah. Well, that's what makes him great. It's the thing, you know. You will give them an example to strive for, Kal-El. They will stumble behind you, and they will fall. They will crawl, and they will try. But one day, they will join you in the sun. Superman is not the best superhero of all time, hot take. See, when I say that Superman is the best superhero of all time, I'm saying that he is the superhero. He doesn't have to be your favorite. It's that he sets the meter and tempo. He is the baseline for superheroes. Clark Kent is that forward way. He's the best because he is Superman. There's something special to him. There's something about him as a character. He's the superhero. He epitomizes all that is good about the idea of a superhero. That's why I say he's the best. He embodies the old new meaning of the very word hero. Yeah. He's fixing the sun. He'll be back when he's done. Yeah. God, I love him. Superman is the ideal, the goal, the absolute aspiration of the human condition. Yeah, that's why he's the man of tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, it's not that he's like this morally perfect ubermensch or anything. It's just that he is... I say this a lot, actually, right? Superman is a guy who can do anything, can be anything, can go anywhere, can do anything, right? Superman is a guy who can be anything, and he chooses to be kind. Superman is a man who can do anything, and he chooses to do good. And he doesn't choose those things out of a sense of obligation, out of a sense of guilt. He chooses them because if you ask Clark, it's what anyone would do if they had that kind of power. Clark is just nice. He tries his best. He is what everyone, at least according to him, would try to be if they had the chance. If you had the chance to do everything, if you had the chance to be there for everyone, to save everyone, to stop every injustice, to fly around and save everybody from the bullets and explosions, you do that. That's what Superman is. Would you like to go to the Dinosaur Love Hotel? Yes, I would absolutely love that. I want to go to Japan really bad, but I can't. I'm afraid to leave the country because of the government of the USA. I'm probably going to bite the bullet on that and choose to leave the country for a little bit, though, just to go on a vacation, because I want to go see my girlfriend really bad. He does the impossible, the old meaning, and saves while inspiring others to do the same. Yeah. The new meaning of hero. Yeah, I got you. You could sleep on my shoulder pad if you need to. I come bearing good news in spite of the government shutdown. I got my food stamps a day late, but at least it came. Oh, yeah, they ended up fixing it. Not the government, but state legislators basically went, hey, you can't withhold that. That is intensely illegal. Don't do that. I wonder if I'll ever be able to get home. I think you will. Yeah, state legislators were like, no, you have to follow the law. Stop it. How's it going? It's going good. I'm drawing picture. You think I'm the best mayor? You're the best. You the best.
From that day going for, because
we're watching a video on Rapture Talk and how insane it is. But my actual governor is holding it up. Oh, Lord. The state's told the orange bed a man to fuck off. Yes. Good. Maybe leave the country illegally and claim asylum in another country. I thought about that. I'm proud of the states, but still, hearty fuck the government for even being an issue. It's specifically the Republican Party. It is the Republican Party's fault in this case. I have a lot of smoke for the Democrats, but it is the Republicans who are actively trying to get people killed. You think Cass is cool and I wish I wasn't so shy? It's okay. You're wonderful. You're wonderful, Lily. And I am cool. Also, yeah, this is Wendigoon. This is a video on the Rapture Talk.
The Antichrist will not going to allow church. You know?
All these Christians who think I don't know what I'm talking about will have fun being under a totalitarian regime that isn't going to let you have church, which also, if I'm right, you should be in heaven with me. But I guess you're not a real Christian if you don't believe me, the real Jesus. I mean, Joshua.
You know, posters. Make videos, you know, like people are doing. They're serving the Lord.
So it's
I mean, the Nazis?
So
this channel.
Yes, I mean the current American Nazi Party. They're Republicans. Yes. Flat out. Remember, never vote for a Republican. I hate how even expressing the desire to help and feed people will get you death threats on social media. Well, yeah, it's because most social medias are run by libertarian tech bros who are just closeted Nazis because they're too pussy to say what they actually believe in public, because they know that it would destroy their entire reputation. Pussy bastards. Fuck them.
Is serving God right now, and the rewards are coming.
I like all of his demands for everyone else. So you should probably put a billboard up. You should probably, do something. I'm going to be live streaming. He talks a bit more about what the judgment seat will be like.
Oh, you told me that, Arcos.
But listen
That's
to this
fucking
at
rad.
the very end of the podcast.
Out of time. I want to ask more questions. I have so many more questions. Maybe you'll come back on the 25th.
That will never happen. So we are done, right?
We are done. We are done, yeah.
Maybe you'll come back on the 25th. That'll never happen. After he thinks they're wrapped, he has some weird questions. Like at first he asks what they'll be doing on the day of the rapture. And then he says this.
How do you ladies feel that your channel has only 14 days left?
How does our team look? I'm speechless for the first time in a long time.
So the way he says it, it's almost like a weird test of oh, well, you
Fantastic
only have
art. Thank
14
you.
days left, right? You believe me, right? So after this, the Sent Twins had a couple of other episodes. Most related to the rapture, they had that prophetess that I said had all those weird visions. That prophetess came on twice. They had another guy that came on, said the rapture will be. They had someone else come on, talk about the mark of the beast. So they were fully geared up for all the rapture stuff. And I think the Sent Twins certainly believed this to some degree. They were at least curious about it. Which, to be fair, I think is better than if they knew it was fake all along and were just doing it to cash in. I think they had an actual curiosity around Joshua and his prediction, so that's why they were so focused on it in the uploads leading up to September 23rd. Especially because, spoilers, after September 23rd, they seem to be a bit more hostile concerning the topic. So while I don't think they should have had Joshua on, I can't really blame them beyond their own curiosity got the best of them. It's not a good thing that their curiosity got the best of them, but I don't think they were evil, unlike, how I view Joshua. Well, in these final 2 weeks, people online kept quitting their jobs. They kept getting more and more fired up, telling people around them that the world was going to end on September 23rd. Or, the rapture would happen that would lead to the end of the world. In the final days before the rapture, a lot of the people who had been so on fire for it began to say that they would log offline, they would spend their last day on earth with family, friends, or whatever. And most of them said that if the rapture didn't happen, they would come back to apologize or make a public statement, and we'll see how that went. Most importantly, for what we're talking about today, as Joshua said, he did in fact do an all-day live stream on the day of September 23rd. That live stream is something else. So the guy that originally organized this live stream was Medic for Christ. Someone who, if you go to his channel now, has deleted all of his videos but one, and we'll talk about why in a minute. The archive of this live stream can be found on the Truth Seeker John 14:6 Jason K YouTube channel. That is a mouthful. All 12 hours are there, but the live chat replay has been turned off for some reason. I certainly didn't have anything to do with that. But on that day, Brother Joshua, along with a lot of people who believed his prophecy and believed the rapture was about to happen, live streamed their entire day to prove to the world that they were right about what they said. And I am happy to say that I was there for a lot of it. I had been following this story as it was happening, so I decided to pop in the live stream and watch the chaos unfold. So because of that, I screen recorded a lot of the highlight moments and was able to get chat's reaction as these things were happening.
Fucking
just so you know,
awesome.
On the day of September 23rd, I had seen the podcast episodes with Brother Joshua, and it just kind of assumed that
Guabas, guabidas, guabobas, guabas, abadabadabadabada, abadabu. Whip up balibu pada para wapato, wow, 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 wow.
Did you like your dumb noises? I did them real good just for you. Mwah. I'm speaking in tongues. It's the start of the rapture. I started it. No. Ah! Header one-eyed trouser snake, please.
He was a misled guy who may be incidentally misleading others. The blind leading the blind, right? Well, that was until I watched this live stream, and it was during this live stream I realized he was a snake. That being said, their reactions throughout the day are priceless. I once again urge you to not find the people involved with this live stream. As I'm going to talk about, some of them have changed their minds.
One of my favorite things about working in comic books is that I get to take my OCs and make them make incredibly funny faces like this. We're going to have a better rapture with cocaine and hookers. In fact, forget the rapture. In fact, forget the cocaine. Forget the blackjack. Forget the whole damn thing. It's too much work. But yeah, I get to draw my characters making faces like this. Yeah, more hookers actually sounds kind of nice. More hookers then. More hookers. More hookers. Triple the hookers. Septuple the hookers.
Some of them are now vocal critics of Joshua. Others, I don't think, were in a mentally sound place when this was happening. So once again, please don't harass or seek them out. I will say that hearing a lot of them talk during the stream was sad. There was one guy that had a newborn and was worried about what would happen to them. They think they were going to heaven, but they weren't sure, and it was causing them anxiety. There was another person who left a note on his desk at work.
Wait, how are we playing with the hookers? Don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm praying with the hookers. I'm hooker praying. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. I love you. Mwah.
Letting everyone know that he had been raptured and to please trust in God. I think a lot of these people were legitimately uneducated, and that allowed them to be misled. Now, obviously, if they can allow themselves to be misled to this degree, they have no business teaching anyone or being a voice for God until they get a lot of stuff straightened out. But I can't outright call them evil either. But admittedly, despite all of that, watching September 23rd happen live on stream was a bit satisfying, especially because so many people would be in their comment sections or making video responses to them, pointing out scripture, saying, hey, you're wrong about this, you got that wrong. Maybe don't tell the world that every Christian believes this thing that definitely isn't going to happen is going to happen, and staking God's credibility on it. And they would just give the proverbial middle finger. They would keep using the phrase mockers and scoffers, which comes from a verse in 2 Peter when Peter said there will be people in the last days who mock and scoff the word of God and Christians. So they think that's them, and they think other Christians explaining the Bible to them is this so-called mocking and scoffing. So like I said earlier, when this whole thing feels like a YouTube cancellation, mockers and scoffers was and still is to some their word for haters. Like if you said, hey, the Bible doesn't say that, or hey, this is dumb, they'd be like, oh, here comes a real mocker and scoffer showing up. So even if I think a lot of them were misled, they were being misled to a militant degree. So I don't think it's entirely wrong for me to get some satisfaction out of the way everything went down. Also, one thing they love doing during this live stream is cutting to AI music and AI images of like Bible related stuff. So watching this live stream was a headache because it would switch between them talking about the dumbest thing you've ever heard to like images of the clouds opening up and like a fake praise and worship song. Which this song may not be AI, but there's no way to tell with these people. There's straight up hours of this music at a time.
Oh God!
Believe unto salvation.
That's dark.
And from the mouth it's confessed. So the heart is the at the heart of the matter, if you will.
Also, a lot of this stream is just them reading Bible verses and having kind of standard interpretations of them. Like they'll read a verse.
It's almost like we shouldn't have AI. It's a bad thing. In-group out-group dynamics. Yeah, it's a cult. It's a cult. It's always a cult.
About doing good and be like, this means God wants you to do good. And it's like, okay, aren't we all supposed to get raptured in like 5 minutes from now? Is this what we're doing? Not to discourage the Bible itself, but to discourage their mindset when they're reading it. It feels like when your mom yells at you, so then later when she comes into your room, you're doing
Oh! Cuttlefish! Oh! You can't hit me with that kind of thing! Damn! Cuttlefish, I mean, you're not wrong, but fuck! You're not wrong, but holy shit! You're objectively correct, which is the best type of correct. But fuck me! Sidewinder missile.
Homework. It's all very performative. And also, I know I'm being a little bit bitter and hypercritical, but I have zero interest in hearing biblical opinions from a group of people who have put their faith in a dude who said he was named after Jesus, and angel hybrid people are going to eat teenagers.
Brother John, so good to see your face. I'm sorry, I was dealing with getting Joshua on. He was having some major technical problems. That's why he was late. Dealing with...
Also, something else. During this entire live stream, Joshua keeps having technical problems. His screen glitches half the time. He can't hear anyone the other half of the time. I mean, you think if God was about to come back and this is your final way to show the world you were right, you may, I don't know, do a Wi-Fi test beforehand. But look at their exuberance after Joshua shows up.
Brother Joshua. Brother Joshua, your microphone is working now. Try and talk. Let's see if it works.
Yes, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. God bless you, brother.
Great.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Joshua.
Of course.
And
much like this, everyone at the beginning of the live stream was super hyped. They were amped up. They've been prepping for this for months now, and Joshua was here as their faithful leader. I should also mention, for the whole world to be on the 23rd and 24th, this was in the early AM in the United States, while it was closer to midday on the 23rd for South Africa, where Joshua was, and Israel. Since a lot of this prediction is based on Israel, they also keep switching to a live camera.
Remember, Israel should be abolished. No country that's founded on the boards of genocide, apartheid, and is continuing to enact an apartheid state and a genocide should be allowed to continue to exist. Free Palestine now. Abolish Israel. Am I the only one who needs an explanation for what Cuttlefish said? Oh, these, okay, so the cognitive dissonance and in-group, out-group think that was present, that is present here is the same kind of exact thing that led to the Rwandan genocide. It's also the same kind of thing that is leading to the current genocide in Gaza. Like, that's how Israel work. I get back in here, angels eating teenagers. Not that kind of party, unfortunately. It was lame. It could have been cool, but they didn't make it cool.
From within Jerusalem throughout the stream. It's also like the beginning of the 24th within Japan and East Asia. There's also one point Joshua leaves for like an hour and then comes back. At one point, Medic for Christ says this.
The window that we have to be looking at is between 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time US and today and 6 a.m. on the 24th. That 22-hour window is the only window of time that fits perfectly with what Joshua was given by the Lord.
So that 22-hour time period is the only times it can still be the 23rd.
If you have not heard of the Rwandan genocide, I recommend looking up information on it and learning. I'm not going to go into it a whole lot right now, but yes, this is a good thing to look into.
The 24th everywhere. So remember all that stuff I said about the Feast of Trumpets, how it's dependent on the new moon, and that's where the whole no man knows the day or the hour thing comes from? Well, the new moon was not spotted this year, so the Feast of Trumpets begins for a full day on...
Also, I was asked who would I rather have in the rest of my life, Bowser or Superman? As much as I love Bowser, and he is my husband, and I would do anything for him, he's not here right now, so I would probably pick Superman because he would fix a lot more problems in the world, although if it was Bowser and me, it'd be great. I love Bowser. Can I have both? Superman would find a way to get me Bowser. Thank you for those 200 biddies. Thank you for those 200 biddies, Casper. Mwah. I appreciate it. Check my DMs before I say that. I saw them. I know. Look. There are a million things I would do for Bowser. I love him very much. He is my husband, and I definitely... I'd still pick Superman. He'd find a way to get me Bowser. Superman would find a way to make sure that me and Bowser could be together. All I'm saying.
On the 24th. But like I said earlier, technically the Feast of Trumpets begins in the evening the day prior. But since Joshua's vision said the 23rd and 24th, Rapture still got to happen in Israeli time on the 23rd. So the time that they really think it's going to happen is 11:36 a.m. Eastern time, because that is 6:36 p.m. in Israel when sunset happens and technically the Feast of Trumpets starts. So it's the only time that the Feast of Trumpets can be at the same time the whole world's on the 23rd and 24th. And also sunset sounds dramatic, right? So that's the time they're looking out for, 11:36 a.m.
He can come at any time in between. He doesn't have to come at a specific hour. And we weren't given the exact hour. Okay, just kind of giving you guys the kind of what we're thinking, where our heads are at. Okay.
I would rather have 100 kobold-sized Bowsers, and I cannot say what I would like them to do without being too explicit for Twitch. It's a very rare, extreme cautionary tale about other people, othering people and downplaying their essential humanity. Yes. And again, you can see the same thing happening right now in Gaza. The same thing happening right now to the people of Palestine. If you want a contemporary example of the exact kind of thing, that is what you are seeing in Gaza. Israel, by the way, if last you had heard, they had agreed to a ceasefire. They violated the ceasefire in under a week, said that they were just simply testing something, and then continued to violate the ceasefire, and it is now broken down because Israel is incredibly fucking bloodthirsty. The nation should be abolished. I don't think Israel should exist.
And if it's not 6:36 for whatever reason, then they're looking for midnight in Israel, which would be 5 p.m.
Also, legitimately, if you're going to look up stuff about Israel, it's a lot. So, warning.
Eastern. Also, a lot of this live stream is them talking about their personal experiences, why they think the rapture is about to happen, and there's a lot of stuff like this.
Dispatched from the terminal around 8:30, but there was a delayed truck that day, so we were waiting for the rest of the packages to be sorted. And it just so happens that on that day, it was just a few weeks ago, our dispatch time was at 9:23 a.m. and I had 153 stops on my truck that day.
Oh, awesome.
And when I finished my route at the end of the day, I finished it at exactly 3:29, which is 9:23 backwards.
Just complete divination. Just using random numbers you see and stuff like that to think they're signs from God or clues to some giant puzzle you're putting together. And when you tell people this is what Christianity is, like I said, I won't call them evil, but it's certainly dangerous.
What do you think about a 20-30 minute break? Everybody want to get something to eat?
Yes.
Something to drink, relax, get your house in order, and we'll...
Y'all are going to get something to drink and eat? I thought God's coming back any second. You'll never need to drink or eat again. What? What if he comes back in those 30 minutes? Then you won't be able to prove anything. No one will even know it happened. They also played Trump's address to the UN for like an hour while they all go to get snacks and stuff. Because I guess they thought there would be something that happens at the UN assembly, like some peace deal broker that would, like Joshua said, lead to the rapture.
I don't know about y'all, but woo, I'm not trying to keep myself awake over here.
Yeah, man, me too.
2 hours of sleep.
running on fumes and excitement.
Joshua disappears for an additional hour after that. For someone that's so dead set on live streaming through the rapture, he's sure not there for a lot of it. What's also super dangerous about these guys is they will blend their conversation of the Bible and of scripture with their own personal visions and like supernatural experiences.
He texts me, he goes, man, I kid you not, I had a vision of the Father and the Son sitting on a gold throne, and below their feet was gold, and engraved in the gold floor. It was the 23rd and 24th. They were clapping and smiling. I saw that and started praising them, giving honor and glory. He started dozing off again. He had another vision. He goes, I had another vision of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit sitting on that gold throne. This time, Jesus was in the middle. He came off of his throne and had a white sign in his hand. He had placed it on the ground, took a marker or a pen to it, and...
No! What do you mean? Jesus was doodling. It's the end of the world and you're doodling? You're doodling? Jesus doodling Christ? He's doodling! Jesus is doodling! Incredible.
Wrote Rosh Hashanah 23 and 24. He goes, I can't make this up. God is my witness, confirmation after confirmation. So I felt like I had to share that.
There's no sacristy or purpose given to scripture. It's all just these things happen, and I like these things because they point towards the thing that I want it to point towards. And they beat down scripture sacristy as a means of propping up their own opinion. Because ultimately, sure, they're reading scripture and they're acting like the purpose of this is to get people saved and like, oh, well, everyone who's a doubter will come to this live stream and then they'll hear the scripture and this will be the turning point, the thing that makes them want to come to God. When in reality, all this is self-affirmation and ego inflating. Because if you actually believe the rapture was happening today, you would be hijacking any airwave you could get a hold of. You'd be shouting from the street corners. Instead, you're putting this live stream together as a glorified I told you so. And it's like to them, they see no cost. They think, oh, well, if the rapture doesn't happen, well, then, you know, I tried and I was faithful. When the actual cost is by your collective stupidity, you have destroyed the chances of thousands of people ever coming to Christianity. Which obviously, if you're not a Christian and don't believe in religion, who cares? But these people obviously do. And if you're right, all you get is an I told you so, which probably won't be noticed between the 2.5 billion people that will disappear from the earth. I feel like a lot of people aren't going to take the time to check out this live stream. It's just selfishness that uses the Bible as a crutch, something that sadly isn't new to churches. It's one thing to be wrong and not know something. It's another to be wrong.
Let's not forget a pastor a few weeks ago who told a lady her $12,000 wasn't enough. Yes. Oh, I know. Jesus had a white sign that said upon it, "You came for the beer and the fat femboy and the rat femboy bitches." Yes.
You can not know something, but act like you
true.
do. Ignorance is only an excuse to a point. It's also absurd how much of this is just them gassing up Joshua.
Oh, no, I was saying how I was wondering if Joshua Saul happened to catch the video that I posted of, you know, the town that he lives in, like the name of Johannesburg, like how there was like a huge connection between him and the city of Johannesburg. You got the revelation. The Lord told you that we're going to be out of here 23rd, 24th, and we're going to go and enter into that fortified city, the city of gold, you know, the New Jerusalem. Wow. So I thought that was amazing. Wow. Yeah,
that's powerful. He has got them making YouTube videos about how the town he is from is a metaphor for like the golden fortress of heaven. These people are hook, line, and sinker. So eventually they got to 11:36 a.m. while Joshua was not on the stream conveniently. And here they were at the moment of sunset in Jerusalem.
Is it 11:36?
Yep.
It is indeed.
I'm thinking, like you said, brother, he's going to wait until last minute.
Yeah, I've been getting that feeling too. Like something's going to go down, whether it's nuclear war or something. I feel it in my bones, man. Something big is going to go down before this.
Nuclear war?
Insane.
What? No one brought that up. Where was that coming?
Just nuclear war. Why not? Ceiling Cat is watching you masturbate. It is. It is. You can't run. You can't run.
From. Also, as soon as they notice it's 11:36 and nothing's happened, immediately, well, we all knew it'd be a different time. I know we said earlier it'd be 11:36, but we all really knew it'd be like midnight or something, right?
If you guys don't mind me sharing, I'd love to share what the Lord's done personally ever since all this, what Sister has asked about. And
who cares? What do you mean I'm going to share what God's done personally? You think this is the minute the rapture's about to happen? You're just staring at a webcam of Jerusalem. What? I don't care. Also, if you look at the live chat right now, I found out quickly that they were moderating it heavily. But some of the stuff people are saying is absurd. My body just started hurting. Wow. My tummy is in knots. This is all in the midst of them describing the most absurd, religious-related, psychotic dreams I've ever heard.
At me, and I knew what he was trying to tell me is that if I didn't stop going out and witnessing and doing everything I can for the Lord, that he was going to take my life. Well, I went to the Lord in prayer, and I was like, I said, well, before the dream ended, I actually looked at the devil and I said, be as it may, whatever happens, happens, but I'm not going to stop. And I woke up, and then...
It's at this point I started to show up in chat and be sarcastic.
Oh no, I was saying how I was wondering if Joshua Saul happened to catch the.
It was also kind of sad because there were a few people who saw me in chat with the first message before I was sarcastic, and were like, "Oh, yay, you're a watchman too," and they quit talking to me after I kept talking. Now watch what happens here when Joshua says he thinks the rapture will be during sunset in Israel, and then quickly finds out
seen this outfit?
that that's already happened.
It is. It's just what happens when I take my jacket off. Yeah. If I take my jacket off, I just, I got the guns out. Welcome to the show.
The sunset time of Jerusalem. I don't know about midnight. It's also highly possible, but I'm watching these 2 times. Sunset and midnight. Kevin Hart one day and mentioned that
Kevin Hart. Did you just say Kevin Hart?
Them showing the sunset with him just rambling, not even realize the sun has set yet, is great.
If I may ask, Michael, in Israel now, what time is it? I think
it is 7:18 p.m.
Or 7:18 p.m. Okay.
Jacked off while streaming.
So
Jack it off while streaming.
6:30, now 6:36. So we're going for the midnight. We're going for the midnight.
The immediate switch up. I think it'll be sunset. What time is it in Israel? Past sunset? He's going for the midnight. And that nervous laughter from everyone, because everyone else has been watching the clock. Everyone else knows that his first predicted time is gone. So they were all kind of nervous and quiet. And when he says, "Oh, it's midnight time," did you see them all laugh? Did you see them all like, yeah, I guess midnight, sure thing. It was such a bad idea to stream this. I'm so glad they did.
It's such a good echo. I love that.
Kevin Hart.
This is what Arthas's gun can do. Big explosion. Big explosion. This is going to be a bitch to draw, but worth it. Oh, adios for now, okay? You take it easy, bro. Alright, so, the sketch for the next page. And this is my boomstick! Damn right.
I'm not going to...
1 second, I'll be right back.
Dive deep into it. But I'm going to mention this, what the Lord is allowing me to say. God had shown me one day Kevin Hart. There's a story that I came across on television, and I saw
Kevin Hart. What are you talking about?
Kevin Hart telling a story of how his mother left rent money in the Bible for him. And
Kevin Hart, the comedian. What? What has Kevin Hart got to do with this?
The way that you can put exciting music or the September
23, bro.
Kevin Hart,
the one that
Kevin Hart is the shortest soldier for God, obviously. Obviously.
Look how hyped up that dude is down there. He is jumping.
I see the work you do on your channel.
I just saw my message over in chat. It is now night in Israel. A lot of this is just them staring blankly at the camera while they listen to music.
Now here's a funny thing. Why didn't anyone lean in and say, "Oh, it's the rapture, but I think everybody in this call got left behind"? I'm just saying, it would have been perfect. It would have been the perfect moment. It would have been the perfect moment for it. Take care now? I shall take care. You take care, you wonderful being. Mwah! You take it easy. I'm adding in goblin parts to the parts that exploded away. That's what a lot of these squares are going to be, is like rocks and goblin parts. Beware of Bowser, of all the Bowser gawk. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you send me Bowser. Oh, I love him. Oh, I love him. I would do anything on Earth for Bowser. I love that man. God, I love him. You can always send me more things like this. I'm actually okay with whenever somebody wants to send me stuff of Bowser, please do. Go for it. I love him. Bowser's my king. If you want to send me Bowser, please do. I love Bowser, my King Koopa. Mwah.
There's this funny moment when the guy in the top right fades into a green screen, so he kind of got raptured. That counts, right? Also, listen to how devilish this is.
Spring, because this is going to happen. God does not lie. Why would he let all these thousands of people get all these confirmations for us to be ashamed? In Joel chapter 2, where around that area where he talks about the sons and daughters will prophesy, see visions and dreams, and then parting his land, before that it talks about he will not let his people be ashamed.
To tie the reputation of God with signs and confirmations people have gotten, which is religion-induced psychosis or lapses of judgment. To say, yeah, that's what Christianity is about. That's what God is. And if it doesn't happen today, then God's a liar. To tie your own ego and your own belief to something so much bigger than yourself is such a point of pride. Again, even if you don't believe in Christianity or anything related to it, that is undeniably full of itself. Also, watch him rally the troops here.
You know, I give
weirdest episode of PP's meme stock I've ever seen. Yeah.
% that this day we will be raptured. I want to say I give you my word. I'll start by saying I give you his word and I give you my word. You know.
This was the line that made me make this video. Up until this point, I was watching and I'm like, man, this guy's dumb, or man, this guy's misguided, or doesn't know what he's talking about. I can't believe all these idiots fell for it. But when he said that, the jig is up. He's no longer just a humble guy, a servant regarded for his humility, who's just giving the message God gave him and he sure hopes everyone else gets saved. No, now he's saying that everything he says isn't even his own word. It's God's word, and you wouldn't go against God, would you? I always try to be careful before I make religious accusations against someone, right? I'm certainly not perfect, so I try not to call out other people for just being imperfect. But when he said that, it became clear that he's a heretic. Not only is he using God as a crutch, he is saying that everything he says is the word of God. So his credibility and God's are one and the same. This is the mantra of a number of cult leaders and radical religious groups. And this is how they always start. One guy says something and other people listen. Doesn't have to be the majority that stick around, as long as some do. They're aware that they're putting their faith in a person, but they don't care. Joshua is clearly a scam artist, but they like the scam, so they're going along with it. Any Christian who knows a little bit about the Bible should know that if a person is saying things that don't agree with Scripture, that is not someone to put your hope in. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't be putting your faith in any man. But this sounds good. It feels good, so they're going along with it. Like I said, you can only be ignorant to a point. Also, he talks about the Antichrist again for a second. Listen to this.
He's one of those countries, or he's one of the, he's a man who is, let me say, leading, or one of the men who's leading this two-state solution talk right now. And I'm sure those who know, they know.
Please tell me he says it's Bibi Netanyahu. That'd be so fucking funny. That would be so fucking funny. Oh my god, it'd be perfect. Please be Bibi Netanyahu. I mean, he's probably talking about Trump too, but still.
Those who know, they know. You know, I just want to focus on Jesus, but those who know, they know. Yes.
Guys, quick, pull up everyone who's in favor of a two-state solution. I need to know who he thinks. I need to know who he thinks the Antichrist is. It also doesn't surprise me a bit that he thinks the very concept of people in Gaza being allowed to live is a manufacturing of the devil.
Can I ask Michael, you had that big, beautiful shofar, and I'd like to hear it.
Wait, hold on. Ally Wendigoon? Hold on, let me rewind that back. Ally Wendigoon? Wendy, I knew you were good, but like, hold on, Wendy, can you roll that back really quick? How did you characterize the two-state solution? People in Gaza being allowed to live? Y'all, I think Wendy might just be a good boy.
You know, they know.
A two-state solution.
They know.
I need to know who he thinks. I need to know who he thinks the Antichrist is. It also doesn't surprise me a bit that he thinks the very concept of people in Gaza being allowed to live is a manufacturing of the devil.
Can I ask Mike?
You know what? You know what? Wendy, good boy. Wendy's a good boy. Wendy would say free Palestine, as far as I can tell. I'm not going to put those words in his mouth, but he got damn close to saying them. You see, I was not exaggerating before. Wait, about what? About the Rwandan genocide stuff? Yeah, no, you are objectively correct. Like, objectively correct. That's how that shit always starts.
Michael, you had that big, beautiful shofar, and I'd like to hear it.
That is beautiful.
If God came back for me here, I would be embarrassed. At this point in the live stream, about 6.5 hours in, it's approaching midnight in Israel. And you can tell that the mood in the room is starting to change, particularly with Medic for Christ. This is kind of foreshadowing for later, but you can tell he's getting a little weary of this whole thing. At first, he plays it off kind of chill. He says that there is a post he saw that is critical of Joshua that he would like Joshua to respond to. Kind of like a passive way of saying, hey, Joshua, can you answer these concerns about yourself? And I'll let you see how that plays out.
He put out a post. Listen, it's negative. Do you want me to read it? As the first day of the Feast of Trumpets comes to a close and the second begins, it pains me to write this, but I must. Those who promised the rapture would happen today or tomorrow, based on their visions and dreams, have caused great harm. Their actions resulted in a threefold damage. Number one, they disappointed many believers. Number two, they set dates for an event no one should, and in doing so dismissed all other days. And number three, by being wrong yet again, they drove many away from prophecy altogether. Once again, the trumpet of God is not the trumpets of men. The Feast of Trumpets is not about the rapture, but about the second coming. And I read that because he's saying the Feast of Trumpets today is over.
Okay, I have to say, I don't know if someone wants to say something. Can I, Louis, please?
No, we're all waiting on you, Joshua.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh. I was going to say something, but you go ahead, bro.
Yes, I must say, earlier I said, I'm sorry, guys, the light, it's at night here now, or it's dark. I will say this, like I said earlier on about the rapture not depending on the UN meeting and what, goes on there. Though that meeting is one of the signs. Right, so it's not like if they sign, then the rapture will happen. No, it's the rapture first, then they sign, because the rapture is going to happen just before they put pen to paper. Because if they sign,
my God, he's tripling down.
Now officially, all of us here, we are in the 7 years tribulation, and that's not going to happen. The shofar being blown in Israel. Listen, okay, those who announced it, it's fine. But the rapture still does not depend on the blowing of the shofar. Yes, it was interesting that, they were going to live stream it for the first time, I think. But still the rapture doesn't depend on that. The rapture is an event that God himself, he has appointed to happen.
So Joshua just kind of ignores the question. The guy says, hey, this is kind of damaging because it makes, Christianity and God look bad, and it turns people away from it. And it also disappointed a lot of people who had anxieties up and made a lot of life changes to support this idea. And all Joshua can respond with is, well, it's about to happen. Surprising, but you can start to see people in the room develop a conscience. Others at the same time start to dig in. They keep remarking that this is going to be a Red Sea moment, like when Moses crossed the Red Sea right as Pharaoh's army was about to get to them. They keep saying like God always does everything at the last minute, which no, not really. But then others start to double down on Joshua, pointing their faith towards him.
I don't know. I don't really trust what he says. I wouldn't listen to the naysayers, even if it is somebody that's mainstream.
Yeah, I don't really pay much attention to those dudes.
As opposed to the guy who said he was named after Jesus and saw giant hybrid angel people eating teenagers. They have a prayer at one point for one of the guy's cats, which is cute and all, but isn't the rapture supposed to happen? Isn't God supposed to come back? Can you not take your cat? Does the cat get left behind? If that's the case, that's kind of, thoughtless of you to keep possession of your cat since you're about to disappear and the cat will be home alone. That's sad. They then, and I'm not kidding, take a break for 3.5 hours. Keep in mind, they're of the full belief that there is a 5-hour window when God can return. And they spend 3.5 hours not doing this live stream that was the whole point of the day he comes to Earth. But then, I can't make this up. One of them says this.
What do you think about us taking another break? Do you want to take another break or keep going?
I'm for it.
I'm down for a
Yeah,
break.
same here. I got to run to the store.
What do you mean, the store? God is going to be here and you're going to spend eternity in heaven and the world's about to go through tribulation, then end forever, but you have to get groceries? I'm sorry. I thought we were taking all of this seriously. I thought you guys thought this was a rapture. Clearly, this was all a big practical joke. And everyone who sold their cars and stuff like that, they're suckers. They're idiots who you tricked into doing stuff. Because clearly, if you thought it was real, you wouldn't need to get groceries. I'm being punked. That's what this is.
I love
this is
him.
all an elaborate prank to make stupid YouTubers
I love this.
who care look dumb online.
This right here, that was the first clip I saw of this video, was just that moment. And that is so fucking good. That is so fucking good. I'm playing that again. Also, I'm going to go ahead and save check real quick. Let me just go ahead and also... Where are you? Audio. Arthur's screaming there. You're the best! You're the best, Amy. Mwah! Mwah!
What do you think
How you
about
doing?
us taking another break? Do you want to take another break or keep going?
This.
I'm for it.
I'm down for a
Yeah,
break.
same here. I got to run to the store.
What do you mean, the store? God is going to be here and you're going to spend eternity in heaven and the world's about to go through tribulation, then end forever, but you have to get groceries? I'm sorry. I thought we were taking all of this seriously. I thought you guys thought this was a rapture.
I love this.
Clearly, this
I'm
was
happy
all
to
a
see
big
you too,
practical
Amy.
joke. And everyone who sold their cars and stuff like that, they're suckers. They're idiots who you tricked into doing stuff. Because clearly, if you thought it was real, you wouldn't need to get groceries. I'm being punked. That's what this is.
I love everything about this. The groceries are for the trip because it's going to take long. It's a very low, a very low energy raise up to heaven. Don't forget the hydration. I will not forget to hydrate, and I will stretch, and I will save check. Oh, there might not have snacks in heaven. Then is it really heaven at all? Squats, you monster! Oh, fine.
This
Hold
is all
on.
an elaborate prank to make stupid YouTubers who care
Hold
look
on.
dumb online.
I'll do the squats.
So we'll come back. What do you guys say? 3, 4 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm down. 3 o'clock works. 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it'll give me time to go get stuff done.
Let's do 4 o'clock then, and then...
Give me a
What
minute.
do you mean you have to go get stuff done? You have to take a nap? You're going to be awake for eternity starting right now. This is a prank, and you know what? It works. It works. They got me to care. They got me to get emotional. Joke's on me, I guess. This is why we have destroyed the concept of God and Christianity to hundreds of thousands of people for a joke about going to the store. I guess it was worth it. If I actually believed them, if I was full on board this September 23 thing, and then they did that, I think I would catch a felony. Didn't say which one. Could be tax evasion for all you know. That wasn't a threat. I would just be over the moon furious if I had quit my job or done something substantial, and then these guys say they're going to the store. As you can see, every time I tried to throw up a chat, I was getting hit with the temporary ban. So I imagine there were a lot more people like me doing the same thing But every now and then you see one get through. Like this person said, Josh was a deceiver and today proves it. Stop following and supporting bad spirits. That guy was probably like me and saying a bunch of stuff, but just one gets through when the moderators can't catch everything.
Time to
So they have
do
a
the squats.
3.5
Here we go.
hour break after this.
A
and they come
3.5
back right
hour
before time's up. Which
Wendigoon, did you consider that just potentially, just maybe, the Rapture was waiting on them to do that break? Maybe the Rapture felt bad. Maybe it got a little shy because everybody was watching. It had to take a break. All right, I got to squat. Here we go. Squats.
You know that's got to be discouraging when you're like, all right, we got 5
All right.
hours, and then 3 hours happens, or 3.5 hours
Here we go.
happens, and nothing. So then you're like, okay, I guess we
One.
get back on stream now.
2.
You can feel the energies down in the room,
3.
except they got one new guy who just got
4.
here and is really fired up.
Hello,
5.
brother. Good to see you.
6.
How are you, Michael? It's
7.
good to see you too.
Thank you for coming.
It's a
9.
privilege and an honor for me to be here.
10.
You can see how much this guy's new
11.
enthusiasm contrast off of
12.
theirs. And also, to be clear, once again,
13.
you're not talking about
14.
what Jesus said. Or you're not talking about what the
15.
Bible said. You're talking
16.
about what this one dude
17.
said Jesus told him, but no one else gets to
18.
see. And Jesus did nothing to
19.
venerate or prove the guy
20.
for some reason.
21.
Joshua, I don't know what he's got better to do.
22.
He doesn't show up again for like an
23.
additional hour.
24.
Maybe answering a lot of angry phone
25.
calls.
There we
He
go.
spoke to me, he said to me,
There you are.
Maybe you won't know it because you don't watch
I got
rugby,
you.
but rugby is very big.
I got you. You got the game called Strange Seed. It's not porn. It's badly named. Oh, it's porn. How dare you lie to me? I see through your lies, deceiver. I see through your lies. I see them. Made a lot of progress on this page today. Yes, Amy, what's up? Oh. Gives you a post I made to see if banger? Yes, please.
In South Africa. We won the All Blacks at the last game, 44-10. Now listen, while I'm looking at this game of my son, when he was finished, the Lord spoke to me, he said, what was the score of the All Blacks in the Springboks? I said, Lord, it's 44-10. He said, you see, there's a 10 again. Imagine that day, he talked to me, it's the 10th. In the other game, and in this game of the All Blacks.
Undiagnosed schizophrenia is crazy. Also, just want to put this out there. If the Purge were real, nobody would be committing violent crimes against, like, regular people. It'd be, like, entirely billionaires. Just billionaires catching bullet after bullet if the Purge were real. That's how that would go down. 1,000% that's how that would go down.
That's passed already. And he said to me, so what's the point difference? I say, Lord, it's 33. He said, what does 33?
Why is the Lord talking to you about this game? Why is God here chit-chatting with you about the game? The Rapture's supposed to be on. Are they not doing that? Also, I'm going to go ahead and stop drawing for right now because my hand is tired and it's been about 4 hours of this. Billionaires will leave to another countries and leave a small army in their homes. It's a rugby union. Oh, okay, I can see why God cares.
3
I take back everything I said. Rugby's pretty awesome.
means in the Hebrew.
It's the game they play in heaven.
I had to go to ChatGPT.
When you don't have to worry about CTE, you can finally get on the real gameplay, you know? It'll take time, but you can finally get there. Oh, also, for those of you who want to see that picture up close, I will be posting it to Patreon here in a bit. So while I'm doing updates on the comic, and as well as any doodles that I made today, I'll be posting them to Patreon later on. If you're not on the Patreon, it's only $1 a month. If you want to join that's it. You get to see the pictures. You get to see pictures I drew. I post them to Patreon. I also post spicy art over there, which is pretty cool, and it will only ever be $1 a month. Great job on all the drawings. Thank you. Mwah.
What is with these people and AI? They love it. They use it for everything. Maybe outside of like YouTube and Twitter communities, everyone's using AI now and we're all just cooked. But I've seen it.
See, here's the thing. Butlerian Jihad. Butlerian Jihad. Butlerian Jihad on all AI.
Pop up so much. I am losing my mind. Also, what's funny is this guy is how everyone else was in the beginning of the stream where they were talking
It's literally
about...
a cult? No, it's 1,000% a cult. Oh, also, I'm gonna eat more of this burrito. For those of you who want to know what it is a chorizo... Not chorizo, sorry. It's a chipotle chicken burrito from Abuelitos. It's got french fries in it. It's got rice, lettuce, sour cream, chipotle chicken, which is delicious, and it had an entire chile relleno in it. It is delicious. It is all I have eaten today, and probably all I will eat today. After stream, I might go hit the gym. All I was a religious extremist. That's literally the whole point. No, entirely.
Oh, I slipped on a banana peel and I looked up and there were 9 clouds in the sky, and then I got hit by a car with 23 on the license plate, so 923. Like, they all had their dumb little visions, numerology, divination stuff, but they're over that now. They're all...
Excuse me, sorry. Bandit. Ara, ara. Mwah. Ara, ara, my sweet darling.
Tired and worried that this isn't going to happen, but this new guy shows up and he's just off the get-go talking the same way they were in the beginning, talking about numbers he's seen, using Hebrew characters he translated with AI. Joshua would be proud if he decided to show up. There's more. Listen to this.
What happened was I was going somewhere. I was
There you go. There you go. I got you. I got you, TNT. There's enough numbers of Americans to do engagement and be paid. Well, people in America do that all the time, too. Defiler, that's like constant. That is constant. Everybody uses AI for that exact shit. No one should be using AI, though. It should be illegal. Full stop. AI shit illegal.
looking for something. I had to get it. And there was nothing. I couldn't find it. I needed something red or black. And I'm in the store and I have to get like a hat or a shirt or socks or something that's red or black. And the only thing that was there was a black and red 23 hat. And I was just laughing because it was right after I prayed. And then it turns out I didn't even know that Michael Jordan wore 23 and that there's all this Michael Jordan thing.
So what they're talking about is no different from like divination or witchcraft, looking for spirits or signs.
Hey. Stay in your lane, Bible boy. You don't know jack shit about witchcraft. Don't even. Don't you fucking try. Don't you fucking try.
I mean, what's actually happening is they have a psychological bias to look for the number 9 or 23, so they see it everywhere. I mean, they're literally praying to see it. They are going to find it. But the thing they think they're doing...
The Surgeon General has determined the use of AI is dangerous to your sanity. I mean, I don't know, like, I know you're joking, but that's objectively true.
And praying to see numbers and stuff appear in front of them is like numerology and divination and witchcraft, stuff the Bible is not a fan of. But these people clearly don't read that, or at least don't pay attention to it. Like, sure, there's a good chance with some of these cases these people aren't mentally aware enough or cognitive enough, or they've been taken advantage of by this surging tide of excitement towards 923. But regardless of the reason, they should not have a platform. Damage is damage, regardless if it's an accident or not. Joshua eventually, finally decides to show up. And again, just listen to the...
When your AI psychosis is a real thing, it's fucking scary.
Obsessiveness around him.
And it's so good for me to see you, Joshua. Really, I've been praying a lot that the Lord will make it happen. That I can...
6'7", 6'7". Yeah, it's funny. It's funny about that, the 6'7" thing, because not only is the 6'7" thing not that funny, it's all derivative from the best version of it.
Patrick.
What?
I thought of something funnier than 24.
Let me hear it.
25.
Okay, look. It's a perfect joke. It writes itself.
Patrick.
What?
I thought of something funnier than 24.
Let me hear it.
25.
Why is it funny? It simply is. It simply is.
and see you and just say thank you for what you've did and speaking the Lord's name.
69420, the sacred number. Yo!
And you encourage me so much. And I just give God all the glory for that.
He may have done everything in his power to say he's not a prophet, but these people certainly treat him like one. Or at least they did, because there's less than an hour in the live stream now. Then we get to what is, in my opinion, the most telling moment from this entire live stream. Some people are tired, some people are getting discouraged, the tide's starting to shift, and it seems that Medic for Christ starts to come to his senses. We saw that a little bit earlier when he was kind of asking the points of negativity that were getting brought up to see what Joshua would say, but here he outright dives into it. Joshua's response is telling.
Absolutely beautiful. I love when somebody awakens immediately. 420 is your birthday? Nice. I think it's my little... That's... I mean, yeah, it's my little brother's birthday, too. It's funny.
Now, that said, I mean...
I had to double check on, like, the date of the month, like, the number for the month, because I'm an idiot. But yeah, that's my brother's birthday.
Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of folks who are feeling not so good right now. What would you say to them?
Okay, Mike. Feeling not so good.
Like worried, distressed, anxious, afraid.
Based on what? Based on the amount of hours left until we are off.
Well, because I think we were all looking at Israel, right? And now Israel's on the 24th. And so I think people are now, maybe some people might be losing hope in the message.
Your birthday was Wednesday. Happy birthday, you wonderful being.
Wanted you to maybe address.
Okay. So I don't know if I get you, Mike. I don't know if I get you. I honestly don't know if I get you. So, but what I wanted to say was Israel for me was a possible high watch, but Israel is not the only time that I'm looking at. You know, I'm looking at it holistically.
That is not what he said previously. He said it has to do with the Feast of Trumpets. He said it would coincide with the last horn. He said it would coincide with Rosh Hashanah and everything else. But now that it's past midnight in Israel, it's the 24th there. Well, I just, said that it might be. I never said it was, which, no, you said it was.
Let me say, I'm going to refrain giving hope to someone who is not even out of, if everybody in the world right now is within the time zones, of the 23rd and the 24th, and nobody's on the 25th, no, I don't think I want to give hope to such a person. I don't know. Am I giving hope to the panic that the time is getting smaller or closer to being over? I don't know. What am I giving hope to? I don't know. Maybe I don't understand your question, Mike, but...
That was one of the most mask-off things he said in this entire debacle. Earlier in his previous podcast appearances, there was all this talk of, oh, well, I come to give hope. The church, you're okay. I just want more people to go to heaven. And now when Medic for Christ raises the point and says, hey, people might be worried, he flips a switch. He goes from encouraging people to, why would I want to give hope to someone like that? Someone who doesn't believe God, doesn't believe me. Why would I want to give hope to that kind of person? Quickly switch from his posturing as...
This is exactly how cults go. This is some perfectly culty behavior. Spot the fuck on. Because that's how it always goes. Now, at this point, it's about finding the believers and the and those who are going to leave. It's who isn't going to stay, to believe in me, to follow my religion, my faith, Ugh.
As a prophet and a man of God, to someone who belittles those who doesn't believe his message. It's here I think we see the true plan kind of come out. He said all of this, he's got all these people on his side, and now they're here in the final moments of something that he knows is not going to happen, and he needs to keep stringing them on into the future. So the way he does that is by damning them for questioning him. He looks at Medic for Christ and says, oh, there's people out there who don't believe.
Do you know if there's anything about Magic the Gathering? Brody. Magic the Gathering is one of the worst card games of all time. It is a horrible, boring, terrible, soul-crushing experience. I love that game. It's fantastic. One of the best card games I've ever played in my entire life. I will never let it grace my fingers again. I will never let it curse the air that I breathe again. I hate that game with all of my heart and soul because it is just... It is the opposite of fun. It's like it was made to force me to suffer. I despise Magic the Gathering. Love it.
Believe me, I would never want to give hope to that kind of person. Unlike you. You believe me, right? But thankfully, Medic for Christ doesn't back down.
So I'm thinking that because we've all been looking at Israel, right? Israel is God's...
Magic the Gathering has always been corpo, and if anyone tells you otherwise, they have never been paying attention to Magic the Gathering. You built a sliver deck, I objectively approve. Slivers and the Eldrazi are the two types of decks I like to play. I am an Eldrazi player. I like the Eldrazi. They are very cool. If you dislike that, good. I hate that all of you play blue decks. Jace is a cuck, and I hate him. Hey, it's me with Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything I just said about Magic, but also for Yu-Gi-Oh! And more than ever with the endless crossovers? Nah, I don't really see it, honestly. Like, the endless crossovers are the most, like, creative Magic has been in decades. I know that sounds wild, but at least it's something interesting. At least it's something new. At least it's something that isn't, you know, a game-breakingly stupid addition or incredibly boring bullshit that doesn't actually advance any of the, quote, plot that's supposed to be there. There is no actual plot to Magic the Gathering. It's all bullshit. It's a psyop that we've all been run through. I hate Magic, and the only thing that I can say is solid about Magic right now is that they did a Lord of the Rings crossover, and they made Aragorn black, and a bunch of the worst people on the internet got mad about it, and it was very, very funny. It was very, very funny. People got so angry over black Aragorn. I loved it. Like, first off, Aragorn in the card art looks fantastic. I love him. But Aragorn pissed so many chuds off. He was doing the Lord's work. It was good before Hasbro bought Wizard of the Coast. I just started playing before Ice Age came out. I don't think it was ever good. I don't think Magic was ever good. But I do like the art. There used to be a plot in Magic. They stopped writing books on it though and made me sad. That sucks. They did a BG3 crossover. Most recently, they did a Final Fantasy one and are about to do an Avatar: The Last Airbender crossover, the good one. I'm fine with that. I honestly, the thing is, I'm not bugged by the crossovers at all. The crossovers don't bug me. The only crossover in all of this that I am truly excited for, is the Furby crossover. This is objectively genius. They're doing a Furby crossover. Like, I'm not kidding. They're doing a Furby crossover. We're gonna have one of those. It's gonna be funny. I love that. Do more of that, please. The Spider-Man Furby crossover? Yes. Spider-Man also awesome. Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. I don't want to play Magic the Gathering, so I don't really look at it a lot. But the Furby thing was very funny. Also, I just think that Magic is a bad card game. And Xenophile is also more fun. Yeah, true. I think Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Are objectively bad card games now because you are no longer actually playing a card game. You are trading different rule books at one another to see which one beats the other. It's not fun. Play me on the field, don't play me in your hand. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm playing a card game with you, then play the card game with me on the mat. Don't fucking hardwire the game to function so where you win in your first turn. Fuck you. Any card game in which your opponent can win round one is a bad card game. That's the opposite of fun. I'm here to play the game with you, not have you play the game at me, you know? It'd be like if we were playing a fighting game and I told you we were going to play Guilty Gear and then, you know, you're rocking on it, you're doing great, but then I'm like, uh-oh, never mind, I unplugged Guilty Gear, now we're playing Third Strike. I hope you're good at Third Strike. Oh, you're good at Third Strike? Well, oh, too bad, you're going to lose this next one because now we're playing Naruto Ninja Storm. Fuck you. It's a bad way to play a game. Magic the Gathering is boring and bad, and it hasn't been good for a decade. Same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, I blitz summon, triple summon, the endless summon. I have 9 cards on the field right now. It took me 5 minutes to make my first turn. Why am I... What happened to lay a card face down? End turn. Build up something. Play a game. Fuck, I hate card games. Most of them are so garbage now. And this isn't... I don't... This might sound like old woman yelling at clouds, but, like, legitimately, it's because they're not fun. So what I'm hearing as frustration is Counterspell is an unblockable Nuh-uh card is good to prevent OTKs. I mean, sort of. But even then, like, it's still not good enough. Because the fact that there are OTKs that are available by, like, daisy chaining all of the cards in your deck together to immediately beat your opponent because the game allows you to do that is a sign that the game is bad. It is fundamentally broken at its core. You just look at the League one, it's pretty cool, and it's fresh air, the modern TCG. League of Legends doing a crossover with Magic the Gathering is kind of like AIDS doing a crossover with cancer. I want nothing to do with it. Like, it would be like it's like, there's no good version of, it's League of Legends crossing over with Magic the Gathering. It's evil. It's evil. It's a bad thing. God, I fucking hate those games. I have every time, holy fuck, I'm sorry! It came out! It's an evil thing! Every time I played Magic the Gathering, like, at first I had fun, then it just went off the rails and became an exhausting, tiring, horrible experience. I tried to play League. That was a mistake. If those two crossed over, I could not imagine how insufferable online discourse would get. I cannot comprehend how genuinely fucking awful everything would get. Like, we got a really cool set of art for Lord of the Rings. And the worst part of the Lord of the Rings fans are fucking awful, right? But that was pretty innocuous overall, because real Lord of the Rings fans are like, oh, cool, that's a cool take on Aragorn, and they moved on with their life. League of Legends, if it crossed over with this game, it would be endless. An endless parade of the worst people on the internet. You're sorry? Don't apologize, you're fine. You're fine. There's a League TCG. I would play it. Maybe. I could be down to play a League TCG. I could check it out. The most dangerous thing about League is that it is pretty, and that a lot of the characters are cool. That is the most dangerous thing about League of Legends. What is today? Back to this.
That's timepiece, right? And so if we thought that God is going by Israel, and Israel has now shifted into the 24th, right? There might be some people are maybe thinking we missed the timeline because Israel is now on the 24th, right? Not on the 23rd. And for people that may be thinking that, what would you say to them? I guess that's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay, so you're saying...
Also, like, I have to stress this. Melody, you're fine. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. I was already on a thing about how much I hated Magic, and then League torpedoed me. Melody, you are fine. None of this is directed at you.
Israel is on the 24th.
Yes, they are now the 24th because it's past midnight for them.
Okay, so what am I speaking into? Because if I don't know, if maybe it's because English is not my first language, I don't know.
That's not what it is. He has spoken English fluently in every appearance we've seen. He understands Mike perfectly well, but he's trying to come up with an excuse right now, and he's overplayed his hand. He said too many things that have called specifically to September 23rd. He hasn't given himself a lot of leeway either. He has said it'll be Feast of Trumpets. He said it'll be at this time. He said things will be like this in the world. He's called too many things out to play off any backhand or any degress point. So now when he tries to think of something, he says, I think there's an issue with the language barrier. You know, in perfect English. Listen to someone else offer an answer and him immediately grab onto it.
I think we don't even have to really worry about this until it's like the 24th hour, getting ready to switch into the 25th, because we have all of the 24th of real
yes, that's
estate
what,
with the time frame. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, the 24th, it's over. It's not over till the 25th.
No.
But
He is just so cocky with that. Yes, of course. That's what I was going to say. Thank you, my faithful servant. Also, listen how weird and manipulative this is. Mike, who he's referring to as Medic for Christ.
I do want to give Mike a chance, because maybe there is a way. Maybe there's something I'm missing in the question that maybe if you try to express it to like that I can understand, then maybe I can give the answer. But so far, what I'm hearing is that I must give hope to someone who is still within the timeline, of the 23rd and 24th. I don't see why, I don't know why. Because if Israel are not on the 25th, as I say, Israel for me is one of the high possible.
Thank you, Bandit. It's true, and you're out of line, but not wrong. Okay, I will close the book on League of Legends on this, or on Magic the Gathering in general, okay? Here's the thing. If you like those games, that's cool. I am glad that you like them. I want you to like them. My experience with them has been utterly awful and has only gotten worse. I have tried genuinely to like League of Legends. It was catastrophically terrible, mostly because of the community around League of Legends. I've told this story a few times, but the first time I ever played League, I was called a bunch of slurs and told to kill myself because I didn't do good enough in my first ever online match. I had been playing the game for about 3 hours at most. The first 2.5 hours was just playing bot matches to understand parts of how the game worked. I played Master Yi and was told to jungle by the people I was with. That didn't stop them from saying those things. Second game I played as Galen and I top laned. I did fine until I apparently stole too many kills from the jungler by killing the people that were in my lane and was again called a bunch of slurs and told to kill myself. Every time I have tried to interact with League of Legends, there have been people who take it as a point of pride to be as toxic and nightmarish as physically possible. And I hate it every single time. I have never had a good experience playing League of Legends. As for Magic the Gathering, I do not like playing a game where about 60% of my time is sitting and waiting for someone else to do the thing that I am going to spend a fraction of that time doing. I have been in too many games where somebody takes a 6-minute turn to my 1-minute lay down a land and then pass back thing. Magic the Gathering is mostly now, especially at high elo play, I'm going to use that term for it, about setting down a bunch of rules for your opponent to follow that explains why you win and they lose, and vice versa. I don't see the appeal. It is boring and makes me, feel incredibly sad inside of my soul. It used to be fun, though. I did like Magic for a while. Yeah. I used to like Magic. Anyway, back to this.
Watches, but it's not the main.
Did I try Valorant? No. No. I have not tried Valorant. I've thought about it, but I'm not going to. It's also why I stopped playing and buying cards. Oh, same. Like, too many of my matches just turned into me trying to be like, hey, I want to play something. I want to have a good time. I want to try to do a silly little thing. But, whatever I wanted to try didn't matter because, whoever I was playing had, like, a turbocharged god deck that can obliterate me in, like, 4 turns. And I'd be there like, well, I finally got my hand with the cards that I wanted to use to see what it would be like. I guess I'm not doing that, though. And I guess the entire thing that I tried to build, I shouldn't bother playing because it's not useful enough. And let people play online and people go AFK? Yeah. It's not as toxic like like League of Legends. I don't know if I'll try Valorant. I've heard bad things about it in the same way. I've tried Flesh and Blood. I haven't played it yet, but it looks good. I haven't heard of that. What is Flesh and Blood? Is it a 40k game?
in one. So I'm putting everybody into consideration, you know. So
the way he said that, well, maybe, Mike, if you reframe your question and you ask it in such a way that wouldn't imply someone wouldn't have faith in what I said, of course they'd still believe me. Otherwise, why would I be giving hope to someone who doesn't need extra hope? Right, Mike? It's so scummy, and you can already hear the way he's changing his language. Now it went from Israel will be the time the rapture happens to Israel is a high watch time, already changing the language so he can back off the point. Keep in mind, this is the guy who speaks to Jesus constantly.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not playing, like, that's one of the reasons why I won't play Valorant. I am a trans woman. I don't think I want to deal with Valorant's community. The only decks I've ever made were tribal decks, since I like the theme more than winning and rule lawyering. I had fun doing that. I liked building, like when I built my Eldrazi deck, I got lucky that they were really good, right? But, like, that didn't matter against the person who ended up having a good rule lawyer deck, because what does it matter? You know, none of my abilities work. I just die. What's the name of this YouTuber? I am totally forgetting. Wendy Goon. That's Wendy Goon.
Has visions all the time. It's not his word.
I also, yes, I do like the Emperor's Children. Those guys are silly in that game. They're very silly.
It's God's word, as he said. You'd think someone with that kind of authority wouldn't need to change their wording or change their timing, but here we are.
if you say to me there's someone now who's on the 25th by 10 minutes, yeah, then we can speak.
Then we can speak. Once I'm wrong, then you can talk to me. Also, by the time he's proven to be wrong, he will not be on the live stream to take questions anymore. Also, listen to this.
You know, in terms of time difference, you know, then we can talk, you know, but for now, Mike, I'm still within my time.
And I'm not questioning you, brother. I'm
still
just
within
trying
my time.
I know,
Incredible.
you know, assess it from all.
It kills me. I'm still within my time, Mike. And then Mike has to come forward and shamefully be like, oh, I'm not questioning you. And then he lays off. Then it's, I know. You would never question me, right, Mike? And also, if he really is a man of God, if he is a prophet or has a prophecy or wherever he wants to call himself, he should absolutely be questioned. There is never a point in the Bible where someone says, don't question me, or the word of God should never be questioned. The Bible stands up to questioning. That's the whole point. It's supposed to...
Like, it doesn't too well, actually, Wendy, but that's fair. That is fair. I'm not gonna lie. That's fair. You have your conviction. I have my issues with the Bible, but honestly, fair statement. Fair statement. And you should question the Bible. Often. Regularly. Every single time it comes up. Especially if you're a believer.
To look for answers. You're supposed to figure more out about it. You're not supposed to close your eyes, shut your ears, and believe. Not only is he pretending to be some prophet or voice for God, but he's doing a bad job at it. But of course, he can't have any questions because none of this stands up to questioning. In his second appearance, he had to come up with theories for why September 23rd, 2025 works, and then explain that God told him to not say that the first time, but did tell him to say it the second time, and also he spoke to God. So that's the real reason he believes it. So good luck arguing with that.
I've got a theory, let me put it that way, in terms of your day count, Mike, the 2,550 days.
I also just realized Grocery Boy never came back. Probably the smartest thing he could have done, or he got
raptured.
Got raptured while getting
Oh, yeah, no, exactly. He got raptured while getting groceries.
Groceries. We'll never know. Also, another thing that was happening with like the people who were using astronomy to predict the rapture was that there would be a new moon on September 23rd, which coincided another rapture confirmation, whatever. So it seems that Mike asking questions gave this other guy the courage to start asking questions as well. So he hits Joshua with this.
And the site that I'm looking at right now is telling me that it's been reported unseen in Israel. So I don't know if there's another site that you all can confirm if, you know, another witness has sighted the new moon.
I don't know either. I'm not a lot of times on the internet. I don't spend much time there because I'm preaching and singing all over South Africa. But I don't know if they cited it yet or didn't they cite it, or they blew the trumpets already. I don't know. What I know is Jesus is coming. He said to us he's coming, and he is definitely coming.
Nope, he didn't. He did not say he was coming. He supposedly told Joshua that, and Joshua has zero proof of that. Joshua doesn't even try to refute that point. He just sits there. He just sits there and listens. Does not care. I mean, like you said earlier, why would he want to give hope to someone like that? Also, one of the girls say this, and it made me lose my mind.
I thought this is like the boldness that I think a lot of us are operating in. In Acts 4, the Sanhedrin's like, what are we going to do with these men? For the fact that an extraordinary miracle has taken place through them is public knowledge and clearly evident to all the residents of Jerusalem. We can't deny it. But to keep it from spreading further among the people in the nation, let's sternly warn them not to speak to anyone again in this name. And they sent for them, and they commanded them not to speak as his representatives or teach at all in the name of Jesus, using him as their authority. But Peter and John replied in this end, whether it's right in the sight of God to listen to you and obey you rather than God.
The audio quality on this is going to make my head explode. These guys are trying. Oh my God, there's an hour left? There's an hour left? How? How? How is there an hour more? What? In what dimension? In what way? That is incredible. Jesus is coming, everyone look busy. Yeah. God damn. It's an hour more.
You must judge for yourselves, but for us, we can't stop telling people about what we've seen and heard.
Oh, that audio.
What she just quoted was Acts 4:20. She butchered it too. Acts 4:20.
Also, I got a little bit of my drawing energy back. More drawing coming up. More drawing. More art. More art.
Is one of my favorite verses in the entire Bible. The context of that verse is Jesus has just gone back up into heaven and the disciples are trying to put the pieces back together. They had just had the day of Pentecost, and now Peter, the guy that denied Jesus and was made the rock of the church by Jesus right before his ascension, is now trying to carry on in Jesus's footsteps. So him and John go out to preach, and at one point they perform a miracle. There was a man who was crippled who Peter heals, and the man is able to walk again. Because they're continuing to speak of Jesus, they are brought before the Jewish government, and Peter and John, two of the people who were closer to Jesus than anyone else on earth, who now of course miss him but understand what they need to do. And Peter, who, mind you, the last time he saw Jesus before the crucifixion, denied he even knew the guy. Peter is now given a second chance. Since he denied Jesus, Jesus restored him, and he's in the same place he was before. He's standing in front of people who are accusing him of being a follower of Jesus. What will Peter do? And Peter and John, standing next to someone who has been miraculously healed by the power of God, look to the people accusing them and say, whether it be right in the sight of God to hearken unto you more than unto God, judge ye, for we cannot but speak the things which we have seen and heard. There is so much weight in that verse. Peter, who denied God, Peter, who now has the Great Commission to start the church, is standing there and saying, I've seen too much to be silent. It's up to you what is the right thing for me to do, but I'm not going to shut up about it. It's not only Peter and John accepting their new role after Christ ascended to heaven, but it's Peter accepting and acknowledging the forgiveness he received from Christ. Christ gave him a second chance, and he's decided here to do something with it. He's seen too much to be quiet. It's a beautiful verse with a beautiful connotation. It's not for a bunch of apostates.
I have no friends. I figure getting back into old hobbies might fix that. I mean, yeah, get into some hobbies. Work with people. Make some stuff. Draw some things. It's a good idea. Flesh and Blood is TCG where you and your opponent play as dueling fighters, and you start the game at your strongest equipment, and the game is built around doing enough damage to your opponent and keeping your equipment in good enough condition as it degrades from damage every turn. That sounds amazing.
States who see one guy that says something they like, and when that guy tells them everything that they should know about the Bible is wrong, and he's breaking all the rules, and he is completely spitting in the face of anything to do with Christianity or religion. That guy just says something you like to hear, so you throw caution to the wind and you make Christianity and the church and people that might have found God suffer and never find him because of your own ego. That is not who that verse is for. The reason I'm fired up is I've seen so many people use this as an excuse to talk about how, Christianity's dumb, religion's dumb, God's fake, all that stuff. And again, I don't hate you for believing that or anything like that. Who I'm furious at are the so-called Christians who have dragged the word Christian through the mud for the sake of making themselves sound cool. Well, I mean, the reason Joshua did it was to get his little following, but the reason everyone else is a part of it so they can say, I told you so.
There really is a finite point in time where there was a time where there wasn't a flood and there was a flood. There was a time when Sodom was a thriving city.
Hello, Sir Bear.
And then it was
How you doing?
glass.
How you be, Sir Bear? What you doing? What you up to? Mwah.
What are you talking about? What are we talking about? What are we doing? Then Medic for Christ starts saying something to kind of throw Joshua a bone.
Tomorrow, well, yeah, for them today, but they're doing the live stream that they've never done before on the 24th, which, if we think about it, what is it, the Takaya Gadola, I think is how you say it, the last Trump truly is the 24th, right? Because they blow the 100 shofars on both days, right, of the feast. And the second day of the feast is truly the last Trump. So I think that's significant. You know, I think we should not give up hope. I think that we should hold on to our faith. I think that we've received too much. It's not just based on the testimony of one or two people. It's the testimony of thousands at this point.
All over the world.
Yeah. And
Well, testimony, not exactly something you can back up.
Just
but
one
after this,
guy,
Medic for Christ
actually.
starts to think for himself again.
this is the first time I've ever been a part of anything like this. Okay. And it will be the last, one way or the other. I know that many people that are in the comment section have seen dates come and go many times. There have been many people that have come and set dates, and they've come and gone. And so there are people that are scared. They want to believe. They want to go home. It's not that they are in unbelief. It's not that they don't have faith. They want to be.
I've played in over a decade and lost most of my cards, so I'm starting over. I'd recommend using like tabletop simulator. It's probably better than getting back into buying the cards. And Sir Bear, thank you for 15 streams in a row. My lord.
With their Lord more than anything.
Thank you.
And they've been watching for
That is a hell of a
years,
streak.
But they're afraid because they've been down this road before. Okay? And so I want to be a voice for those people as well. For those people who have been down this road and are afraid that they're going to be let down again.
Mike's clearly trying to talk around his own points. He's obviously worried that this isn't going to happen, and he's kind of framing it as a third person who he's just speaking on the behalf of. But, of course, Joshua doesn't like that.
Yes, yes. I couldn't hear anything in that moment, but I can hear you now. Yes.
I was saying that I trust you, and I believe you, and that's why I'm here. I believe that you really did see the Lord. And so I just want to tell others that don't give up hope. We still have
can
time.
we get a shout out for Unity? Please, if you want to play Magic the Gathering and don't want somebody salty and bitter like me about Magic, Unity is an excellent choice. Unity actually does really good Magic games and does like regular nights of playing Magic. She does Monday Night Magic. I cannot play Magic. I can't. But if you want to play some Magic the Gathering, Unity is your gal. Trust me. My objective is now to world dominance, an 150 streak. Good. I just here waiting to see if I win the challenge in VGen. Ooh, what's the VGen challenge? Explain.
We know that no matter what happens, he's coming.
For one, it's convenient that Joshua didn't hear all the stuff that was critical of him, but it's so weird to watch them go around and be like, I pledged to you, Joshua.
Yes.
I also pledged to you, Joshua. And he just sat there watching. Surely the man of God and humility that he touts himself as. And then the stream just ends kind of sad.
The world is going to approach, the earth, and the rapture is going to take place. I can't help but fix my mind. My mind is fixed on that. It's just fixed on that. But
your mind is fixed on that? I thought, as you've said very plainly, Jesus came down from heaven and told you. That's not a thing for your mind to be fixed on or you have a feeling about. Jesus told.
The VGen challenge is a challenge with all can participate. You give a theme and you need to make it in theme. The month of all vote. Wait. I think that. Hold on. A VGen challenge is a challenge with all can participate. He gave a theme, and you need to make
something. So basically, there's a theme that's put out. You need to make art that's in theme, and then you get voted on all month. Am I understanding correctly? Because that sounds pretty awesome. No, you're all good. You're all good, Sir Bear. I understood. I would like to. I'd like to give that a shot when I get a chance to. I need to really finish putting the VGen together. I am so behind on that. VGen is complicated, and I want to work on it more. But this egg on my head that means that I am smart does not mean that I am good at making VGen work. I'm kind of dumb at VGen. I should fix it. But thank you for this egg on my head that it means that I'm smart. I appreciate it.
You today would be the day, and here we are.
Answer the questions.
And
but
if
to
you win,
focus
you'll
on
be
him.
honored with
If
a
the
code
king
for
is
you and your
coming,
friend.
you know,
Oh, fuck
he
yeah.
needs a king's welcome, if I may say, you know.
You want me to play some worship
Yeah.
music, brother? Okay, I'm gonna
Some
play my.
worship music. Yes, please.
I'm gonna.
He's just like, we get some tunes on, some music perhaps. And then look at this. 3 of them have got up to go. The other 3 are just sitting around, just playing music. They've played like for hours of the stream at this point. Look at this. This is how it is. This is it. This is the rapture. This is it, boys. This is it. All that Bible stuff, throw it away. This is your destiny. This is your future. Boom. That's it. I don't know if Medic for Christ killed the live stream. I think I remember in the original it went for a while with the AI images again, like they were going to get back into it, but no, it just ends here. Joshua's like, hey, can we, play some music for a little bit, as if it's going to be just a song, then they're going to get back into it, but no, it just ends there. Then obviously, we're still here. Congratulations. And you'd think that would be the end of it, right? Some guy comes forward, says the rapture, the end of the world is going to be at this time, and then it doesn't happen. You would assume or hope that his following would die there. Not even close. Right after this happened and a bunch of people started to call him out, the Sint twins posted on their community tab that they were going to have another interview with Brother Joshua. Remember how they said, haha, maybe we'll interview you on the 25th, and he said that'll never happen? Well, that in fact happened. Funny enough, it was uploaded on the 26th, so it was almost definitely recorded on the 25th. And believe it or not, despite
That
his
is
entire...
absolutely incredible. I bet a dragon and a fog and a warrior ready for a fight. I'd love to see that art. That sounds amazing.
Following being based on this one specific thing happening that did not happen, he somehow doubles down. I should also mention for the first day or two, there wasn't really a big response on TikTok. Like most of the people who were pushing this so much were rightfully embarrassed for a few days. And while some would say something eventually, most of them didn't say anything until after this interview with Joshua. So let's see what he said.
God bless
Yes.
you too. Yeah, so we are back here. Today's the 26th of September. That is the big elephant in the room.
Yes.
And the last time you were here, you assured us 1,000,000,000% that we would not be here today because of the rapture.
I think my theory regarding Joshua's behavior in this appearance is he's already got what he's wanted. I mean, clearly wants people to follow him, to look up to him, to see him as this prophetic figure. So now that he has that, I think his only objective is to reinforce his status with those people. I mean, it's not like at this point he's going to gather new followers. He just has to string on the ones that are already on board. And above all else, he has to keep up his confidence.
Okay, so today what I'm going to start with is because the main person that I'm here for.
This is the kind of guy that Vox was when he was alive. Like if you've been watching Has Been Hotel, this is the kind of guy Vox was. Which, remember that when you're simping over the TV, man. Send me in DMs, thank you.
Is Jesus Christ.
Already off to a rough start, saying everything he's doing on behalf of Jesus Christ. The guy who, according to him, is a liar. Or at least if anyone believed Joshua, that's what Jesus is now.
In order for us to benefit from the sacrifice that he did, we need to believe in him. So I want people to be aware that this is not just about the rapture, because the rapture is a secondary matter. The primary one is the fact that Jesus Christ came down to the world to save sinners, but only those who accept him or who receive him, can they then be made children of God?
Real bold of him to fall back onto the salvation message after he has had the audacity to say everything he has. One of the first things he does is reassert his importance.
He said to me, "You are like my last arrow in my quiver."
So it's gone from him saying he's just a servant who has this message to God telling him directly that he is the last arrow in the quiver of God. He is the last of the prophets.
You might be confused for now.
Yeah.
I'll explain to you.
Okay. Yeah.
It is the final date. No one else in the whole world will be able.
I have to wonder, like, legitimately, where do you go after this? Like, what do you do after being so publicly wrong? Right? Like, what do you do? Because I mean, I know, you know, he could try to keep grifting, but is that really it? Is that your life now? You just show up and publicly humiliate yourself for what? What do you get out of that? Like, what are you gaining? I can't grok that. I can't get it. I don't understand. What are you gaining out of this? Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what part of my brain makes this hard to understand. But like, this isn't just like an, I can't comprehend thing. Because I could comprehend, you know, that he's going to keep on grifting. He's going to keep doing his thing. But I don't know what you get out of it. Like, what's the satisfaction? What's your pleasure, you know? Like, what are you even doing from that point forward? Maybe it's a lack of imagination on my end. I can't imagine, I can't think of what sensation, what reward, what continued thing you can get out of this. Because, like, if it was money, all right, I can understand that someone's hunting for money, right? But is there money in this? There's not fame, there's just infamy. Is it just a power thing? I don't know, I'll play.
Or will come with another prophecy.
They actually would. That happens a lot. Most of the time when these guys get their first rapture prediction wrong, they come up with another one. Like, oh, would you look at this? You're doing right now. Also, remember, he was the guy who earlier said he's just a servant. He doesn't know how people should do things. He's just here to give the message. Well, this is how he talks about himself now.
So when you see this quiver, this arrow going all over the world, shaking the entire world, my point here is that this is the doing, or this is the work of God.
He's the arrow that God has chosen to shake up the entire world. Listen to this.
What? What? Instead, they tend to double down because of it's a well understood, albeit counterintuitive, that failed doomsday prophecies do not disillusion supporters. Instead, they tend to double down because of the intergroup, outgroup dynamic of being dumped on all by the disbelievers. I guess that makes sense.
Power behind me is undeniable.
Not even trying to be like, oh, I'm just a person, God's the real power, stuff like that. The power behind me is undeniable, and everything I say is him. I'm God's last arrow, after all. Did I mention I'm named Jesus? Also, because he can't stop himself, listen to this Bible story and how he frames it.
Jesus said to the family of Lazarus, "Have I not told you that if you believed, you would see the glory of God?" And then immediately after, he asked them to remove the stone that was covering the grave. After removing the stone, he then performed the miracle of raising up their brother who was dead. The stone of panic the stone of, I don't even want to mention it, but the scoffing.
Okay. So he's telling the story of the resurrection of Lazarus, and he's placing himself in the role of Jesus in that story. He then starts this weird diatribe about all that hate, all that bad in your heart, get rid of it. And dare I say, those that don't believe me. Again, he's not looking for new converts. He's looking to invigorate his base. This is classic cult leader 101. Throw out a net, gather some interest, make them commit themselves to you, and then isolate them from everyone else and double down.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. And by the way, to the people who are at home, you have not been seeing me, but I've not been hiding.
You can tell, however, that some of this is getting to him. He's not as perfect of a speaker as he's presented himself previously. He loses track a little bit.
He says in 2025, in September of the 23rd and the 24th, I will come to take my church.
Did he come?
Did he come?
Yes.
I will tell you. So in 2018, I received this visitation from him, right? And let me tell you this. The last 2 days, and the people were watching, okay? People were watching. A lot of things transpired there. But the rapture did not happen.
They are having no more of this. The Sint twins have been getting way too many mean comments because of him. They're tired. Previously, they'd be like, wow, that's so cool. But now they're like, yep, still here.
And let me ask this way. My words. True.
Now, this phrasing he's doing is a weird test of faith thing. Obviously, he was incorrect. He said it would be September 23rd, and we're still here. But now he's doubling down and being like, am I correct? Do you still have faith in me? He's challenging people to trust him in spite of all the contrary evidence. Like, look at this giggle.
My words. True. Let me tell you.
Like, dude thinks he did something there. He just sounds insane. Also, to be clear, I know it's apparent at this point, but he's gone from, this is just a message I'm supposed to pass on, to outright calling his message a prophecy.
But do you now believe that it was Jesus that you saw?
People. Okay. I'll allow you the questions. There's a flow here,
You can't, you can't do this. It doesn't work like this. You can't just throw things out like this. 30 motherfucking ankles today? Hell yeah. Jesus said to Lazarus, come forth, but Lazarus came fifth, and Jesus was greatly disappointed. It was a bad day at the track that afternoon. And thus Jesus lost at least a couple hundred.
I'll give you the time for the question. The flow
Okay.
that has been
Let's not
disturbed.
interrupt you.
Yes.
Let's not interrupt you.
Dude, you are on their podcast. For one, it is absurd that you've managed to manipulate their goodwill to this degree. And now you're saying you have a flow, but you'll allow them the questions later? Not only is he doubling down on being some supreme religious figure, again named after Jesus, but now he's just being rude. At least before he was trying to be like charismatic and kind to get people's attention, but now he's thrown that to the wind.
Satan is driving a narrative out there that I saw a false Jesus. That it was either I was deceived or I saw something else, but not the Lord of Lords, not.
That is the best case scenario for him. If he saw a vision from like the devil or a demon, that would make him way more innocent than just doing all of this on his own. And I don't think he saw a demon, because the demon would have been smart enough to give him something to back up his prophecy.
What intrigues me is how
honestly
people...
true. I mean, look. Do I speak for demons? No, obviously. Do I know exactly how demons would operate in this scenario? Abso-fucking-lutely. And do I know that demons would have absolutely had a backup or some kind of funny plan in place? Yeah. Demons are always gonna demon. Demons are gonna be able to get this shit done. That's how it goes. Okay, undo that. Wait, no, keep that there. That's fine. Radio's gone dead, you know. Don't radio. Sometimes I think I'm making Arthas look ugly, but other times I just embrace that he looks like this, and it makes me happy.
Sit in their homes, you know, or on their phones. Not everybody, by the way.
Yeah.
And judge me.
That's me. That's me he's talking about. I was, in fact, sitting at home on my computer and phone, judging him pretty hard. So, yeah, that's me.
But you have to do it well.
You heard him. You have to judge well. That's why I'm making this video. He asked for it. It's all.
By the way, Sir Bear, the art looks lovely. I very much dig. Mwah.
Also absurd because he spends a lot of time talking about how everyone else is mean to him and is so quick to judge him, when once again, he was wrong. His whole thing was the rapture would be September.
He's cursed with the demonic aspect. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. It'd be fantastic if he was. It would probably get him off the hook for a lot of this stuff.
September 23rd, and we passed that. So he's completely wrong, and he's talking about how people dare call him wrong. His ego is off the charts.
Lastly, some would claim that I am unbiblical, or what I say is unbiblical.
Yes, that's me again.
And then I listen in to hear them expressing their biblical knowledge, and I find they themselves are what they claim me to be. They are unbiblical.
Go ahead, pull this apart. Everything I've said, all the stuff I brought up, go ahead, show me where it's wrong. Don't pull out something else out of context to prove why you're actually right. Show me where I was wrong about what I said. They probably won't.
He's allowed to be, he's basically, he's cursed with demonic aspect. He's allowed to look off-putting now and then. Yeah, no, true. You're right entirely.
Let you back on the podcast, but you can make an AI video about me. And whatever point you bring up,
You
here's
met
my...
Matthew Gray Gubler? He was just walking around the mall and my sister and I met him. Wait, who is that? That sounds very familiar. Matthew Gray Gubler. Why do I know that name? Yo! Wait, yeah! He's the best part of Criminal Minds! That guy rocks! Yeah, he's the good character on Criminal Minds! Fuck yeah! I miss Las Vegas. Fuck, I miss Vegas. Oh. Fuck, I miss Las Vegas. That's really cool. That is really, really cool. He was just walking around the mall. God, that's awesome. How you doing? How you be? He is sweet to your nephews too? Aw, it's good to know that he is a nice guy when you meet him. I'm just thinking of Las Vegas now. I miss Sin City. I miss Vegas. I miss Vegas. Was in Criminal Minds in Mad after a parody about Minecraft? I don't remember. I miss you guys too. I miss you guys too. Maybe one day when I have enough... No, I can't think like that. I can't think like that. I'll just break my own heart. I'll just break my own heart. But I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to see you. How you doing? How you be? What's been new?
My counterpoint. So, also, if he wasn't rude enough before, listen to how bad this is.
We're listening to a guy talk about the apocalypse.
You have to listen to me.
Days.
Okay. Leave the flow to flow, right?
Sending
Leave
you
the
love
flow.
too, Amy. Mwah.
Listen, there was no amount of days, just days.
Leave the flow to flow.
Processing.
So,
dude, they ought to throw him into the street. I get mad every time I see that clip. She goes, "Are you setting another date?" And he goes, "Leave the flow. Let me speak. Let me get through what I'm getting through." Dude, they have let you get through way too much.
If I was on, okay, so if someone came onto this show, to my stream, and did that to me, they would no longer be on my stream. Like, flat out. If someone was like, "Let the flow, stop interrupting me," off my stream, you're gone. You're in the shadow realm. I've been gone for some time. How long is this vid? This is a 5-hour video, but we're almost done with it. We've got like 30 minutes left. Punk, how you doing? Mwah. Also, yeah, Luna, you should do more streams. You should stream more. If you'd like to. Love to see see you explore more in Astroneer. I should. I really should. That'd be fun. But I'm also drawing. I also like making my comic. But I should do more Astroneer. Astroneer's fun as hell. Oh, fingers. Tomorrow, I think I could do some Astroneer. Tomorrow, I could be down to do some Astroneer. What's tomorrow, Saturday? I could do it then, yeah.
Did you see that look in his face? Did you see how mad he got when she stopped him? He does not like his authority on this matter being questioned. So he says after the rapture prediction was wrong, he received another vision
Luna too?
where
Yeah.
Jesus affirmed that September
You
23rd.
playing some Rivals with the boys? Hell yeah. Who's your man? Who's your man? Announce it now. Announce it now and let me judge you. Announce it now and let me judge you. Tell me this. I play Magic. I'm disgusting, I know. I'm a Magic main. I do Magic, Penny, Iron Man. I'm trying to get good at Spidey, but he is tough. I'm playing a lot more Cloak and Dagger, too. Also, I want to get better at Emma, but Angela right now is who I'm focusing on for all my tank stuff. I love playing Angela. Strong women. Wolverine, Magneto, Rocket, and trying to get good at Daredevil. Nice. About to pass out. Gotta call it night. Good night, Bandit. You get good sleep. Mwah! I'll actually be raiding out soon here in a bit because I am a little bit tired and I really want to shower and I want to go pee. So I'm gonna probably do that here in a bit. But today has been a really good stream regardless. We're gonna raid out after this video.
Third was the day of the rapture, but how could that be?
He asked them, "Have I not told you, if you believe you'll see the glory of God, remove the stone?" You know? So you can see.
I hate what they've done to Wolverine. He's ass right now.
Listen,
I haven't seen what changes they've made to him. I've seen Wolverine be pretty solid overall, but I mostly play QP because, like, comp is usually... I don't have a lot of people all together, you know? I'm in the thing because Rox, he is perfect, and Ben Grimm could get it. Yeah, I mostly play QP. I'd play more comp, but I like playing comp with, like, a whole squad together. And it's hard to get all of that set up. Also, save check. Thank you, Luna. I have saved. I have done the save check. Also, I'm going to press play on this again in a minute, and I've got to draw out Gladys, which is Arthas's gun. He has so many cooldowns to the point that a top 1 Wolverine player said, just okay, Angela. That makes sense. I feel that way about the Human Torch. I know they're going to roll it back because NetEase listens a lot. Like, Guangguan listens. I've never heard Guangguan speak and not loved what comes out of his mouth. Guangguan and the crew actually like listen to the community, so I know that I'll be able to play the Human Torch again soon. He has too many cooldowns. His cycle is super busted. There's too much downtime in between being a utility, especially with being like in high elo play. You just don't have that much to do, you know. And I love the Human Torch. I meant play Angela. No, I got you. No, I got you. Just said okay, Angela. Yeah. Okay, just play Angela. Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
I even lost my thought. That's what I'm saying. Don't disturb the flow. I'll give you a chance. Don't worry.
They got to beat him to death. They got to drag him out and beat him to death. Allegedly in Minecraft, I don't want that to actually happen, and I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying he is being so disrespectful. That would be like the make-believe in fictional Minecraft, whatever appropriate response.
By the way, when people say out there the rapture can be any time, it's unbiblical. When you say it can happen any time, the rapture only happens in an appointed time. Only.
Yes, but if we don't know when the appointed time is, then it could be any time. The frustrating thing about this is you see all the annoying stuff leading up to it. You know the rapture's not going to be on September 23rd. And it's like, okay, well, we're going to get our comeuppance, right? He's going to be proven a fraud and he's going to be laughed away and he's going to be in shame. And no, you never get that. They just come back and remain as delusional as they were before.
I say to him, Mark my words. In days to come, you see now I'm saying what God told me. In days to come, people are going to be so surprised. Brother Joshua, we're with you. Okay? No matter what, we're with you. This is a call. So I've sent you a video. So he goes into fasting. And
Oh
God
my
quickly
God.
answers him. God tells him to go look at the Julian calendar. We know in part, and then after, we know in full. He looks at this calendar, which is the original calendar that Jesus was using in his time, before the calendar we have now, the Gregorian calendar.
And here we have what his new prediction is. So back around the time of Julius Caesar, it was determined that a calendar year is about 365.
Gotta get going for the weekend. Adios for now. Runia, I will message you. You are wonderful and I miss you. I don't hang out with people enough. I'm sorry. I love you guys. Mwah.
0.25 days.
Runia, enjoy your
the
weekend.
Julian calendar was installed that gave 365 days in a year, and every 4 years there's an extra day, which is where we get leap year. So the Julian calendar was used up until the 1500s, when better technology allowed us to see that the actual number of days in a year or a revolution around the sun is more like 365.245, like just shy of 0.25. So the Gregorian calendar, the one we have now, has leap years, but every year divisible by 100 that would normally have a leap year does not. It doesn't make a huge difference, but the Gregorian calendar is 13 days faster than the Julian calendar. So he's saying that when Jesus told him September 23rd and 24th, he foolishly, as the majority of the world does, thought that...
I take Monday and Tuesday off, so I'd love to be able to just hang out and spend some time off stream. I've been trying to do that more too, and just spend time with people. I miss people.
Jesus was referring to the Gregorian calendar, when in reality...
I've been a little burnt out lately, because last month took a lot out of me, but I'm getting back to it. On Monday, I'll be able to like hang out with people a lot more again. Playing zombies, I've turned Thor into a powerhouse so good. He no longer has Mjolnir, he wields the banhammer. Amazing.
Jesus was referring to the Julian calendar, because that is the calendar Jesus had when he was on Earth. Now, this is obviously fake and dumb for several reasons, but to list a few. Yes, the Julian calendar was around when Jesus was on Earth, but Jesus would not have been using the Julian calendar because the Hebrews had their own calendar. As a matter of fact, they still have their own calendar to this day. The Feast of Trumpets isn't celebrated at the end of September because September's not in their calendar. If Jesus actually gave you a vision, it would make sense he would give you the date that you would be familiar with. But if he was using the Julian calendar, that means he was using a calendar that nobody was using. The only people that still use the Julian calendar are a few select groups of Orthodox Christians, but he is not Orthodox, and neither is the Jews who are having the feasts that this whole thing was apparently in reference to. That's another thing. All of this was about the Feast of Trumpets, right? Jesus told the disciples, no man knows the day or the hour, which was code for it, and then other times told them they just couldn't know for some reason. Well, the Feast of Trumpets wasn't celebrated on September.
This is just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Every part of this is so good. Also, I'm sorry to all of the gun fans in the audience. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Look at this thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not changing it, but I'm sorry. But I'm not changing it, but I am sorry.
September 23rd and 24th Julian, it was celebrated on September 23rd and 24th Gregorian, you know, like the rest of the world. It's also absolutely too absurd to imagine that Jesus would not know how calendars work. Like, just to prank you, I guess, he decided to give you a calendar that neither he nor you nor anyone involved was using. But this whole thing about in Jesus's time, they had a calendar that's about 2 weeks behind our calendar, has just enough meat on the bones to keep people that are loyal to him to remain loyal.
The difference is this, because they say that calendar is behind by 13 days. So if you want to come over to our current one,
He tries to fire it and
So that
nothing
means
happens. Oh, it does. Things happen. Head hurts for the twinge of pain. Live with it. Live with it. It's a cool gun. It's a cool gun. If I had any revives, I'd have one. Fantasy gun design number 1. If it fits, if it looks cool and nothing else matters, objectively true. Objectively true.
New rapture date, because of course he said another date, is October 6th and 7th. Which has
Amazing.
absolutely nothing now to do with the Feast of Trumpets, so he threw that one out.
The 7th of October. You know, some say...
Now with that hammer and cylinder arrangement, it won't... question, what model of gun is this? Quick question. What kind of gun is this? Actually, I issue a challenge to anyone watching. Anyone watching. Anyone watching. I issue a challenge to you. Because I can't be arsed to do this because I have way too many things on my hands. When it comes to drawing this whole comic, right? A legitimate thing. How does this gun work? It only has one barrel. It's the barrel down here. This is the barrel. This is a counterweight up here. How does the gun work? Right now I'm just blocking out some basic shapes to make sure that I can, get it to work. I'd like to hear thoughts. The basic shapes I'm blocking out right now, by the way, are for drawing reference. I'm creating my own reference sheet for it so I can, handle drawing it a little bit more consistently because it's not the last time it's going to show up. But yeah, I'd like to hear some thoughts. So where's the barrel? Barrel. Right here. That's the barrel. Around here, the Mateba MTR8 Italian Revolver 38 Special. That is a lot. I don't know how that works. Send me a picture. I'll reference it. Is the hammer upside down? No. Here's the part that's going to make every single gun fan in the entire audience just lose their fucking mind at once. And I'm not changing this no matter how many people tell me, okay? No matter who tells me anything, the hammer's not changing. Because here's how the hammer works, okay? Here's how the hammer works. I'm not changing this. I refuse to. I do not care if it makes sense or not. This is too cool for me to not have it this way. Because the hammer is literally a hammer. It goes like that. It's a hammer. It goes bing, and it goes bing, and just bing. Hit it with the bing. Bing! It's cool. It's a hammer. It's shaped like a hammer. And I'm not changing that. That stays. It is too satisfying. I like it, and I drew it that way. It's not going. What is this thing? Is this Gun Jesus?
This is a Mateba.
I fucking called it. Gun Jesus. I could sense his presence.
Or Mateba. Heard it pronounced both ways. MTR8. Now, of course, the interesting mechanical element to this is that the cylinder has been located both forward and down compared to what you would normally expect on a revolver. And that was because this was designed primarily for competition. Having a very low axis, the line of recoil is pretty much right in line with the top of the shooter's hand. Now, as a double action revolver, this is hammer fired, and the hammer is entirely shrouded back here. However, you have these two levers on each side, which allow you to manually cock the hammer to single action. That hand mechanism is all external on the gun. So when I go to manually cock the hammer, you can see it operating this mechanism and rotating the cylinder like so. And this is your speed loader, which you cannot fire the gun without. It also acts as a spacer and holds the cartridges back from the face of the cylinder. So if you don't have this, the firing pin isn't long enough to fire the cartridges. This is a mateba or matiba. I've heard of
I mean, yeah, it's got a little bit of that flavor in here. I didn't even mean that. But that's cool. Spooky action at a distance. I don't know what that means. Is it revolver or break action? A revolver. It is a revolver. I am going to continue to ask my sweet gun friends, my insane gun friends, how the fuck does this gun work? Because again, from a design standpoint, it's what I want it to be. From a design standpoint, this is the shape of the gun. I'm not changing that because aesthetically, this is where I want the gun to be. And I am working in aesthetics, so I'm working aesthetics back. And I know that's not good engineering, but I am not an engineer. Drum magazine? Nope, revolver. My general rule of thumb when it comes to design, okay, and this is a thing that I've tried to keep my entire life. How about that local sportings team then? No. See, here's the thing. I have a pet peeve, and this pet peeve is very straightforward about fantasy, about sci-fi, about all these things in general. There is too much. It cannot, not enough, how could it? So my challenge is very simple. Looking at this image of a clearly fantasy-based gun, how's it work? It fires a single explosive round per shot. It's got 6 chambers in the revolver. And the explosive round does this. I know I played Destiny for like 7 years. I don't know guns. That's fair. I stand by it.
The 7th and the 8th.
I stand by it.
7th and the 8th of October.
Oh, now he's already pushed that back. Now it's 7th and 8th of October. We could keep this going forever. We can go ahead and call it November now if you want. Also, because he called it as October 6th and 7th, I saw a bunch of people saying that their rapture confirmation is the 6-7 meme going around right now. So the fact it's October 6th and 7th, God put that meme in place to prophesy the rapture that's about to happen. These people are the reason that every now and then I'll meet someone who's like, oh, Christian, interesting. Like, I'm not with them. I totally get why you feel that way, but he also keeps quoting this verse from Paul when Paul said, we know part now, then after we will know the full or we'll know the whole. Paul was talking about on this side of death versus the other side, like we know some of the spiritual now and we'll know the rest of it later. Well, he's applying that to his failed rapture prediction to say before September 23rd, we don't get it. But now we're after September 23rd Gregorian. Paul was actually referring to how we will discover it's the Julian.
That it was not the real Jesus. We will see in days to come. We will see in days to come. But Mina, what I would like to call...
It's like a single shot pistol with an underhung revolver. Fine. It's a strike-fired revolver for some incomprehensible reason with a skeuomorphic hammer for reasons of tradition. Reasons of tradition. You can't use one of my favorite archaeology memes against me. You can't do that. That's one of my favorite archaeology memes. What was this for? Tradition. It has a religious significance. This item clearly has a religious significance. Ritual significance. Yeah. We can't comprehend. I love that so much.
Oh.
I'm going to go to the word. What the call that I'm giving to Christians.
So now that he feels he's justified with his new prediction, he goes back into calling out the church and calling out Christians and blah, blah, blah. He also has changed his language a lot from saying God has told me to give you this message to say I am calling out or I am saying this. I mean, after all, phase 1 of his plan's complete. Now he just needs to establish his own position. This part's crazy too. Listen, he starts talking about people that were following him.
People are making apologies. Someone who apologizes is someone who is admitting they were wrong. The message was wrong. Don't apologize and don't defend it, because the owner of the message is going to defend the message.
So he's outright saying, if you're a follower of me, don't quit. Keep pushing it, because I speak on behalf of God and God will prove you right. Again, he's rallying his base to stand behind him. Also, that thing he just said about we're about to have a Red Sea moment, again, like every one of his other talking points, he just took from the guys in the live stream. At the beginning,
which is generally science fiction, since I don't think there's ever been a true strike-fired revolver in our timeline. And now there is. Now there is.
Of the series of podcast appearances, he was talking about how the devil's our enemy and how in his visions of heaven, the devil was the...
Also, unironically, I'm not making this up. I'm not just adding this in. The in-lore reason why the hammer is shaped like an actual hammer is tied to the Darkthorn Empire's religion. I am not kidding. Bullets are treated much like a tiny sword, or the action of shooting a gun is like firing a sword. So the hammers are shaped like hammers because it is, at least in some significance, especially with a weapon like this, in relation to an anvil striking a hammer as a means of symbolizing creating a sword. I'm not kidding. That is a thing that I've had in the comic for a long time. Literally, yeah, you were right. There is a ritual significance to that. But that being strike-fired is just because I think it looks cool. Like, I provide lore reasons for certain things when I think it's neat, but, like, I also just think it looks cool.
The one trying to get him to go to hell or like had all the information against him. Now the enemy, the stand-in for Pharaoh in the story of Moses crossing the Red Sea, is people that disagree with him. It's anyone that says he's wrong, the mockers and scoffers. We don't want to be one of them. We need to get away from those people.
I sleep in peace. Mocking and scoffing me does absolutely nothing.
That is, again, one-for-one YouTube, like, oh, I don't let the haters get to me. All the mean comments, I sleep like a baby. It is the exact same thing. He is being a giant child.
Ah!
Also, if the,
Drink
the
up!
premise of God...
Hell yeah! What do you think your answer? An answer is that it could work is that the hammer strikes a magic stone and then has magically conductive material that causes a firing pin to lengthen and strike the round, causing it to fire. That is interesting. That is interesting. I like that idea. You didn't mean to do that? You did, and I loved it. If it is strike or fired, though, it will need a decocker somewhere. I don't know what those words mean. None of those are in the Bible. I don't think about fantasy guns, but I do enjoy imagining fantasy bullshit. Same.
God having a prophet who needs to go on a podcast and say that the haters...
Also, my idea for it, and this is going to piss off even more gun people, is this. Like, through the axis here. As in, when this gets struck, it causes a mechanism here to hit the firing pin back here. Well, it would technically be the opposite way around, but be like that. How did I have it? Yeah, it was like that. There was like a thingy in here. I had it drawn out once. A little bit. But it's never like I put any thought into any of this. Either way, striker-fired revolver. It's cool. It's cool. Type in my phone on my Twitch app, decided to eat my first message and attach to the pop-up thingy. That is okay. It was a quick and dirty answer. I love it.
Aren't getting to him. What are we doing? Also, this is very telling.
I know what I'm doing here, people. I know what I'm doing here. This is not a chance. I'm not taking chances here. I know what I'm doing. I don't know the sadness people are talking about. What sadness? Because the word of God is final. Once spoken, that's it.
Oh, I at the risk of being decried for mere vulgar engineering, I know that it does not make a whole lot of sense. However, cool shaped gun goes bang, bang, bang. Cool shaped gun goes bang, bang, bang. Cool shaped gun goes bang, bang, bang. Cool shaped gun goes bang, bang, bang.
It will not be empty.
Not God knows what he's doing, not he's giving me a message. I know what I'm doing. He also justifies why God didn't tell him about the calendar switch using Habakkuk, which is another prophet from the Old Testament. And his evidence for it is Habakkuk 2:3, when Habakkuk is speaking of a vision and says, though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. And he says, oh, Habakkuk saying that the prophecy needs to be delayed before it can be. And sure, that's what Habakkuk was saying about the specific prophecy he was discussing in chapter 2.
Maybe the percussion action of the hammer activates whatever is in the ammo that makes it explode? Well, yeah, that's generally the idea.
Not your made-up prophecy in the year 2025. He just pulls stuff from...
Yeah, my idea was that it would like somehow swing down inside of the mechanism there and like hit the firing pin. But again, not a whole lot of thought put into it.
Absolutely nowhere with no context and acts like it means something. Here, watch this. Like, let's look at Deuteronomy 18, for example. It says, but the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken. Wow, that'd be really bad for you, considering, you know, you said you spoke on behalf of God, and that thing didn't happen. It explicitly says in Deuteronomy that bad things would happen. But, of course, that's not what should happen, because that's Deuteronomy. That's the Old Testament. Maybe context matters for these things. Maybe don't just use the Bible to make yourself sound smart. Historically, that's a really bad idea.
In other words, an agenda from the devil to change the times, the calendars, you know, to shift things around. I will not go into that. I'll let those who have studied and who have already referred you, I'll let them explain to people what really is happening with our calendar.
So he goes on to say that the switch from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar was satanic, but then says he's not going to go into that and will let other people do it. I wish he would, because no one else is going to do that.
What the fuck?
What I'm trying to say...
The Julian calendar, satanic in origin. It just works? Yeah. There's a wand of fireball and the stabilizer, and the shells are mana charges. That is actually a cool idea, but that's not on this gun. Okay, I'll say this for lore reasons. None of this gun is magic. In Legacy, none of this gun is magic. This is sci-fi bullshit. This gun is weird sci-fi bullshit. But this evening, the Supreme Court has allowed Trump to pause the SNAP payments temporarily because, you know, fuck feeding people. Well, the Supreme Court is objectively fucked and needs to be entirely dismantled anyway, so I didn't expect much from them. It's full of a bunch of yes men and cronies working explicitly for this fascist government. They shouldn't be in power. They should be in prison. Most firearms in a normal reality above around 22 LR fire by a hardened steel pin known as a firing pin, but rammed into a sensitive pocket of chemicals at the base of the cartridge known as the primer. I do know that.
I'm not drawing attention to myself, drawing attention to Jesus. That.
Sorry, I for a second thought that all this was about yourself. I forget we're talking about Jesus. He talks to him, you know.
Those who have been told that my prophecy has failed, my prophecy has not failed.
Yeah, not God's prophecy. His prophecy, which he is now outright calling a prophecy. This is the guy who started all this by saying he is not a prophet.
and they inquire to God,
From God.
about my message and about myself.
Yeah, you find people who are uneducated about this stuff and in dire straits and are looking for some way to increase their spiritual life because they're desperate, and then they use selection bias to decide that you're right. Congratulations. Just like the prophets did.
I don't want you to hear in heaven that this is my son. I sent him. I did appear to him face to face in 2018, and I gave him the message.
Oh, he's just looking out for you guys now. Oh, you don't believe that Jesus spoke to Joshua? Well, you better, or God's going to be real mad at you. So you better believe him so that God isn't mad.
I'm not going to be silenced. So sometimes, not always, the church has terms that they use in order to silence people. They say date setter. You are a date setter. I never set the date, but I'm passing the message.
Wait, yes, you
Jesus
did.
Said he will come on this date.
You set a
I'm
date.
going to lose it. I'm going to lose it again. I never set a date. Jesus set a date, and I'm speaking for him. When it's convenient for him, it's what God said. But when it's to venerate himself, it's my message. It's
Wait.
what I said. I'm not a date setter.
Isn't that like full-on blasphemy? Like biblically defined blasphemy? Am I wrong? Momentum is transferred to the firing pin by one of two means: an externally accessible mechanism called, for historical reasons, a hammer, or a purely internal mechanism called a striker. All of this is purely mechanical and chemical energy supplied by springs and levers, no electricity involved. Yes. To be sci-fi, it's more appealing being hammerless. Yeah, but I like it better this way. I like it better this way. I think the hammer is cool.
Jesus is. Take it up with him. I talked to him, you know. It is also so annoying because he keeps talking about how to be a better Christian and what the church needs to do as if he has any authority. Which, to be clear, I don't have any authority either. I'm nothing special. I just know I'm not that guy. My God don't look like that. He don't make up lies and tricks to convince a bunch of people to look really stupid and ruin his reputation.
So when people like me appear, it becomes easy now for you to discern in your spirit, because you are like, I'm used to working with the Lord. I know what is from him and what is not from him.
Everything he just said was 100% correct to an uncanny degree. I know the moment I saw this dude, he was bad news because he is nothing like any of the good news I've ever heard. He didn't mean to, but that was the first prophetic thing he got right. Also, this is very funny.
And fair enough, because you did guarantee that. Are you at least sorry for the emotional stress and the pain that they felt in the process and the anguish of just waiting at that moment and nothing is happening?
I wouldn't want to use the word sorry, as if like I have a blame.
Okay, just remorseful. Empathy. Do you have
This is incredible. That would mean that neither he nor his God was wrong or lied. Neither helps his case. Yes. How to restart your browser? It's okay. It's all good.
Empathy.
I'll make an example.
That's amazing.
Do you feel bad for everything you did? I wouldn't say that. Or do you have empathy? No. At least he's getting honest.
In fact, I never even touched the subject.
It's not my fault you gave away all of your possessions in a vulnerable mental state. I never told you to do that. I just told you the world was going to end, so that's on you.
the message of the rapture and everything that's happening at Joshua thing, like it's brother Joshua this, brother Joshua that, and now it almost looks like they're idolizing you. You know, people are walking with a cross on the street, like, yeah, I'm pushing brother Joshua's message, and then it's like it's not longer about what the rapture is about and about Jesus coming to fetch his church.
So after she makes a good point that this is now Joshua's message and has nothing to do with Jesus, Joshua walks himself back.
That saddens me.
Is the revolver drum detachable or goes to the side? It goes to the side. It like swings out. The idea was that it would like swing out. Yeah, I could picture a way for it to work purely through mechanical means and magnets. For safety reasons, you usually want to keep the hammer striker not under tension and ready to fire. That makes it harder for the gun to go off by accident. That is fair. That is fair. That is the uncocked state. Yeah.
Yeah, that saddens me. But, you know, I've learned over the years, you know, sometimes people will do things a certain way, but maybe tomorrow they will mature and see things the way they're supposed to.
Okay.
You know, they might start in that way, but hopefully they'll end up putting their focus solely, only on the Lord Jesus Christ. Because it is not about me, as I said in the beginning, it is all about Jesus.
This whole thing's been about Jesus. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know where they get that, idea from. Also, my name is Jesus, and he talks to me a lot all the time. Everything I said isn't my words. It's his words. I've also seen visions of the end times. I know I'm missing a few. I really can't stand this guy anymore.
So my last question is, why can't we preach the rapture message, right, without dates? Because the dates now are taking away from people educating themselves about the rapture.
Yes.
Regardless of how you feel about the rapture, she is 100% correct that the whole date setting thing is taking away people actually looking at this stuff critically or learning about it.
I am the last arrow. That's what God said.
Oh,
His way to
again!
refute it is be like, well, God said I'm special. It then talks a lot about the Jews and his belief in Jewish law and the Messiah, which whatever. But he then ends this podcast appearance by once again, thankfully, going completely off the rails.
Something people don't know about me.
Hammer strikes and launches the rod forward into the brace and has a small strike at the bottom, then hits the prime charge, launching out an expanding ball of death. That sounds about right. That sounds cool. I like that. With hammer-fed pistols, you can cock it manually. This is the famous wordless threat, where someone thumbs the hammer back on their thumb. Oh, yeah, I know that. I know that.
Only can I sense evil spirits. Sometimes God opens my eyes for me to see them.
Okay, so he's now a clairvoyant that can just see spirits of any kind.
Everything for me is about Christ. Walking, eating, sleeping, everything is about Christ. So, in that first episode, Jesus was here. Walking around the studio, downstairs.
Downstairs.
What?
The big one, yeah.
On the second
what?
episode, I didn't see him, but the Holy Spirit came upon us when we were also, I think we were downstairs. The Holy Spirit came.
He was walking in studio.
He was walking around in the studio.
Wow.
And then on the last episode, also, I didn't see him. I didn't see him in the last episode, but I felt the presence of the Holy Spirit coming down upon this studio.
What?
So that first episode, when he was looking around and kind of glancing off, he was talking to God directly. And then the other time, Jesus, who I guess has nothing better to do, was walking around downstairs in the studio. And I can't stand, after all of this, how much grace they give him hearing this stuff. He's a joke. He's a fraud. His theology makes absolutely no sense to the degree that he can't even put together a coherent lie to try to get the following.
Incredible. This sometimes is a single action, because the only thing you need now to do is pull the trigger. Yeah.
He wants, and he has only gotten the following he wants because he's taking advantage of people who don't know any better or are in an emotionally compromised position and need this to be real. And then he has doubled down on their faith in him and managed to put together a little team. He is a complete joke and a fraud, and it is a shame that he has been allowed to gather the audience that he has. The fact this guy wasn't immediately laughed out of the room is evidence that Christians clearly aren't policing their own. If there was a fraction of the animosity given to clowns like this that are given to people who don't fit the perfect view of what a Christian should be, then the church would be a lot more healthy. So after that, for the most part, Joshua's been radio silent. And a lot of the people who were pushing for the rapture thing have been too, but not all of them. The Truth Seeker guy who has the VOD of the live stream with Joshua is not backing down, as he has retitled the VOD, "I'm not backing down or apologizing. I'm still watching for my Lord Jesus Christ, Julian calendar." So yeah, he's a blind and sinker. At one point, I heard this guy on a podcast say that there was still good that came out of their live stream and all of their hype for it because some people found out about God, which...
That's not how that goes. Have you seen the GameSpot video with Jonathan Ferguson? He's one of the few most fun gun critics ever. He acknowledges when a gun is fantasy and talks about how it could work and what real-life weapons it resembles. They're great vids. I love that energy. A thing that I have always disliked when it comes to fictional weapons, right? Because clearly I don't care about how something might function in realistic terms. But I hate when somebody looks at something and goes, well, this isn't realistic, it's horrible. This would never work in real life. Okay, yeah, but you're talking about fantasy in this particular case, right? It's a fantasy thing. So, because it's a fantasy thing, how does it work? Like, it's kind of like how when people talk about Godzilla, right? We all know about the square cube law. Godzilla can't happen. Cool, whatever. That's fine. Great. However, if Godzilla did exist, yeah, he can't, whatever. How would it work? What kind of cool science things can you learn? I think that's always healthier, in general. The advantage of having a control hammer is when you decide you're not going to fire the pistol, you can decock it again by itself, manually lowering the hammer to its reset position. That is true. I do know that, which is cool. I thought you were gonna hate on the trope of when a character literally looks at an object before using it. No, I don't really care about that trope. What if it happens anyways? Or what if we can clone those cells and tissues? Yes. What if? What if? But no, I just I find that there is a lot more magic in communicating science when it's not doing the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, it's doing the Bill Nye thing. Right? The other option is to have a spring-loaded, purely internal component, which is called the striker. Okay, so this would be an insane hammer-striker combo that makes no sense. Oh, great example from a YouTuber that I love. Okay. This video is about done. We'll finish it off before I raid out. But Kyle Hill, okay? Kyle Hill has had a series called Because Science, right? And parts of this series I like, parts of the series I didn't like. A thing that I didn't like, that I will never enjoy from anything, is when somebody goes, well, you don't actually want super strength, right? Everything that he says in this video is correct. However, none of this makes you want to, like, at least for me, when I watched it, made me want to engage with the science behind it. Because it just takes the magic out of an objectively fantasy thing, at least in my opinion.
Oh yeah! Super strength may in fact be the first superpower that humans ever thought up. Impossibly strong men and women have been in our stories for literally thousands of years. From Hercules to the Incredible Hulk, it seems that it's human to fantasize about breaking unbreakable things. But if we consider the reality of having immense strength, I don't think that this is a superpower you'd actually want. Dang. Fine, we'll just continue. Let's go. Superpowers are awesome thought experiments. We get to imagine and create stories around what would happen to us and the world if our mortal variables change. But we tend to only focus on one side of the equation. For super strength, that's the fantasy of the overpowered punching and lifting and smashing that we could do. The other side of the equation, however, is the reality of being this strong. A reality that comes with weird and gross consequences. Oh yeah! First, what is strength? Well, if we are talking about muscles, oh yes, then we are talking about the force that muscles can generate. Exclamation of approval! And an easy way to measure the forces that muscles generate is with something called a strain gauge, and it looks something like this. Very big.
What he's describing is cool and interesting. The part where it loses me, where it stops being interesting and starts being frustrating, is this.
On top of my precious hair conditioner. I know, I will use my super strength and lift it off with just one hair. Oh. Why did that happen? Well, even though I can generate super forces, they are applied over just the surface area of my hand, which isn't very much. If pressure equals force divided by area, then lifting a car that weighs many thousands of newtons with just my hand will be applying megapascals, hundreds or even thousands of pounds per square inch to the structural elements of the car. Dang it! We make cars out of very strong materials these days.
This is what I mean. When communicating science like this, and again, this is from not a scientist here, me, you begin to lose your audience, because at this point, you are not enriching the world, you are demystifying it by deconstructing an element of fantasy. That's not good. That's not a good thing, in my opinion, because when you are deconstructing those elements of fantasy as the core thesis of your science, you are taking people who look at the world and go, wow, this is fantastical and amazing. Arlie, thank you for those 100 biddies. Thank you, Arlie. Thank you. But you're taking those people and you're taking away part of that fantasy, right? Which is fine. However, it's boring because it doesn't enrich anything. It characterizes science as something that demystifies, takes away, rather than something that can explain the incredible. And I think that's not a good thing, because I've dealt with some really insufferable people who take these kinds of explanations and tell you to never write something because of it, or I've seen people go the other way and stop themselves from creating any element of fantasy that does not adhere to hard science because they don't want to upset somebody. That's frustrating. And I think that that is ultimately unhelpful. It's why the internet turned on Neil deGrasse Tyson. Because, like, yes, Neil, you're communicating science, but you're doing it in a way that's, like, mad at Star Wars for some reason. Weird. But hold on. You then have to cock the striker, and then again happen. I have to read back from Cuttlefish. The other option is have a spring-loaded, purely internal component, which is called a striker. You then have a way to cock the striker, which again can happen in various ways. But the complication is that if you then want to uncock it without firing, you don't have the access. You don't have easy access to the striker. You then need an external control to the pistol, which is usually called the manual decocker. Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe this is cool. Maybe the hammer can be a manual cocker or decocker as an on-off switch and can also trigger as a firing mechanism whenever it fires. The hammer acts like a safety. Want to shoot, cock the hammer back? See, this is why so this right here. This is why I say it is always better to ask, how could it be, rather than say, here's why it can't be. Because, sure, this gun that I drew is insane and ridiculous. However, we would have never come up to this idea of, like, what if the hammer is an external safety that can cock or decock the internal firing mechanism of the revolver? That's neat. That's cool. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, I like these kind of implications for robot lore, but not demi-human lore. Yeah. It becomes boring. Fist of the North Star logic instead of DBZ logic? Yes. This is why I said that Superman has localized telekinesis. His field extends to objects he's touching. That is actually a canon explanation. And the pressure isn't that great for a car. You can lift a car with a couple mechanic jacks. True. Superman has an absurd variety of powers when you really get right down to it. That is also true. I do think someone having super strength should have to carry an egg around as part of their training montage so they don't break everything they touch. I've always liked that too. I think that's pretty fun. The microscopic analysis sword cuts both ways. Yes. 50-50 on it, at least when it comes to a sword and history channels in relation to genre fantasy. It can be fun creative exercise or recontextualize things. Yes. The pedantry of going, Frostmourne would never work because it's too heavy, is stupid because, yeah, numbnuts, of course it won't fucking work. It's too heavy. He's still swinging the fucking thing around, so maybe we can look at, like, what benefits it could have. I'm gonna send you Jonathan Ferguson video. He talks about Helldivers guns. You might like him. Yes. It wasn't about actual hammer being the firing mechanism, more of a safety device to prevent accidental firing. I mean, I'll have to tool around with it a bit, but, like, that is neat. I do like some of these ideas. I like that phrase. The microscopic analysis sword cuts both ways. I like that a lot. And, yeah. What you miss? Oh, not much. Just talking about stuff. Mwah, Arlie. Mwah. Talking about stuff.
You wanna do butt stuff? What do you
Oh, shit! Oh, damn, another 100 biddies! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Another 100 biddies! Mwah! That queer dick is in my ass. In relation to super strength, I'm not super strong, but I can easily apply a widely variable amount of force depending on the requirements. Also true. There's actually that's the other thing. Okay. Adding on to the
this is Jonathan.
Adding on to an element of pedantry that it does cut both ways. When people say that superhuman strength objectively means that you would crush and destroy everything around you, I want people to look at the world around them, and I want people to think, all right, can you pick up a full jug of milk? Can you pick up an empty jug of milk? When you do both of those things, you exert different amounts of strength. When you're surprised that the jug was actually empty, you pick it up a lot faster because you were expecting to pick up a full jug of milk. You subconsciously apply pressure in the ways that you want to. You don't go full out every time. And having superhuman strength does not mean that you have to apply the median amount of strength to everything you do. You don't sit in the middle. You have upper limits. Powerlifters don't accidentally crush everything they touch because they can lift up to 800 pounds or 1,000 pounds, right? They have the ability to reach those heights, but that's not the default every time. And I think that's important. Your body has feedback mechanisms that let you know how much force you're applying to things. Yes. It's about the upper limit, not where you sit in the middle. Also, in a much richer superhero setting with the powers that can operate as you expect them to, somebody having super strength that is just strength with no requisite superpowers is interesting. Yes, that is true. I think that overall, these kinds of conversations are interesting and can often result in very interesting world building. But I also think that they can undercut attempts to tell a story by dismantling, excitement, by taking the air out of the sails for no one's benefit at all. Also, Liliana, here's 2 new faces Arthas has made this issue. See no reason why Superman can't have a wider range of these force feedback mechanisms? You're objectively correct. My partner's listening to this point and going, Spider-Man, this is just Peter Parker. Yes! Yes! You are correct. You are just, Spider-Man is where a lot of these things can be applied to directly. These are going to the updated collage. I know. Just wait till I finish coloring them. The way I see it, not everything in the story needs to be explained to make perfect sense. True. Weird example, when we raised chickens, I got used to fresh eggs, which were smaller and a lot harder. You have to beat the crap out of them, relatively, if you want to crack them. So after they died and we went back to commercial eggs, I accidentally broke one just by yanking it like I did with a fresh one. Yes. Do you think that Magneto would feel about the My Hero universe? Magneto would have a lot of complicated feelings about My Hero Academia, but ultimately, he would end up killing All for One, day one. He would murder the fuck out of All for One. The instance he could. Magneto would be best friends with Stain, and they would be just cleaning house. Also, Magneto solos the boys. That whole verse, Magneto solos. The whole goddamn thing. No diff. Magneto solos. No question in my mind. Understanding the limitations and reason it fails in reality should be used as a jumping off point for how they could work in theory. Yeah. That's one of the things about fantasy and sci-fi writing, especially pulp stuff, the fun comic book stuff, that I think is extremely important overall, which is when you're making something in a pulp environment, in a fun environment, sky's the limit. If you have a blanket explanation and sometimes things fudge it a little bit, that's okay. As long as the story is engaging and you're having a good time, you've done the good thing. Also, may you share a video? Yes. I have to use the restroom really quick, though, so I'm going to play play the rest of this, and then we'll watch a little bit of other stuff, and then I'm going to raid out. I got to use the restroom, though. I'll be right back.
Bullcrap. For one, I highly doubt that. I think it was a complete echo chamber. Anyone that had a legitimate interaction.
Also, Cuttlefish, you're objectively correct. As an author, you should at least know the rules of how and why things work in the real world, so at least you're breaking them consciously. I wouldn't say you need to know the how and why of everything in the real world. I would say you need to have the general gist so you know you are breaking them on purpose. Yeah. You're breaking them consciously. Exactly, like that. You should, if you're breaking something from the real world, and you don't have an explanation already in your story, you should at least have the general gist of it. It's like anatomy in like drawing. You should know how anatomy works so you can break it on purpose. I stand by that entirely, but I will also say, if there are real worlds in the why and real reasons in the why and how, and they completely shut down your story, there is no reason to not continue writing your story, because those whys and hows, they're not always the most interesting part of why a story takes place. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Reaction with Christianity, other than making fun of it, was someone that was bought in from the get-go. Wrongfully bought in, mind you. Potentially, one or two people heard something good out of this and maybe got something out of it, but that pales in comparison to the thousands of people that you have perhaps permanently turned away from God and the church. That is real damage that has been done. I don't care if you meant to do it or not. If I run a car into a building and it catches on fire and kills hundreds of people, I don't get credit for one kid that firemen managed to get out. Everyone who's participated in this, willfully or otherwise, has hurt the church and has hurt God to boost themselves up. There's no good that comes from it. Knowing the date and bragging about it and showing everyone how right you are does nothing. The Sint Twins had some people on afterwards who obviously, disagreed with the rapture thing now that the rapture didn't happen, and it's cool to do so. They had this one girl on who they should have had beforehand and just should have had her debate Joshua, because it'd be nice to see someone actually challenge him.
Am I now following Jesus because I want to, or it's because this event of rapture brought fear in me?
It's another conversation, my sister.
If the world is really so evil, why did God create it?
Which, nothing born out of fear is going to go anywhere in the long term. You're just scaring people into something, then that's not going to happen, and they're going to see it, and therefore God, as a farce. The Sint Twins also had their husbands on for an episode to talk about the rapture thing, and I think deservedly, at least a little bit, their husbands bullied them some.
Because you guys were apparently been raptured.
You're not here. So it's the two of us. So this is about me and you, my guy.
24. To which, I remember my wife came back.
Yeah.
And she was on this, been raptured. But I said, which I really wonder why it didn't happen. I said, leave me with the Sint Twins cards. Just give me the cards and I will start now.
So how long was the conversation?
Very brief.
Was it brief?
Is
it? They took me out for dinner.
Is it?
Yeah.
To say goodbye?
It was like a rapture dinner.
I didn't get to have a rapture dinner. Maybe that's why I didn't have it.
Again, it's hard to hate them, but they should have known better. Like I said, there's a lot of people who have continued to pledge their faith in Joshua.
I will come out and I will say boldly,
I have returned.
That I
have returned. Ugh. You have the rules to care about, so you break them with love and passion. Yeah. Just have a point. If you're going to overanalyze it, have a point. Generally speaking, yeah. Authors talking about releasing the safety before firing a revolver. I mean, yeah. There's a hold on, let me see this.
Hey boss, you've been getting a lot of fan mail lately from people that want to get into the smithing hobby, but they don't think that they're going to be strong enough to get anything done. Do you have anything you could offer to them as a suggestion?
Of course. First off, the strong smith is hogwash. Most of my contemporary smiths are pot-bellied bean poles that have to make 2 trips to bring in all the groceries. You don't have to hit it harder, you have to get it hotter. The average smith that has a really, really buff physique was either naturally that way or got that way by substituting power for proper ergonomics and performance. Where most smiths differ is grip strength. Grip strength
God!
is where most smiths are simply different from the average man. I mean, we just aren't normal. Ergonomics and performance. Where most smiths differ is grip strength. Grip strength.
I kind of need him to choke me. That is a sexy man. Pick me up? Throw me around? Can you do that to the apple again?
Performance. Where most smiths differ is grip strength. Grip strength is
boy. God damn. He makes paddles? I'd like to get up close and personal with those. He can do that to a block of wood too. I need to have a private conversation with him over at least 4 hours.
I still believe that the Lord...
He is active in the local kink scene, apparently. I think there was a clip floating around of him doing a whip demo. That guy is awesome.
Lord told Joshua those dates.
So authors talking about releasing the safety before firing a revolver. There are very few historical revolvers that have a manual safety, but most of them don't. Very interesting. I will also say this. The inverse can be nightmarish as well when writing. A great example of the worst is Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is a very, very bad writer. And I mean this like very, very like mechanically. He is a terrible wordsmith. And one of the reasons is he has an inability to leave things up to both interpretation or without explanation. Everything Shapiro writes in any of his books is so over-explained, so exhaustively examined, so pedantically specific that it becomes less a story and more of a throttling about how you must understand. It's horrible. Trust your audience. I'm a little dubious about the upper body strength. I haven't done any classical blacksmithing, but I've swung hammers quite a bit, and if you're doing it in day and day, it would definitely increase your upper body strength. I mean, you're right. I think what he's talking about is like the crazy, insane blacksmith builds that people put in everything. Because in most fiction, you know, the blacksmith has biceps the size of like my head. You know, they're huge.
Still believe that Feast of Trumpets has to be fulfilled. Can I explain why? No, because I'm not God. I'm just a finite human who just has the amount of understanding the Lord allows me to have. That doesn't mean we were deceived. That doesn't mean that we were wrong, and this is not about being right.
It's become popular to abandon Brother Joshua and speak out against Brother Joshua, even from fellow watchmen. I'm seeing that, and it saddens me. But I just want to let you know, Brother Joshua, if you ever see this, that I stand with you, that I'm 1,000,000,000% sure that you saw the Lord and that you heard from him, because God has confirmed the same things to me.
Doesn't matter what God says, or doesn't matter what people of God say, just matters what Joshua say. That's who they've hedged their bets with. And the only thing since that last Sin Twins episode we got, because he didn't go on a live stream for October 6th and 7th, the only thing he's done since that last podcast appearance we went over is...
For the record, I did not finish reading any of Ben Shapibo's books. No. I would never, I don't have the patience for that. I don't have that in me. I couldn't read that. Not unless somebody paid me. Not unless I was going to make money off of reading it. That's such a victim mentality. I only have as much understanding the Lord wanted me to have, then, like, why try to be better? I know. That's one of the, one of the biggest issues I have with Christianity is that I find it levies self-improvement on threat, right? Be good or burn in hell for all of eternity. And as a catch to that, it gives you an easy way to be sanctimonious and hate people, because why do I have to like them? They're going to be burning in hell for all of eternity, right? It presupposes violent punishment for any bad action, which then reinforces in the people that like lean into it super hard that any bad action deserves a lack of empathy, which is the opposite of what Christianity is supposed to be. But that lack of empathy means you don't need to care about other people. And that also leads to the other thing, the infinite reward. And then when you're looking at the infinite reward, why do I need to try to be better now or try to make the world better now? I go to heaven when I die. Here is temporary, heaven is forever. So what's the use in trying to leave a better planet once I'm dead? I will never see this place again. It's a testing ground. It is all religions that have this kind of thing, right? All religions that have a function where life is a simple test or something after, I think are bad for the human condition. I think it makes humans live worse lives. Instead of focusing on the flesh and bone and blood that you are right now, breathing on this Walmart of a planet, you focus on a place you could be. The grass is greener after I'm over that fence, and the fence is coming one day. Why? The grass under your feet is plenty green, and it could be greener. It could be better. Even if there's these words in a Bo Burnham song, it's life on earth could be heaven, why not give it a try? Or isn't that worth a try? And that's kind of the point, right? That's why I think that so many religions that focus on an afterlife is so ridiculous. Here, right now, you have people around you. Here, right now, you have people you could see, you could touch them, they could touch you. Why wait till you're dead to care? Life is very brief. Death is eternal. If you're... Oh! Damn! Yo! Camilla, 2 years holy. I finally got an early day off work. Fuck yeah! Thank you for 15 months in a row, and that's 26 months in total. Hell yeah! Mwah! But yeah, it's life is brief. Death is eternal. You got a few roads there. It's like, how you doing? I'm doing good. Talking about life and death. It's like, okay, let's say you are religious and you do believe in an afterlife. If life is temporary, what is it in the face of eternity to try to be a good person, right? Like, if life is temporary and you're only here for so long and blah, 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 why not be nice? What are you losing? I'm doing Pascal's wager, but the other way around. Why not just be nice to people? Right? Why not try to make the world a better place? If it's temporary, you're not losing anything. You have eternity afterwards. And if it's not temporary, and eternity is nothingness, then you have every incentive to make the life that you live now better, to make people happier, to be empathetic, to care, to love, right? There's no coin flip there where you are benefited from being an asshole. Because on the other side of the wager, if life here is temporary and death is eternal and you don't make this place better, you have just spent a small amount of time in the face of everything to be a dick for no fucking reason. You've not done anything other than insult yourself. And then, if it's the other way, and it is eternal death, and nothing happens after you die, then you wasted your fucking life being an asshole. So, just be a nice person. Also, I was doing an inverse Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager does, in fact, fall apart the moment that there are other religions. Pascal's wager does not matter if the Buddhists are right. What about Hinduism? Apparently, hell is a transition too. There's Sheol and Gehenna. Sheol is more like you just die and nothing happens. Sheol sounds pretty chill. Gehenna is a cool word, though. John Lennon imagines a perfect example of what people should be focused on. Kinda, yeah. Except, John Lennon, bad messenger. What an asshole. Atheism does not degrade the value of human life. Religions like Christianity inherently do. There's also, they also breed antipathy and inaction in the face of injustice. Yes. Pascal's wager tells me that God doesn't want us thinking so hard on absolutes if he exists. Yeah. That's fair. Very fair. Tartarus rules? Fuck yeah. Gehenna is probably my favorite name for it, though, because it just sounds really awesome.
Post on his YouTube community tab, which all he said was, "Hi, everyone. In the delay of the groom, parentheses Jesus, parentheses Matthew 25:5, parentheses Habakkuk 2:3.
What?
Just throwing anything out there that we've heard a dozen times from him at this point. God has tested the hearts of people in the world. The separation of the wheat and tares has occurred," saying that the good have been thrown out from the bad. I would be the bad in this scenario, I assume. And God has exposed the manipulation of the times in the Gregorian and Julian calendars. On the 25th of September 2025, God told me, "Days from now I will rapture my church." Monday night in a vision, in a dream, Jesus spoke to me and said, "The 15 days will pass. Then on the 16th and 17th, October 2025, will be the rapture of the church." So, okay, in a community post, he's now extended the dates even further. And at the time of recording, it is the 18th. So, oops. Oh, I'm such a fool. I'm looking at a Gregorian calendar. This will be end of the Halloween. He's coming back on Halloween.
It didn't happen. My religious belief is used to be if God was real, what was that He gave us free will and made that our fates to give us our choice. But that's after I was forced to go to church after school. It happens. It happens. All in all, though, it's very silly. We are going to move on from here, though. I am going to raid out. I'm going to raid out to Goblin Nikki. I'm going to send you over to this other goblin because I'm going to go take a shower. I'm going to go take a shower. I ate a burrito. I'm going to take a stretch. And I will be back tomorrow for damn sure. I give you a big kissy. Mwah. Oh shit, 300 biddies. Oh my god. Ah! Thank you. Mwah. You are all wonderful. I love all of you. Thank you for the group. All shower, so no sniffa. You can have sniffa before shower. Sniffa before shower, you little pervert. Sniffa before shower. Here is the raid phrase. Go ahead and use that. Copy and paste it as many times as you can in Goblin Nikki's wonderful chat. I love you guys. I will see you soon. Sleep well and dream well, for I will be in your dreams, whether you want me to be or not. And remember, I am always watching, so make sure to be little fucking freaks for me. Good night, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. Mwah!